Amish Mishaps and Murder, written by Samantha Price and narrated by Sarah Morsi. Chapter 1. Ettie stopped writing in her special book and lifted her head when she heard the shriek of a whistle outside. "That's the postman." "I know," Elsa-May replied. She stopped clicking her knitting needles together and peered down her nose at Ettie. "Why don't you get the letters? You usually do that."
I'm not feeling well. Could you be a dear and get it just this once?"
Elsa-May narrowed her eyes at her sister. "Not feeling well? It didn't stop you from eating all the almond cookies right after you ate your oatmeal. I've never seen cookies disappear that fast. Maybe that's why you're feeling off."
"No, it's not. If we hadn't run out of them, I would have had the energy to get the mail."
Elsa-May sighed as she put her knitting in the bag by her feet. "I suppose I'll have to do it like I do everything else around here. I wonder who we'll hear from today. I haven't had a letter in weeks."
"I had one yesterday because I write back to people when they write."
"So do I." Ettie shook her head.
"Not right away. You sit on a letter for weeks and sometimes months."
"I'm busy."
"Yes, busy knitting. It probably won't be a letter at all. It could be something we'll have to pay."
Elsa-May chuckled as she pushed herself up from her chair. "We'll soon see. And stop talking like my knitting isn't important. It's for charity." Elsa-May opened the door, took a step outside, and then let out a squeal.
"What is it?"
Ettie called out. "Come and look at this, Ettie. You'll never believe it."
"Is this a trick to get me out of my chair?"
"Just come here." Ettie closed her book and got up from the couch to see Elsa-May looking down at a basket with a blanket over it.
"Tell me there's not a baby inside," she said. "I couldn't go through that again."
"No, Ettie. It's not even big enough to be a baby. Open your eyes and see." Elsa-May leaned down and moved the lid of the basket over further. A ginger tabby kitten popped its head up.
"It's a cat. It's adorable."
"I know I can see that, Ettie."
"Look, there's a note."
Ettie crouched over and plucked the note from the top of the basket. "Let's get this poor little kitty inside." Elsa-May grabbed the basket by the handle and brought the cat into the warmth of the house. Ettie moved in front of her.
"I'll put Snowy outside. There's no knowing what he'll do."
Once Snowy was out of the way, Ettie walked back into the house to see Elsa-May carefully lifting the kitten out of the basket. Then Elsa-May sat in her chair, stroking him. "It's so friendly. Someone must have abandoned it. But why leave him here at our house? Where's that note, Ettie? Read it out."
"Okay."
Ettie sat down with the note.
It says, "I'm sorry, I can't keep the cat. Look after him, please."
Is that all? Did they leave their name or a return address?
"That's all."
Ettie put the note on the table beside her. "Don't you want to look at the cat?"
"Oh, yes."
Ettie moved off the couch and looked over Elsa-May's shoulder.
"He's lovely. I do love ginger tabbies. So colorful and bright. What do you think about him?"
Elsa-May shook her head. "It's such a shame we can't keep it."
"Why can't we?"
"Because we have Snowy, and cats and dogs aren't normally friendly with each other." Ettie tilted her head and thought.
"What if they got along?"
"Wait a minute." Elsa-May put the kitten back in the basket and stared at Ettie. Did you have something to do with this cat landing on our doorstep?
Why would you say that?
You keep calling it a he, Ettie huffed.
How could you even ask such a thing? The note said look after him, didn't it?
I'm sorry, but you've been trying to talk me into getting a cat for years. Elsa-May narrowed her eyes at her sister.
I just heard the postman's whistle and I thought we had mail.
Oh, yes, we've got mail. I'll go and see which one of us got a letter.
Okay, I'll sit here and get to know the new kitty.
Don't get used to it. It's not staying.
Elsa-May passed the kitten over and walked out the door. Ettie picked up the kitten and chuckled. Return address. She thinks you're an envelope or that you should have a postmark sticker on your back. Silly Elsa-May. Now don't you listen to my older sister. We are keeping you. I'll talk her into it.
Ettie stroked the soft fur and was delighted when the cat purred. She moved the kitten higher and pressed her ear to the kitten's middle. It was so satisfying to hear the purring rumbling in her ear. There's nothing there, Elsa-May announced as she walked in the front door. Ettie quickly lowered the kitten.
Oh, that's odd. I heard the whistle.
Elsa-May sat down heavily. I heard it too. He blows his whistle to let us know we have mail. Isn't that so?
As far as I know, that's what he's been doing for years. Never mind. Let's show Snowy this cat and see what he thinks about him.
We're not keeping the cat, Ettie. Have you even looked to see if it is a he?
Oh, no, I wouldn't like to do that. It seems a bit rude. He just looks like a boy cat.
We grew up on a farm. There's nothing rude about finding out whether an animal is a male or female. It's necessary. Ettie pushed out her lips.
Let's just not bother. We don't have to keep the kitten, but let's just see how Snowy reacts. You hold him and don't let him go.
Elsa-May frowned at the kitten Ettie had just placed in her lap. Okay, but if this whole thing goes wrong, you've only got yourself to blame. Wait, I'll get Snowy. You hold the kitty.
Suit yourself. You usually do.
After Elsa-May gave the kitten back to Ettie, she grabbed the leash and headed outside to fetch Snowy. It was freezing cold outside of the house. She felt bad for Snowy that he'd been put outside because of that darn cat. It was his house, too. She spotted Snowy curled up inside the kennel that he rarely used. The poor thing was shivering, even though he had a fluffy, warm blanket in there. He was more used to the house, in front of the fire, atop his soft dog bed. As soon as Snowy saw her, he walked out to meet her. That's a good boy, Snowy. She patted his head and leaned down to clip his leash to his collar. Suddenly, a pain stabbed in her back. She stood back up quickly and rubbed her lower back. Oofed! It's difficult being this age, Snowy. Aches and pains everywhere, I tell you. She finished clipping the leash and turned to walk back to the house. As she was walking past the window, Elsa-May saw Ettie sitting by the fire. The cat was on her lap, and she was laughing to herself as she patted it on the back. She talked to it like an old friend, stroking its fur. Elsa-May walked through the back door with Snowy, who hid behind her legs. Now, if your Auntie Ettie wasn't so desperate to keep this cat, I wouldn't have been out in the freezing cold putting my back out. She walked further into the warmth. Ah, that's better. Snowy followed close behind her. They entered the living room and noticed the cat was no longer on Ettie's lap. She looked around the room, but the cat was nowhere to be seen. Where's the cat, Ettie? You were supposed to be holding it to meet Snowy. Elsa-May looked over at Ettie, who shrugged her shoulders.
He was here a minute ago.
Really, Ettie? You knew I was going to get snowy. You couldn't have held the cat for one more minute? Elsa-May glared at her. Suddenly, the kitten sprang down from the top of the couch and landed right in front of Snowy. Snowy stopped in his tracks. He leaned into the cat, who sniffed Snowy's nose. Then his tail started wagging. The kitten turned around and walked over to Snowy's dog bed, sat down, and looked at him.
See, it's a perfect match. Can we please keep him?
Ettie was looking at Elsa-May with big puppy dog eyes. Elsa-May leaned down and let Snowy off his lead. It surprised her that he didn't kill the cat. She was sure a cat and a dog would never get along. Off you go, boy. She patted him on the back. Snowy ran over to where the cat was lying. He sat down a few feet away, staring and wagging his tail at it. Then the kitten closed his eyes and curled himself into a ball. Elsa-May sat down in her chair next to Ettie. She noticed the beautiful color of the cat. It was a vibrant ginger color with gray and white streaks down the sides of it. It was one of those cats that were so ugly they became cute. It seemed pleasant enough, but too tame to be homeless. It can't be a stray that someone's found. It's too friendly. Someone has been there to handle it and play with it.
Someone had to put it, into that basket, yeah?
Ettie said. Obviously. We simply can't have a cat, Ettie. We won't be around forever. Then who will look after it? I've heard cats live a long time. It'll outlive both of us unless we live to be 110.
But look how happy Snowy is.
Elsa-May watched as Snowy sniffed the kitten who was now fast asleep.
He doesn't even mind that the kitty's in his bed.
Ettie laughed. I will admit it's cute. However, you're not a young spring chicken, Ettie. It's not safe these days to let a cat roam outside. We live too close to the road. And you know what inside cats need.
A bed of their own?
No, a litter tray. Who's going to clean that? I nearly put my back out bending down to put Snowy on the lead just then. She rubbed her back again, suddenly remembering it was sore.
Don't worry so much.
Ettie turned toward the sleeping cat.
It's okay, little kitty. I won't let you freeze in the cold outside, or starve, or be homeless, like some people would.
She looked over to see Elsa-May's reaction. Ha ha, hilarious, Ettie. She called Snowy over and patted his head. The cat seems too friendly to be homeless anyway. Snowy ran back to the cat and lay on the rug, just looking at him. We'll need to find who left it at our door and give it back.
No, I'm sure it has no home. The note said to look after it, did it not?
Ettie asked. Well, maybe the postal worker made a mistake and took it to the wrong house. Maybe he was supposed to take it to someone who was expecting it. Did you ever consider that?
No, definitely not.
Ettie shook her head.
That makes little sense.
Well, how can you be so sure? Something you want to confess, huh? Elsa-May crossed her arms over her chest. Ettie's cheeks flushed red.
I'm sorry, but I do not know what you're talking about.
All I'm saying is that we're not young 60-year-olds anymore. We can't be responsible for another animal at our age. She looked at Ettie, who ignored her. Again, Elsa-May looked over at the cat that was sleeping comfortably. It was clear that Ettie had grown fond of it in such a short time. Elsa-May felt bad and thought about keeping it for a moment, but then again it just wasn't practical. She was already worried there'd be no one to look after Snowy if both of them were to go sooner rather than later, and this worried her enough to think about it every now and again. But it obviously meant a lot to Ettie, and Ettie wasn't a woman to give in easily. How long could she endure Ettie's nagging? It would only get worse. "We can't keep it," Elsa-May said with as much finality as she could muster. Ettie stared at her. "What will we do with him? The note said," Elsa-May interrupted. "As I said already, we need to find out who left the kitty here. It was very rude to do that without asking us first." "I don't like the sound of that," Ettie mumbled under her breath. "I'll investigate just like you investigate things. Now," Elsa-May tapped a finger on her chin. "The first thing you do when you find a dead person is you ask a lot of questions." Ettie scoffed. "You make it sound like I find dead people every day of the week." Elsa-May was too busy with her own thoughts to hear Ettie. "All I need to do is talk to the postal worker. He must have seen the basket at our door, or he could have been the one to leave it." "I doubt that. He delivers letters, not cats." Again, Elsa-May wasn't listening. It's a mystery why the postman blew his whistle when there was no mail. Surely he saw the person who left the basket on our doorstep, since it happened around the same time. Yes, that's right, and the kitty couldn't have been there very long at all, or it would have climbed out of the basket. That's a thought. Get up, we're going to visit the mail deliverer." Ettie's mouth dropped open. "What?" Chapter 2. Elsa-May and Ettie pulled up outside the postman's house. After Elsa-May paid the driver, she got out of the taxi, followed by Ettie. The taxi sped off as they stood on the sidewalk, looking at the house. Its bricks were faded, and time's damage had turned the white shutters brown. The grass had grown, pushing past the windows. A large, thick oak tree blocked the sun, its branches like fingers reaching up to the sky. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Ettie asked Elsa-May. "Of course I'm sure. It's the correct place." Elsa-May walked quickly up the driveway, toward the front door. There were a few steps that led to a small porch. "Would you please slow down, Elsa-May? I haven't seen you walk this fast since 1956. Elsa-May stopped and waited for her. She looked at the window and noticed the curtains parted. Someone was looking at them. The curtains quickly closed and the shadowy figure retreated. "Someone's inside." "Is there?" "Someone was at the window just now. We've got to get to the bottom of it. This is just the beginning of my investigation, and I hope the end." Elsa-May banged loudly on the door, flaking off some of the paint. When no one answered after a few seconds, Elsa-May knocked again. "No one home?" Ettie asked. "There's definitely someone home. I saw them peeping through the window." She nodded toward the side window. "Here, move over. Let me knock." Ettie nudged Elsa-May to the side and banged on the door loudly. "I don't think who knocks is going to make a difference, Ettie." "Shush." Ettie put her ear close to the door and listened for a moment. She quickly jumped back when she heard the lock rattling. Ettie then looked at her sister and grinned. "It made a difference." The door swung open, and the postman stood in front of them. He looked pale and sickly in his dark blue striped pajamas. "How can I help you?" he asked as he pulled a tissue out of his pocket to catch a sneeze. Ettie took a step back and made a face at Elsa-May when she realized he was sick. "Do you remember us?" Elsa-May asked. The postman looked at them both. Yes. Some time back you asked me to blow the whistle when there's mail." "Exactly. Yes, when there's mail." Elsa-May stepped forward. "So we wanted to know why today you blew the whistle when there was no mail, She stood with her hands on her hips. "Today?" The postman looked confused. "I didn't blow the whistle today. I'm sick. I didn't go to work." He stared at them each in turn. "How do you know where I live?" "I saw you come in here one day a few years back when we were driving somewhere."
What's wrong with you, if you don't mind me asking?"
Ettie asked. "I have the flu." He coughed loudly into his bent arm. "Sorry about that," he mumbled. "Don't be sorry. What you need to do is squeeze a whole lemon into hot water, add a large dollop of honey, and put 2 cloves of crushed garlic into it. Drink that twice a day, and it'll cure anything that ails you." Elsa-May smiled, pleased she could share her knowledge. Thank you." Elsa-May looked at Ettie. "Did you do this, Ettie? Just tell me the truth. Did you have anything to do with the cat?" Elsa-May spoke firmly, annoyed that they had come all the way to the postman's house over a silly thing that he obviously knew nothing about. Ettie shook her head and looked the other way. The postman leaned on the door frame. "Excuse me, but what's going on?" Elsa-May said, "Well, this morning we heard the whistle blow, so we went out to fetch the mail. But there was no mail. There was only a box with a cat inside it."
"It was a basket,"
Ettie corrected her. Elsa-May frowned at Ettie. "Who cares what the cat was in? Anyway, there was a cat, along with a letter asking for us to take care of it."
"A kitten,"
Ettie interrupted. "We thought maybe you got the wrong house." Elsa-May couldn't help but be intrigued now. If it wasn't the postman, and if Ettie had nothing to do with it, then who was it? "That is strange, but it has nothing to do with me." The postman quickly went to shut the door. Elsa-May put her hand up and stopped him from closing it. "Wait a minute." He opened the door again, but not as wide this time. "Yes, what is it?" he snarled. "Do you want a cat?" "No." He banged the door shut, just missing Elsa-May's fingertips.
"Well, that was rude,"
Ettie said. "I agree." Elsa-May turned to walk down the steps. "He was never like that before. That's very strange. I always wave to him and he smiles and waves back."
"I wonder what got him so upset."
Ettie had to stifle a laugh. "The question now is who blew the whistle?"
"Who knows? We might never know who the whistleblower was."
Elsa-May stared at Ettie. "Why are you so keen to give up this cat investigation? Is it because no one is dead?" Ettie opened her mouth in shock.
"How could you? You think I want people to die?"
"No, I didn't mean that. Oh, wait, we need to call a taxi. I should have thought of that a minute ago." Elsa-May stopped in her tracks and looked at Ettie. "We'll have to go back and ask the postman if we can use his phone before we freeze to death."
"Okay."
They turned around and walked back up the steps to the front door. They knocked on it, but there was no answer. Ettie knocked on the door loudly. Again. The postman opened the door just slightly. "Yes?" "I'm so sorry to disturb you again, but do you mind if we come in and call a taxi?" Elsa-May asked in her nicest voice. "I'll call one for you." He shut the door quickly in their faces.
"How rude,"
Ettie whispered. They walked back down the driveway and waited in front of the house for the taxi to arrive. Ettie sat down on the low brick fence, and Elsa-May paced back and forth in front of her. Elsa-May looked back at the house and noticed that the postman had been watching them through the large window again. "Do you see him, Ettie? Don't look now." She tried to keep her voice low and not make it obvious. Ettie turned around quickly. "Ettie, I said don't look." "Then how will I see him?" Ettie asked. "He was peeking at us through the window." "Really? How odd." "Yes, but odder than that is, if he didn't blow the whistle, and it wasn't you or me, then who was it?" "Call it a twist of fate, I say. It feels like a sign from God to me. Just take the gift and enjoy it." "Would you stop saying that, Ettie? We must find out who it was. It sounds like you're prepared to give up. I'm surprised at you. I thought you were a great mystery solver." Ettie kept quiet, watching as Elsa-May recommenced pacing back and forth. Eventually, Ettie suggested, "We could just keep the cat and call it a day. Everything comes to light eventually. There's nothing hidden that doesn't come to light. Snowy and the kitten get along wonderfully. They'll keep each other company when we're out of the house." Elsa-May stopped walking and folded her arms. "We're not keeping that cat," she snapped back as the taxi pulled up in front of them. "And that's the end of it." The taxi came to a stop, and Elsa-May stomped toward it. After the brief taxi ride, Elsa-May swung open the front door of the house. She walked to the side of the entrance and took off her shoes. Ettie followed behind and closed the front door. The house was still warm from the fire. It felt so nice to be out of the freezing cold. After they took off their coats and hung them up, they realized Snowy wasn't about. Usually he was jumping up and down at their feet as they entered, but today he was nowhere to be seen. "Snowy!" Elsa-May called out to him and looked at Ettie. Ettie shrugged her shoulders and called out to him at the top of her lungs, "Snowy!" There was silence for a moment until Snowy came bolting out from Elsa-May's bedroom, followed by the kitten. They were both running as fast as they could when Snowy skidded into a wall. The two sisters screamed. "Snowy, are you okay?" Ettie ran toward Snowy, but before she could get to him, the kitten pounced on him and then ran away. Snowy got up, wagging his tail. He bolted after the kitten, ducking in and out around the furniture. Ettie looked at Elsa-May and raised her eyebrows. "Don't say a word," Elsa-May said as she sat heavily in her chair. "I won't say a word, but you can see for yourself what great companions they are." Ettie sat down on the couch and watched the kitten chase Snowy around the room. "I think the next step is to speak to the neighbors. They might have seen something." Elsa-May picked up her knitting. Ettie sat up slightly and looked over at her. "I don't think that's necessary." "Oh, and why don't you think it's necessary, Ettie?" Elsa-May looked over at her. "Come on, Elsa-May. No one sits around staring out their windows." "No, they don't unless they're like you." Ettie's mouth fell open. "I do not." She crossed her arms in front of her. "You do. I'm going to speak to all of our neighbors just in case there's a nosy one like you among them." Elsa-May stood and walked to the front door. "Wait!" Ettie jumped up from her chair and hurried after her. Elsa-May put on her walking shoes and grabbed her big coat from the hanger. She put it on, then opened the door and gasped. She was shocked to see Detective Kelly standing on their porch with his hand up about to knock. "Oh, Detective Kelly, you startled me. Nice to see you." Ettie swiftly moved to stand behind Elsa-May. "Good day, Mrs. Lutz, Mrs. Smith. I'm sorry, but I'm here to advise you there's been a body found close by, in the ravine just beyond the end of your street. Chapter 3. Oh my! Elsa-May covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide as could be. The detective went on. An Amish man. I thought you might help by identifying him. I must warn you, he's in pretty bad shape.
An Amish man? Ettie's eyes opened wide to match her sister's.
Sorry to say, but yes. Looks to be an Amish man, going by his clothing. He has no ID on him, nothing to help us identify him.
Elsa-May looked at Ettie.
Of course we'll help, Elsa-May said.
We'll follow you,
Ettie told him. They followed the detective down the street, then down a side lane that came to the ravine. It's a bit rocky, watch your step. I'll take you the easy way. After a few moments, Ettie saw in the distance that a body lay at the bottom with something covering his face. A group of more than 5 uniformed police surrounded it, but they did not look like they were paying attention. Never gets any easier to see, the detective said as he walked over to the body. He pulled the white covering off the man's face. Ettie winced.
Oh, my!
She put her hand over her eyes. Oh, no! Elsa-May shook her head. Do you know this man? Detective Kelly asked. We do, Elsa-May said. His name is Ezekiel Lister. She walked closer to the body. What is that thing lying on his chest? She pointed to something shiny, half hidden by the top of his shirt. A whistle, I think, Detective Kelly said, leaning closer. I can't touch anything before the evidence collection team arrives. Remember, no touching anything until they get here. A whistle? Elsa-May looked at Ettie. Ettie stared at the ground.
I think I have a confession, she stammered.
What have you done, Ettie? Elsa-May took a step away from her. Mrs. Smith? The detective arched an eyebrow.
Well, I heard Ezekiel had a litter of kittens, Ettie said. He was having trouble finding them homes. There were only 5 of them, 2 gray tabbies, 2 brownish ones, and the one that we have is something else, ginger, but still a tabby.
Could you move the story along, Mrs. Smith? Detective Kelly asked.
Oh, yes, sorry. So between us, we made a plan. I told him to drop the kitty I chose at the front door and blow the whistle. It was the only ginger tabby and was so adorable.
She looked up at Elsa-May and saw she was furious.
I knew Elsa-May would fall in love with him. That's how I knew the cat was a boy, Elsa-May. Ezekiel told me.
Ettie knew she'd have to confess the plan eventually, but had never figured on having to confess because Ezekiel was dead. Elsa-May put her hand in the air. I knew it. I can't believe you were lying this whole time. You even followed me to the postal worker's house. Now I feel like a fool for bothering that poor man in his pajamas. Detective Kelly's eyebrows flew up when he heard the bit about the pajamas. Ettie told Elsa-May,
I believe I didn't really tell a lie. I might have given misleading information.
Elsa-May grunted. That is a lie. It's the very definition of the word.
I'm sorry. I took it too far this time.
Ettie hung her head. Yes, you really did. And to think I was about to go around speaking to all the neighbors. Elsa-May tisked at her. Ettie was silent. She didn't know what else to say. I didn't understand most of what you just said, except the part about the whistle.
Well, that explains the whistle. But it doesn't explain who killed him.
Kelly stared at Elsa-May and then Ettie.
Killed? You mean murdered? Elsa-May asked. I thought he might have fallen down the ravine. It looks mighty dangerous.
Kelly put his hand on his chin.
The back of his head is a mess. He didn't die from a fall. I'm sure of that. He was murdered. I think the coroner will confirm that.
Ettie sagged against Elsa-May's shoulder. Her face drawn and pale, her eyes drooped, and her lips trembled. "I don't feel well," she moaned. Kelly took a step closer to support her.
You need to go home, Mrs. Smith. I'll be by tomorrow to talk with you both. Before you go, I need the address of the deceased.
Elsa-May gave him Ezekiel's address while propping Ettie up so she wouldn't fall.
Thank you. Next of kin? Kelly asked. They're not from around here, that's all I know.
There's only the nephew. I don't know where he is, Ettie added. He left the community.
That's a start. Thanks for your help. Detective, would you like a cat? It really is quite adorable.
Elsa-May spoke sweetly and fluttered her eyelashes. His face soured.
No, thanks. The wife wouldn't want any mess. She doesn't like pets. I'm sure if you just take it home. I'm allergic. He looked into the distance. Here comes the team. You'd better not walk back. I'll have someone drive you. I wouldn't want Mrs. Smith to faint, and besides that, there could be a killer out there.
Yes, I don't feel well, Ettie repeated. Ettie and Elsa-May turned to see two white vans pull up. As the coroner arrived with another 2 police cars, the detective gave orders in a loud voice. Search the area. Pay attention to any broken branches, footprints, and anything else that might lead us to the murder weapon. The police scattered in different directions. Officer Markwell, please accompany Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lutz home. Thank you, Detective, Elsa-May said over her shoulder. No, thank you, ladies, for your help. I'll be in touch. Elsa-May and Ettie turned away from the dead body and walked to the police car. They weren't far from home, but neither one of them wanted to walk after seeing their friend lying there dead. When they walked in the door of their home, they found the kitten bouncing up to them.
I still can't believe you, Ettie.
Elsa-May took her shoes off and bent down. She picked up the kitten. See, you do like him, Ettie said.
No, I'm just getting him some water.
Elsa-May carried the kitten into the kitchen. She swung around and narrowed her eyes at Ettie.
That's how you knew it was a male cat.
Ettie shrugged her shoulders. I admitted that. We have more important things to think about now, like who killed Ezekiel, wouldn't you say?
Well, it could have been anyone.
Elsa-May sighed as she put the kitten on the floor and filled a bowl with water.
Why did you have to agree to help the detective?
Ettie followed her into the kitchen, feeling better now that she was in the comfort of her home. You did that, not me. Anyway, don't you want to know what happened to him?
Now I know why you weren't interested in who blew that whistle. You already knew. I don't know if I can forgive you for upsetting our poor postman.
I know, I feel so bad. Let's take him some soup.
Elsa-May swung around and stared at her. Soup? That's your answer?
Yeah, everyone likes soup when they're ill. Slowly, Elsa-May nodded.
Good idea, Ettie. We'll make a large pot of soup for tonight, and we'll take him some tomorrow morning first thing. No, wait. He looked as though he'll still be sick tomorrow. We'll make the soup now and take him some. He'll need to keep his strength up to fight off the flu.
Ettie agreed. She wasn't brave enough to disagree with Elsa-May when she was in such a state. Ettie was also shaken because Ezekiel had been killed when he was leaving their house. Many horrible thoughts ran through her mind. She wondered if she was to blame. Was there a crazed killer on the loose? Would Ezekiel still be alive if she hadn't cooked up the plan to get herself and her sister a cat? Chapter 4. Ettie and Elsa-May arrived at the postman's doorstep, and Elsa-May raised her hand to knock on the door. Before she could knock, the door swung open. The postman looked surprised to see them. He wasn't in his pajamas. He was dressed in jeans and a blue button-up shirt, and it was obvious he was leaving the house. He didn't look sick at all. He looked them up and down. "You're supposed to wait at your house for the mail." "We're not after mail. We've brought you some soup."
"And some bread. We thought you'd still be sick,"
Ettie said. The postman sniffled and wiped his nose with his arm. Elsa-May looked at Ettie in disgust. "I've got to pay the bills somehow. I'm off to work. I'm feeling much better." He gestured for them to leave. "You're not in your uniform," Elsa-May said. "It's in the wash." Elsa-May placed her hands on her hips, letting him know she wasn't going anywhere. "A terrible thing happened this morning. A man was murdered in a ravine near to our place." "Why are you telling me?" The postman tilted his head to one side.
"We thought you should know. Here's the soup."
Ettie handed him the soup and the loaf of bread that sat atop. He took it from her and gave her a half smile. "Thanks. I was here at home when that man died." Ettie narrowed her eyes at him.
"How do you know what time it was?"
"I heard about it on the news, and I didn't know him, if that's what you were going to ask next."
"What news?"
"I have a local news app on my phone, but I guess you wouldn't know about that because it's technology. I get up-to-the-minute news. I need it in my job for the weather." He held the soup in his hands, staring at them until they said goodbye. They got the hint and turned to leave. "Well, we hope you get better soon," Elsa-May said as they made their way back to the taxi.
"He was acting strange, don't you think?"
Ettie whispered to Elsa-May before getting into the taxi. "Yes, very strange indeed."
"Let's do a lap of the block and circle back,"
Ettie suggested. As the taxi took off, they watched the postman still standing at his door, watching them leave. When they returned from their drive around the block, his car that had been parked in the drive was gone. They got out of the taxi and walked around the house. They peered through the windows, but couldn't see anything. Ettie walked over to the trash can and opened the lid.
"Well, how rude!"
Elsa-May walked over and looked inside the bin. Their container full of soup and the loaf of fresh bread were sitting on the top of the trash. Elsa-May shook her head. "That's one of my best containers." She went to take it out.
"No, just leave it."
Elsa-May's mouth turned down at the corners.
"Let's just go home. There's something funny about that man."
Ettie patted Elsa-May's shoulder.
"Mention nothing in the taxi. We don't want the driver to overhear."
Elsa-May made her way back to the taxi. Ettie followed behind. Elsa-May said over her shoulder, "I won't mention it ever again. He's a rude and ungrateful man. He could have said he didn't want it rather than wasting our food and throwing out our container." She shook her head. "If he was a polite person, he would have returned our container and thanked us."
"Don't let it upset you."
The next day, Elsa-May and Ettie sat around the fire, thinking again about Ezekiel and his death the day before. Snowy bundled up in his knitted coat, and the little kitten lay curled up together on Snowy's bed in front of the fire. It was another wintry day, but Snowy and the kitten were warm now, thanks to Elsa-May. Elsa-May was busy knitting a coat for the ginger tabby kitten, even though she told Ettie that she wasn't keeping the kitty. She just wanted him to be warm for his temporary stay with them. Ettie wasn't so sure, observing that the coat she was knitting matched Snowy's. She watched out of the corner of her eye as Elsa-May looked over at the animals and smiled. As adorable as the animals were, Ettie found it hard to get the image of Ezekiel out of her mind. Such a nice, quiet man. She couldn't understand why someone would want to hurt someone who kept to himself. He'd been murdered in the short time between when they'd found the kitten and before Kelly had knocked on their door. Surely someone must have seen something. Ettie thought about his family.
Ezekiel doesn't have much family now. His elderly parents have gone home to God, and so has his older brother. Ezekiel only had one nephew, Jonah.
Yeah, that's because Jonah's two older sisters both died in tragic accidents. The rumor was that Jonah's faith was shaken by the events and that caused him to leave the community.
That's a real shame. Why didn't it make him closer with God?
Elsa-May lowered her knitting. I guess he questioned why it had to happen at all. I feel so sorry for Jonah. The detective is probably breaking the news to him right now. Elsa-May turned to her side table and picked up her tea. She blew on it before taking a sip.
Yes, it's funny that Ezekiel never married. He preferred the company of his cats.
Ettie sighed in disbelief at the whole thing. How many did he have? Elsa-May asked.
I know he had a lot, possibly 4 or 5.
Ettie shrugged her shoulders.
Not counting the 5 kittens.
His nephew will probably take over his farm now. Elsa-May took another sip of tea.
What would he do with it? He probably wouldn't want it. Speaking about his house, I wonder what they'll find there. The police take all the evidence, you know.
Ettie looked at Elsa-May.
How are we supposed to figure out what happened to him without evidence?
Ettie bit her lip. Elsa-May said, Talk to people. Anyway, Kelly will tell us what they find if he wants us to help him. He asked us this time. We didn't offer.
Nay, Elsa-May, he doesn't always tell us things.
Elsa-May put down her teacup and looked over at Ettie.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Ettie asked. Yeah. Elsa-May held up her empty cup. I would like another cup of tea, Denka.
Ettie grunted. I wasn't thinking that. We should go to Ezekiel's house now. If they haven't found the weapon that killed him, they'll still be looking for it in the ravine. Sometimes it takes days to locate a weapon.
Elsa-May eyed her suspiciously. Do you just want to see the kittens?
No, but I do wonder if they're okay. Who will feed his cats now?
Not us. Don't go getting ideas. Someone else will do it. People will know by now.
We'll have to, Elsa-May. Grab all the cans of tuna out of the cupboard and let's go.
I was keeping them for a rainy day.
That day has come. Those starving cats are an emergency.
Elsa-May bit her lip while she thought about it. But if we go, we won't touch or take anything.
Agreed. I'll fetch our coats.
What about my second cup of hot tea? Elsa-May asked.
Later.
Elsa-May rolled her eyes and then grunted as she pushed herself up out of her chair. Ettie got up and headed toward the front door. She put on her coat, and when Elsa-May came back with the bag of cans, she helped her put on her coat. Then together they headed down to the shanty to call a taxi. As they made their way, they saw the police knocking on their neighbors' doors. When they got into the taxi, they had the driver take them as close to the ravine as they could. There were still many police vehicles there. Then they saw Kelly's car. With Kelly occupied, they figured it was safe to go to Ezekiel's house. When they got there, they made their way through the farmland so they wouldn't be seen from the road. It was hard to walk in the cold with their large coats on. "Come on, Ettie, you can move faster than that. I have a heavy bag of cans, and I'm still faster." Elsa-May walked in front of Ettie through the overgrown grass. "He really needs to maintain things better."
Ettie looked around. Well, he won't be worrying about that ever again. It's strange that it's so overgrown and hasn't been maintained in a while. What had he been up to?
They walked past a large pond and spotted baby ducklings following their mother.
Look, Elsa-May.
Ettie pointed at the ducks. "Don't get distracted. We're here for a purpose, Ettie, not for animals. We've already got to find a home for one kitten. Let's not add ducks to that list." Ettie rolled her eyes. Then she noticed how lovely the house looked, with the large red barn behind it. They finally walked to the front door to see it wasn't so nice up close. There was rubbish all over the porch. "Oh, everything's so grubby." Elsa-May grabbed her handkerchief from out of her sleeve and wrapped it around the handle before opening the front door. Ettie followed and closed the door behind them.
Oh, I can hardly breathe. It's so stuffy in here.
"There are other smells, and it's not just stuffy. It smells of animals. Cats." They found themselves in the living room, which was mostly empty except for a few things. 2 plain brown couches lined 2 walls, with a small brown coffee table in the center of the room. There were 2 separate open spaces off the room to their right. One appeared to lead into the back of the house, and the other into the kitchen. Elsa-May started walking toward the kitchen and noticed one specific strange smell. "What is that stink?" She covered her nose.
What stink?
Ettie asked. "You can't smell that?" Elsa-May raised her eyebrows at her.
No, I can't smell anything apart from mustiness and stuffiness.
"You know what that smell is? It's the smell of cats, Ettie. And that's exactly what our house will smell like if we keep that cat." She turned around and kept walking to the kitchen. "Now be careful not to touch anything. I don't know why he never cleaned anything."
I won't. Don't you touch anything,
Ettie said. "The police can get your fingerprints, you know. That's another reason to keep your hands to yourself."
I know. Then they'll know we've been here when we weren't supposed to be here.
Ettie followed her into the kitchen. "Oh, my!" Elsa-May covered her mouth in fright. Chapter 5.
What is it?
Ettie looked over to where she was looking. A dirty saucepan sat in the kitchen sink. "Looks like he had oats yesterday morning and didn't even clean up after himself."
Don't judge the man, Elsa-May. He's dead. I'm sure he expected to come home and wash his dishes.
"I'm just making an observation."
We'll observe something that will allow us to know who killed him.
Ettie had a good look around. The walls of the kitchen were pale blue, and the kitchen's cabinets were white. There was a small table, but only one chair. The table had mail spread over it, with a pair of reading glasses on top. Elsa-May turned her nose up in disgust and walked over to the table. She was careful not to touch anything as she looked over the documents. There were land tax notices, and invoices mainly, and other boring stuff. She looked over at the small gas-powered fridge at the back of the kitchen. Elsa-May got her handkerchief out again and used it over her hands as she opened the fridge door. There was a large bowl of fresh butter and 3 jars of milk. There was no other food inside. Elsa-May found this strange. "What did he eat?" she said out loud to herself. Maybe he hadn't been home much in the last few days. Elsa-May walked over to the cupboard below the kitchen sink and opened it up. She took a step back in shock. 4 tiny kittens were inside, cuddled up to their mother cat. The mother was a ginger tabby cat, just like their kitten at home. Elsa-May was amazed at how different the kittens were. 2 silver tabbies and 2 brown tabbies. The kitten at home, that they wouldn't be keeping, had belonged to this litter. The mother cat purred happily, as if she were proud of her kittens. Elsa-May's heart softened when the mother cat started licking one of them. "Ettie, I found the kittens and the mother cat." Ettie came hurrying over. She leaned down next to her and looked at them.
Ah, who will look after them now?
"I don't know, not us." Elsa-May stood up straight. "Seems the mother cat can open and shut this door herself since it's not closing properly. Clever thing. She'll be all right in there."
Elsa-May, how could you? Where's that bag of cans?
Elsa-May crossed her arms. "At the front door." "Fine. We can take them home for one night, but we're not keeping them." Ettie clasped her hands together.
And the mother cat?
"I suppose," Elsa-May grunted.
Danke, Elsa-May.
"It's only for a short time. I'll make it my business to find homes for all of them."
Okay, good idea,
Ettie agreed. "I mean all of them, Ettie." Ettie said nothing. She found a can opener and opened 4 cans of tuna. As soon as she started opening the cans, 5 other cats appeared out of nowhere. The food was gone almost as soon as it got on the plates. Then she placed a large bowl of water out for them. Elsa-May said, "We'll only take the mother cat and the kittens. I don't mean we'll take all these cats."
Okay, but we'll come every day and feed the other cats until they find new owners.
Agreed. I couldn't leave them to fend for themselves. I'm not heartless, Elsa-May said.
Good to know.
Suddenly, Ettie heard a car motor gradually getting louder.
Do you hear that?
Elsa-May looked around. What? Ettie moved over to the window and looked outside. 2 police cars had pulled up in the driveway.
It's the police. Quick, out the back. We can't be seen here. Detective Kelly will never let us hear the end of it.
Ettie shoved the empty cans into the trash and closed the door on the kittens and the mother cat. Elsa-May moved from the kitchen into the back room. She tried to open the back door, but it was locked. She looked at her hand, realizing she had forgotten to use her handkerchief before she touched the dirty doorknob. "Quick, open that window." Elsa-May pointed to a window next to the door. Ettie ran over to the window and opened the curtains. She looked out.
How are we going to do this? Head first or feet first?
"It's a large window. Just get out any way you can. Hurry." Ettie lifted her dress and put one leg out. Thankfully, there was a wooden box on the other side. Then she moved her body out and then pulled out her other leg.
Come on, it's easy.
"For you, maybe," Elsa-May said.
You can do it. Just do what I did. I'll be here to catch you if you fall.
Elsa-May did the same as Ettie had done and successfully moved through the open window. Then she straightened up and let out a deep breath.
Over there. Let's hide in the barn.
Ettie pulled on Elsa-May's arm. They hurried toward the large red barn and slid the door open. There was nothing but bundles of hay inside. They left the door open slightly so they could still see the house. That was close. Elsa-May pulled out a fresh handkerchief and dabbed her forehead.
There's Detective Kelly,
Ettie said. We're lucky he didn't find us in the house, Ettie.
I know. What will the police do about the cats? We should have taken them with us.
We didn't have the time, Elsa-May said. Ettie looked over to Elsa-May, who was standing across from her, looking back at the house.
I don't know. They might send them to a shelter. We can't let that happen, Elsa-May.
Elsa-May was quiet for a moment before replying. The shelter will find homes for them.
Yeah, but what if they don't?
Ettie asked. You're right. Ettie had an idea.
Why don't we knock on the door and mention Ezekiel had kittens? We'll say we've come to volunteer to take care of them.
Elsa-May thought about it. She was sure the detective would search the barn next, and they had nowhere else to go. He would see them if they tried to go out the front. She looked around the barn, and there was no phone. They had no way of calling a taxi to rescue them. Okay, but it's not the best idea you've ever had. You lead the way. Elsa-May followed Ettie out of the barn. They walked around the house, ducking down as they passed the windows, and walked to the front of the house. They knocked on the front door and waited patiently. Detective Kelly opened the door and looked them up and down. How did you two get here? Taxi, Elsa-May replied. The detective looked over the top of them, appearing to be looking for a car. What are you doing here?
Ezekiel had cats. We thought we should tell you.
Ettie stood straight and held her shoulders back.
We're volunteering to look after them.
Only until we find them suitable homes, Elsa-May added. Where would the cats be? He asked. I haven't seen any. Ettie and Elsa-May looked at one another. The cats had eaten fast, and Ettie had seen at least one jump out the window. Elsa-May finally said, He had a few cats. They're probably out and about, but the mother cat and the kittens would be in the house. They're the ones we're willing to mind.
That's right.
Ettie nodded.
In the house. If you find them, we'll take them with us, and we'll come back every day and feed the other cats.
You want to take the mother cat and the kittens? He asked, rubbing the back of his neck. That shouldn't be a problem. I believe they might be in a kitchen cupboard. Elsa-May looked around to peek into the house. He moved to block her view. Stay there. He held his hands up to them and walked back into the house. A moment later, an officer brought the cats out in a box and handed it to them. Detective Kelly came up behind him. I was coming to see you both later today. I'll tell you both now. The official report is that your friend Ezekiel was killed when he was hit by a large rock. We also managed to find the rock, which was the murder weapon. So he could have fallen over and his head hit a rock? Elsa-May asked. No, there was too much force. And he wasn't hit once. They hit him twice. Ettie cringed at hearing the news. Do you know if he had any enemies? Kelly asked. Elsa-May shook her head. None that we know of. Please ask around for me. Do your very best. Ettie nodded.
We will.
Officer, could you please drive these two ladies home? Sure thing, sir. This way, ladies. The officer walked out the back door, then headed toward his car. Ettie and Elsa-May followed him down the path. "You know, I didn't hear a car," Detective Kelly called out. Ettie and Elsa-May jumped in the back seat and waved at him. The detective shook his head and walked back inside. The box with the cat and the kittens was in between Ettie and Elsa-May. Ettie opened up the top flap to see the kittens. The mother cat looked up at her, still purring. "I don't know where we're going to keep these cats, Ettie, do you?"
They're cats. They go where they want.
"Our house is so small already. Now we have all these cats to look after when I didn't even want even one," Elsa-May pouted.
Come on, Elsa-May. Stop being so grouchy. Look how cute they are.
Ettie was looking at them, smiling. Elsa-May leaned over and looked inside the box. "Ugh! Can't you smell that?"
Smell what?
"That same odor from his house." Ettie dug her sister in the ribs, worried that the officer driving the car would overhear them. "I mean, the same odor that I imagine would have been in Ezekiel's house. That's what our house is going to smell like now." Elsa-May crossed her arms again.
Well, it won't bother me. I can't smell it anyway.
Ettie put her hand inside the box to pat the kittens. Chapter 6. The next day, Ettie and Elsa-May sat at the kitchen table eating breakfast. Ettie had prepared her much-loved cheesy breakfast casserole with shredded hash brown, large curd cottage cheese, Swiss cheese, and bacon. Hopefully that would put Elsa-May in a good mood for a day filled with a house full of kittens. Overnight, the mother had taken the kittens out of the box in the kitchen where they'd placed her and moved them one by one to Elsa-May's closet. Elsa-May didn't mind, but thought it funny that the mother cat chose her closet rather than Ettie's. From their small kitchen, Ettie looked out the window at the gray, rainy day. The fire she had started that morning burned brightly in the hearth and warmed the house quickly. After they finished their meal, they sat at the table enjoying cups of steaming tea as they discussed the events of the previous day. "That was close yesterday. It was a good plan to knock on the front door. I think I might have been right about Detective Kelly searching the barn next." Elsa-May blew on her tea.
Yes, he would have. We didn't find any evidence in the house, and we were there before him. Nothing but the cats.
"I know." Elsa-May put down her teacup.
I wonder if the police found out anything about the killer.
"We should go talk to him again today and find out."
Sounds good to me, Ettie said as soon as she swallowed her mouthful.
After they finished their hot tea, they checked the kittens, but they weren't in the bedroom. They searched the house and found them behind the couch, chasing one another. Snowy was excited all the time, having the kittens there. When Ettie pulled the couch out, he barked and ran after them, playfully. Then he stopped, exhausted, and a kitten jumped on him. Ettie and Elsa-May looked on, laughing. "Well, come on, Ettie, we're not getting anything done if we're watching the kittens all day. You put out some food for them, and I'll make up another litter tray." While Ettie fed them, Elsa-May ventured out into the rain to empty the makeshift litter tray from the night before. Once she cleaned it out and replaced the dirt, she returned it to the bathroom, washed up, and then they were ready to go. On the way to see Detective Kelly, they were delighted to see that the rain had stopped, at least for a while. The gray sky told them that it would most likely rain again. They had the taxi make a detour to Ezekiel's house so they could feed the cats. The front door was locked, but they found a window was open around the back of the house. They rattled the cans, and the cats came running, some from within the house and two from outside. Later, when they were sitting in front of Detective Kelly, Eddie was concerned that he looked dreadful. His suit coat was slung over the back of his chair, and his blue checkered shirt was a stark difference from the pale pastel shirts he normally wore. "You're looking casual today, Detective Kelly." He ran a hand over his thinning hair. "I was up late completing paperwork. Didn't get to bed till after 1. Anyway, I'm sure you're here to learn what I've found out, not to judge my appearance." Elsa-May said, "How did you know we're not here to tell you something?" He smiled. "You would have told me straight away." He leaned back in his chair. "The bishop came to Ezekiel's house when he heard about all the police cars there. He showed up just after you left. He gave me the name of the next of kin, and he let me know where I could find him." "Will he take the cats?" Elsa-May asked. Detective Kelly frowned at her. Elsa-May sat tall. "We could have told you about Jonah, his nephew." "Well, you told me he had a nephew, but you didn't tell me his name. I was too worried that Eddie might faint to question you further than that. And to answer your other question, there were more important things to talk about than the cats. We were just there feeding them. We can't do that every day. We're running out of tuna. Try cat food. Anyway, how did you get into his house? Or were the cats outside?" Kelly asked. "There was a window open. We didn't go in. The cats came out to us when they knew there was food. And we intend to question lots of people and find out things, don't we, Elsa-May?" "Yes, we do. At our age and without any means of transport, it makes it hard. Don't worry about the cats. We'll call the Humane Society and they'll take them," Kelly suggested. "No!" Eddie yelled out. "Please yourself." He shrugged his shoulders. Eddie cleared her throat. "We'll manage until we find homes for the cats. So, what did you find out, Detective?" Chapter 7. "We're processing everything we found at the house. It's much easier for us when you deal with normal—" The detective coughed. "I mean people who aren't Amish." "Oh, really? And why is that?" Elsa-May asked. "We have cell phones we can go through and computers. They leave a trail of their life behind them. So far, we know of no reason Ezekiel was killed. He was a man who kept to himself and lived on what appears to be a large farm. We found a letter of someone offering to buy his land, but your bishop tells me that nearly everyone he knows has had offers to buy their farms. I see nothing that stands out at all. No one that we've spoken to said he had any enemies." "Ah, that's a shame." Ettie shook her head. "Have you two found nothing?" he asked. "Nothing yet. That's why we're here," Ettie said. "Did you find anything in his house at all besides the letter to buy his farm?" Elsa-May asked. "Nothing. The coroner said he was killed with a rock. We found the rock close to his body." "You said that already," Elsa-May told him. "Someone wanted him dead, that's for sure." The detective sat further back in his chair and crossed his arms. "As soon as we know why, that will lead us to who," Elsa-May said. "But if we know who, that might lead us to why," Ettie added. The detective raised his eyebrows. "Well, if you find out either of those things, be sure to let me know. For now, I've got another mountain of paperwork to get through." "He wants us to go, Ettie." "I know that." Ettie stood up. "Thanks for stopping by. I'll let you know when I find out more. I'd like you both to step up what you're doing. The sooner we find the killer, the better. You seem more concerned about the cats than you are with asking people questions." "No, that's not right. I feel responsible because he wouldn't even have been near the ravine if it weren't for me."
"The ravine didn't kill him, a person did that job," Kelly said. "We will do everything we can," Elsa-May assured him before she turned to Ettie. "It's not your fault." Ettie sniffed to hold back a tear that was threatening to escape.
"Do you really believe that?"
Detective Kelly interrupted. "I've got a ton of work in front of me." Elsa-May pushed herself to her feet. "We're going. We're busy too. Come along, Ettie. I'll walk you out. If I learn anything else important, I will let you know." The detective walked them out of his office, down the hallway, and through the waiting room. Then he said goodbye to them at the front door. As they were walking down the steps outside the front of the police station, Elsa-May felt tired all of a sudden. "I need energy."
"Sounds like you need a coffee and a cake from that delicious shop up the road."
Ettie's mouth watered just thinking about the cakes. "A shop can't be delicious. You don't eat a shop. If you ate a shop, then you could say what it tasted like."
Ettie giggled. "You know what I mean. The cakes are delicious."
Elsa-May's blue eyes twinkled. "I could be talked into going there. Yeah, let's do it." Ettie linked arms with Elsa-May as they made their way to the cafe.
"Why did you have to say the why and the who in front of the detective?"
Ettie asked. "I had to say something. You weren't saying anything." Ettie sighed.
"I had to carry it on so you wouldn't look silly."
"You can be offensive sometimes. Just for that, the cake and coffee can be your treat." Ettie rolled her eyes.
"What's new?"
They opened the door to the cake shop, walked inside, and studied the array of delicious treats behind the glass counter. Elsa-May gave the server their orders, a slab of chocolate cake for herself, and a lemon pie for Ettie, and a coffee for each of them. Then they walked over to their usual table near the large floor-to-ceiling window. "Can you believe he was murdered so brutally?" Elsa-May placed a napkin over her knees.
"No, it's horrible. Who could do such a thing?"
"Who indeed? That is the question. We have no leads. It could have been a random attack by a stranger." Ettie stared at her.
"Come on, Elsa-May. When are brutal murders like these ever random? Why would a stranger kill him?"
"Okay, I will give you that one, Ettie."
"No one's ever been killed around our place."
"Well, that's not quite true. We had a murder in the house next door," Elsa-May said.
"Oh, that's right."
Ettie bit her lip, recalling the horrible event. "And one Christmas there was a murder in front of our house." Ettie covered her mouth.
"There was that one, too."
And then Ettie raised her hand.
"Okay, I take back what I said."
The server came over with their coffee and treats. "Who knows Ezekiel best?" Elsa-May picked up her coffee and took a sip.
"Well, probably his mother was the person who knew him best. But since she's dead, that's not much help."
"That's right, such a shame. She was a lovely lady." Elsa-May held her tongue between her teeth while she cut her chocolate cake exactly into 2 pieces. Ettie didn't bother asking why she was doing it.
"He didn't have any children or a wife, but I wonder if he had a lady friend."
Elsa-May raised her eyebrows. "Good thinking. If that's right, it would have to have been a woman who'd never been to his house. Otherwise, she would have cleaned it." A giggle escaped Ettie's lips.
"I think you're right."
Suddenly, there was a knock on the window right next to them. Both Elsa-May and Ettie jumped. Then they turned to see the community's biggest gossip, Maggie Overberg, standing there smiling at them. They would often get stuck in conversations with her for hours. "Brace yourself, she's coming in," Elsa-May whispered.
In less than 3 seconds, Maggie was sitting beside Ettie, eyeing Elsa-May's chocolate cake.
"Shall we order you something, Maggie?"
Ettie asked. "No, I'm fine." Her mousy brown hair was in her face and her bonnet was crooked. "I am so pleased to see you two here. It saved me a drive to your house." "You were coming to see us?" Elsa-May asked. "There's been a horrible tragedy. Ezekiel has been murdered." She put her hands on her head and inhaled deeply. "We are aware," Elsa-May said as Ettie gently patted Maggie's back. "You already knew before me?" She looked up at Elsa-May. "Yes, he'd come to our place to give us a kitten just moments before he died." Elsa-May sipped her coffee. "Would you know anyone who would want to harm him?"
"No, who would do such a thing?"
"That's the question we need answered." Elsa-May lowered her coffee cup and placed it carefully on the saucer.
"Did he have an enemy, Maggie?"
Ettie asked. "Shh, Ettie, one question at a time. Don't overwhelm poor Maggie."
"Thank you."
Maggie wiped her tears from her cheeks. "I feel so bad, like maybe I should have said something to someone about what I saw." Ettie and Elsa-May stared at each other.
"What did you see?"
Ettie asked eagerly. Maggie sniffed and then hesitated before answering. "I was driving to town, and I saw him out in front of an Englisher's house. The man was yelling and shouting at him. Ezekiel stood there looking scared. It breaks my heart to think about it now." A tear trickled down her wrinkled cheek. Ettie handed her a clean handkerchief. "What did the man look like?" Elsa-May asked. Maggie wiped her eyes. "He was a large man dressed in a dark business suit."
"What was he saying?"
Ettie asked. "I don't know. I couldn't make out words from the street. All I could hear was the man yelling at him. I should have stopped to see if Ezekiel was okay, but I was too scared." Maggie blew her nose. "It's okay, Maggie. You've done well giving us this important information. Do you remember the address of this place?" Elsa-May asked.
"Yes, it's close to town, the big blue house."
"The one on Smitherson Street. It's pale blue and 2 stories high. You can't miss it. It's right on the corner."
"I know the house,"
Ettie said to Elsa-May.
"It's blue with white shutters. Yes, we drive by that house, too."
"Do you think it was that man who killed him? I couldn't live with myself if it was, and I did nothing when I saw—" "We can't say for certain until we speak to him. Until then, he is a suspect." Elsa-May felt sorry for Maggie. She was clearly distraught from what had happened. "We have to find out why he was yelling at Ezekiel." Elsa-May was uncomfortable when she noticed Maggie staring at her chocolate cake. "Would you like some?" Elsa-May moved the plate forward. "Thank you. I am hungry." She sniffed and offered the handkerchief back to Ettie.
You can keep it."
Chapter 8. After Maggie left, they sat there discussing what had just happened.
"The man in the blue house could be the killer, Elsa-May."
"I'm aware of that, Ettie." Elsa-May took a sip of coffee. "Should we tell the detective?" Ettie thought about it for a moment.
"If we tell him, the man in the blue house will be questioned. But will the detective tell us what he said?"
"It's half of one and 6 dozen of the other." Ettie shook her head, laughing too hard to talk for a minute or two.
"Did you hear what you just said? It's supposed to go, it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other."
Elsa-May started laughing too, but quickly sobered when she remembered Ezekiel's body in the ravine.
"We've been doing this for long enough. I think we can handle questioning the Englisher,"
Ettie said. "What if he's the killer? He's not going to tell us he was yelling at Ezekiel."
He might, and just because he was yelling at him over some disagreement doesn't make him a killer. We will just go in the daytime. His house is easily seen from the street, so we should come across no danger if we question him at his doorstep. That way we'll be in sight of passing traffic.
I don't know, Ettie. It still sounds pretty dangerous.
I doubt he's going to do anything to two elderly women in broad daylight.
Elsa-May rolled her eyes at her. Let's pray you're right, Ettie.
I'm always right.
Elsa-May narrowed her eyes at her. No, you're not.
Ettie smiled. More often than not.
You know we're in this mess because you had the bright idea that I needed a cat. I'd told you a dozen times I wasn't interested. It's about time you listen. If you'd listened, we would probably be home right now and I could get on with my knitting. Elsa-May then saw how upset Ettie looked. Elsa-May realized Ettie was blaming herself for Ezekiel's death. But it doesn't matter. He still would have died. Someone was obviously out to get him, and it had nothing to do with him bringing us the cat. Ettie remained silent with her lips pressed tight and gave a small nod. Several minutes later, the sisters were on their way to speak to the Englisher from the blue house that Maggie had told them about. Ettie couldn't help but feel a little anxious about not telling the detective where they were going. She looked over at Elsa-May, who was staring out the car window, seemingly unbothered even though she'd been worried earlier.
I can't believe the man responsible for Ezekiel's death could be the man that lives in that blue house we pass nearly every day that we go to town.
Ettie spoke in a loud voice. Shh, Ettie. Elsa-May pointed to the taxi driver, then shook her head. Ettie should know better than to speak about a murder, especially to talk about suspects before they were found guilty. It might not be him. We know nothing for sure yet. Elsa-May looked back out the window.
Well, we know he was yelling at him about something. Did you see how upset Maggie was about it?
I've been giving it some thought. You know what Maggie's like. She exaggerates everything so her stories are better. In fact, her stories get better each time she tells them, Elsa-May said.
I suppose that's true.
When they arrived at the house, they asked the driver to wait for them. Then they stood at the gate, looking up at the blue house. It's quite substantial. It's the kind of house I would have loved when I was younger, when the children were growing up, Elsa-May said.
There would have been plenty of room for them, that's for sure. I'm not sure I like the blue for the outside of a house, though.
It's pale blue, so it's not so bad. Come along, Ettie. The meter of the taxi is still ticking.
Oh, yes.
They opened the gate and walked up the pathway. Either side of the path was an immaculately kept lawn.
This Englisher must be very wealthy,
Ettie said.
You knock.
Ettie pushed Elsa-May toward the door. Elsa-May turned around and gave a quick sigh before knocking on the door. They waited a few moments, but there was no answer.
What's taking him so long?
Ettie asked. Shh! Stop speaking so loud. You're hurting my ears. He might not be home. Elsa-May knocked on the door harder this time. They waited a few more moments before the door opened. The man was dressed in a dark gray suit with a periwinkle blue shirt underneath the jacket. He appeared to be in his 60s. Yes, he eyed them suspiciously, looking them up and down. Hello, did you know Ezekiel Lister? Elsa-May asked. Lister? He paused for a moment. Well, yes, I know him. I heard what happened to him on the news. What do you want?
We heard you were arguing with him. Ettie lowered her voice so she wouldn't be accused of yelling again.
He tilted his head to one side. Pardon me?
Ettie repeated what she had said in the same tone.
She didn't want to be told off by her sister in front of a stranger. And if he was the killer, he might have a bad temper if she spoke too loud because he could think she was yelling at him. "He can't hear you, Ettie," Elsa-May told her. "Who are you and why are you here?" His voice was slightly raised now.
"Oh, sorry, I'm Ettie Smith and this is Elsa-May Lutz. We were friends of Ezekiel. We're trying to find out some information about him."
"And we'd just like to ask you some questions, if we might," Elsa-May added.
"How did you come to know Ezekiel?"
Ettie asked. "Not that it's any of your business, but I don't know him at all. I only met him because he built the deck out back of my house." "Is that all?" Elsa-May asked. "And a small house for the children to play in. He did good work, so I asked him to do some alterations inside the house." The Englisher hesitated for a moment. "Go on," Elsa-May nodded, urging him to continue. Suddenly he threw his hands in the air and shouted. "He made a mess. He didn't know what he was doing, and it ended up costing me thousands of dollars to get someone else to come in and fix what he'd started out doing." "I see." Ettie was right. He had a temper. They listened for a few more moments as the man continued to rave about how unhappy he was with Ezekiel's work. "Okay, well, thank you for your time and for answering our questions." Elsa-May had heard enough.
"Yes, thank you kindly,"
Ettie added. They turned around and started walking back toward the taxi. "Oh," Elsa-May turned around to face the man. "Do you want a free kitten?" The Englisher scowled at her, then shut the door on them. "I guess that's a no," Elsa-May said sadly. "And why would you talk so quietly, Ettie? He couldn't hear a word you were saying. You've really got to get your volume right."
"Sorry, Elsa-May."
Elsa-May shook her head at her, and then they walked down the driveway back toward the taxi.
"I can adjust my volume, but what about you?"
"What about me?" Elsa-May asked.
"Why would you offer a killer a cat?"
Elsa-May shrugged her shoulders. "We don't know for sure he was a killer."
"It's bad to even offer a possible killer a cat."
"Oh, Ettie, he wouldn't kill his own cat. Anyway, we don't know that he's the killer, as I just said. He really needs to be taught some manners, though. He didn't even say goodbye."
"He could be a suspect, but not a good one. I'll make a mental note that he's a bad suspect."
"Well, he lost his temper. What Maggie had seen must have been true. But it doesn't seem like he would kill him so brutally over poor workmanship."
"Yes, and he was willing to speak with us openly. More willing than our own postman."
Elsa-May grunted. "Don't even talk about that man. Where will we go now?" Chapter 9.
Ettie tapped her chin. "I just don't know. Even Maggie didn't know much about Ezekiel. The detective has no other information either. The day he was killed, maybe someone followed him to our place and then, as he was walking back home, they hit him over the head."
"I think that's obvious. And since he was killed, he must have had an enemy. Someone must know something. Shall we ask Bishop Paul if he knows anything?"
"I think we should. He would know things, and he might not have mentioned it to the detective if he knew something."
They got back into the taxi and gave the bishop's address. When they arrived, they paid the driver, got out of the taxi, and started walking up the driveway. Mary, the bishop's wife, was on the porch. A wide-brimmed straw hat was secured over her prayer cup as she watered the potted roses around the front porch. She looked up and saw them as they came closer. "Hello, Ettie, and hello, Elsa-May. What a lovely pleasure." Mary smiled sweetly at them as they walked up to the porch. Ettie admired the work she'd done in the garden. It was winter, so the flowers weren't in bloom, but even so, Mary's garden was always well kept. Only the potted roses still retained some blooms. "Hello, Mary. We were wondering if we might have a quick word with your husband," Elsa-May said. "Of course. Please come inside. Would you like something to eat?" "No, we're fine," Ettie said. They walked through the house and followed Mary into the kitchen. The bishop's house was plain and tidy. The kitchen was a decent size, with a small, square, white table in the center, big enough to fit only 4 people. The bishop sat at the table reading his paper and sipping a cup of coffee. He looked up as they entered the room. "Good morning. What brings you two here?" He put down his paper and looked at both of them. As they sat at the table, Mary put down a plate of freshly baked cookies in front of them. "No, thank you," Elsa-May said. "Please." Mary put out her hand and gestured toward the cookies. "Thank you, but we're not hungry." Ettie smiled at her politely, then looked back at the bishop. "I'll leave them there in case you get hungry soon," Mary said. Ettie turned back to the bishop. "Thank you for seeing us. We just wanted to ask you a few questions about Ezekiel Lister." Before the bishop could speak, Mary returned to the gas-powered fridge and grabbed another plate. This time she placed a tray of fresh sandwiches in front of them. "It's lunchtime. You two must be hungry. Nibble on these, and I'll put the kettle on." Ettie leaned in close to Elsa-May and attempted to whisper to her. "Why is she trying to force us to eat? We told her we're not hungry." Mary turned around and looked over her shoulder. "Fruit, then, if you're not hungry?" Ettie knew then that she'd spoken too loud again. Elsa-May must have been right about her volume. Elsa-May let out an awkward laugh. "Eddie's just joking. Thank you, Mary. Looks delicious." She picked up a sandwich and took a bite. Mary turned back around and Elsa-May elbowed Ettie. "Inside voice, Ettie, inside voice. A whisper must be even quieter than that." "You wanted to see me about Ezekiel?" the bishop interrupted. "Oh, yes, sorry. We were coming to find out if you knew anything about what might have happened to him. So do you?" Elsa-May asked.
"Ezekiel," Ettie added. "She's talking about Ezekiel."
Bishop Paul's eyebrows drew together. "The detective told us he was murdered."
"Yes, we know that part. Did Ezekiel mention anyone that might have been upset with him?"
Ettie was thinking about the man from the blue house. "He said nothing to me, but someone tried to run over him in town a week ago when he was crossing the road. I witnessed it myself when I was in the post office. The car swerved across the road to get him. Ezekiel had to run out of the way to avoid it. Then he ended up leaping to the sidewalk. He ended up on his belly. I ran out to see if he was all right." "You think it was deliberate?" Elsa-May asked. "It looked that way to me." Mary walked over and placed 2 cups on the table. She poured tea into them, then placed them in front of Ettie and Elsa-May as she listened. "I remember now that you both prefer coffee rather than tea."
"We have no preference,"
Ettie said, earning another dig in the ribs from Elsa-May. "Thank you, dear. Coffee would be lovely," Elsa-May said. Ettie was embarrassed by Elsa-May. There was nothing wrong with what she'd said, unless Elsa-May really didn't want hot tea. Mary gave an awkward smile while pouring the hot water over the instant coffee granules.
"Did you see the driver, or what kind of car it was?"
Ettie put the cookie she was eating down on the plate. "No, I was too concerned for Ezekiel's well-being. I know it was a pickup truck. I think from memory it might have been gray. He told me something while I was helping him up from the sidewalk." "What did he say?" Elsa-May took a sip of her coffee, not realizing she was slurping it loudly until Ettie nudged her. He told me he was holding on to more than one secret that he could tell no one."
Ettie swallowed her mouthful. "Oh my, that sounds serious."
"Did he tell you what they were?" Elsa-May asked.
"Elsa-May, he just said that Ezekiel could tell no one. Why would he then turn around and tell him one of the secrets he could tell no one?"
Ettie turned to the bishop.
"Did he tell you?"
"No, but I told him he should tell someone if the secrets were in any way dangerous. He said he would. I don't know who he told. I got the idea that the man who'd tried to run over him had something to do with his secrets."
"I see. Well, thank you. This information helps a lot. Did you tell Detective Kelly about the pickup nearly running him down?"
He shook his head. "I didn't think of it until now. I didn't see it as having anything to do with him falling down the ravine. We were told he was murdered. He didn't die from the fall," Elsa-May said. Mary gasped.
"Really? That's what they've told us."
Ettie took a mouthful of coffee. The bishop said to his wife, "I told you that." "I thought you said they thought he might have had an accident." "No." The bishop shook his head. "I have a question to ask you." Elsa-May looked directly at the bishop. Then she looked at Mary. "And you, too." Mary hustled to the table and sat down, seeming to be delighted they included her in something.
"What is it?"
"Would you like a kitten? I have some adorable kittens to give away for nothing. No money, they're free."
"They're so cute,"
Ettie added, trying to be helpful. Mary shook her head. "Our old cat doesn't like kittens. He's too cranky. Thanks anyway." After Ettie and Elsa-May each drank a cup of instant coffee, ate a sandwich and a piece of fruit, they headed out the door. The bishop had been kind enough to call them a taxi from the phone he had in the barn. On the way home, Ettie asked Elsa-May,
"Do you think it could have been the Englisher from the blue house that tried to run him down?"
Possibly. I didn't see a pickup truck at the Englisher's house, though, did you, Ettie?"
"No, but he did have an enormous garage to the left of the house. He might have parked his truck there."
"That's true. We will have to find out who else owns a pickup truck around town." Ettie scoffed.
"How about every second person?"
"Well, it's a place to start."
"Yeah, just not a good place."
Chapter 10. A taxi brought Ettie and Elsa-May home. They started walking up to the front door when Elsa-May suddenly stopped. She froze to the spot and put her hand out for Ettie to stop as well. She then pointed to the front door. "Did you remember to lock the house, Ettie?" Ettie looked up to see the door was slightly ajar.
"Of course I did. I've locked the door ever since the house at the end of our street got broken into."
That's strange." Elsa-May slowly pushed the door open.
"Strange indeed,"
Ettie said, now peering over her sister's shoulder.
"Where are the cats? And where is Snowy?" she whispered.
Elsa-May was worried. She thought Snowy would be chasing the kittens around the house. Alarmed, she quickly entered.
"Let me know if it's safe to come in,"
Ettie yelled from the doorway. Elsa-May moved further into the house and was surprised to see Maggie Overberg sitting on the floor in front of the fireplace. She had taken it upon herself to light the fire. Snowy was curled up in front of the fire, watching Maggie playing with the kittens. When Snowy saw Elsa-May, he jumped up and ran over to her. Elsa-May gasped. "Maggie, you nearly gave us a heart attack."
"Maggie?"
Ettie walked into the house and closed the door behind her. Maggie picked up the kitten that was on her lap and stood up. "Oh, I'm so sorry. You're probably wondering why I'm here. I forgot to tell you something at the coffee shop, and when I came to the front door, I heard strange noises." "How did you get in?" Elsa-May asked. I thought Snowy was yowling in pain, so I knew I had to see what was wrong. See if I could help the poor little creature. That was when I looked for a spare key. I didn't have to look for long because there was a key under the front mat. Snowy was okay, and then I saw all these kittens. They were the ones making the dreadful noise. Elsa-May turned around and stared at Ettie. You left a key under the mat? That's not safe.
Well, you'd be thanking me if we'd forgotten our key or lost it.
Maggie sat down again.
Why do you have Ezekiel's kittens?
Maggie leaned over and gathered up all the kittens to put in her apron that she'd spread over herself.
What did you forget to tell us about Ezekiel?
Ettie asked, moving closer. Maggie removed the kittens, stood up, and then walked over and sat down. Elsa-May couldn't believe that Maggie had just sat in her special chair. No one ever sat there except her. She looked at Ettie, and she too was just as shocked. Maggie had to have known it was her chair because she had her knitting bag right beside it. Maggie kept talking. Ezekiel had become extremely worried and started locking his door. I thought that was odd, but then I came here and you lock your door too. Maggie stared at both of them. Yes, so people can't walk in when they feel like it. Elsa-May raised her eyebrows at Maggie and got a jab in the ribs from Ettie. Maggie hadn't even noticed Elsa-May's remark and kept talking. He never bothered locking his doors before. I think he was worried, and I think he might have been threatened by someone.
The man in the blue house?
Ettie asked. Not him, I don't think so. Ettie sat down on the couch.
Then who?
And why? Elsa-May added. Ettie frowned at Elsa-May for carrying on the who and the why thing again. I'll think about it. I'm sure he told me, but I can't recall at this very moment. Elsa-May placed her hands on her hips. Concentrate, it's important. Oh, that's right. I remember now. Chapter 11. Maggie continued. I found Rita in tears one day recently. I'd gone to visit Vera, her mother, but Vera was finishing the washing outside. It was a Monday, their washing day. While Rita and I waited for Vera to finish, Rita confided in me that she and Ezekiel had been courting in secret for many years. Oh my, that is interesting. Elsa-May was intrigued and nodded for her to continue. We were talking about that just recently and wondering if Ezekiel had a special someone.
Go on, Maggie,
Ettie said. Maggie took a deep breath. Ezekiel had even spoken to Rita about marriage. Then, on her 30th birthday, when she thought he was finally going to propose, he told her he wanted to remain a bachelor. Suddenly, a kitten pounced at Maggie's feet. Snowy came running, trying to catch it, but the kitten quickly ran away. Snowy leaped toward the kitten before he could stop himself. It was too late. His head bumped into Maggie's shin. Ouch! Maggie leaned down and rubbed her leg as Snowy took off after the cat. Oh my, so sorry, dear. Elsa-May covered her mouth in shock. Ettie, go bring Maggie out some hot tea and cookies. Ettie pushed herself up and walked into the kitchen. She listened in on the conversation while she put the kettle on. Are you okay, dear? Elsa-May sat down beside Maggie. Yes, I'm fine. Maggie said she was fine, but she sounded slightly annoyed. It's those darned cats, I tell you. I didn't want to take them. It was all Ettie's silly idea. Well, to be fair, she was being helpful. Ezekiel would have wanted someone to take care of his livestock. Once Ettie sets her mind on something, that's it. She's as stubborn as an old mule. They are delightful, though, don't you think? Maggie asked. Mules or kittens? The kittens. Sometimes, Elsa-May had to agree. It's just not practical for us to look after livestock. We've got enough of a problem looking after ourselves. I wouldn't call kittens livestock. And you've got the dog. It'll be company for him. Ettie took cookies out of the jar and set them on a plate. After that, she organized all the items on a tray. Then she had to sit down in the kitchen as she felt lightheaded. Putting a hand to her head, she tried to drown out the voices from the next room. She'd wanted a cat in the family so badly that she never considered that there may be consequences. She felt bad that Ezekiel had died doing her a favor. She straightened herself up, then picked up the plate of cookies and added them to the tray. When the kettle boiled, she poured the water over the tea leaves, and then she set the pot on the tray with everything else. Ettie set a smile on her face before walking back into the living room. She placed the tea and cookies down on the coffee table. Elsa-May looked up at her. "Thank you, Ettie." Ettie sat back down with them. "You're welcome. Both of you. Help yourselves." "Do you think Rita is capable of killing someone?" Elsa-May asked Maggie. I wouldn't think so." She shook her head before she took a sip of the tea she'd just poured. "That was not something worth killing someone for," Ettie added. "Maybe she was cross about him stringing her along all these years. That would be hard to get over, especially at her age. 30 is not old, but women generally marry younger." Elsa-May looked at Snowy, who was now sleeping next to a kitten in front of the fireplace. Then she faced Maggie. "Forget what I said about Rita. I shouldn't have thought it, much less said it. Can you think of anyone who might have had a reason to kill Ezekiel?" Maggie shook her head. "He was a good man, although I'm sure Rita was upset with him for a while after that. Now I've told you all I knew about him." Ettie and Elsa-May knew this to be true. Maggie knew everybody's business and couldn't keep her mouth shut when it came to keeping secrets. She had at least helped them as far as she could. "I wonder what Jonah will do now." Maggie gazed up at the ceiling. "Jonah? Ezekiel's nephew?" Ettie asked. "Yes, he left the community as a teenager, went on his Rumspringa and never returned. Ezekiel told him he was going to stop sending him money. I don't know what he did with all the money, but according to Rita, he was bleeding Ezekiel dry. That's what Rita told me." Ettie and Elsa-May looked at each other. They both knew they had to talk with Rita about Ezekiel and about Jonah. Ettie nibbled on a cookie. "I thought he left because of the death of his older sisters." Maggie set her teacup down on the saucer. "He left before that. I'm sure of it." "Well, thank you for your time and for your help, Maggie." Elsa-May stood to her feet, gesturing for Maggie to leave now. Maggie looked at her nearly full cup of tea. "Oh, sure. It was my pleasure." Maggie stood, taking the hint. "Oh, one more thing," Elsa-May started. "You seem to enjoy the kittens. Would you like to take one?" "Sorry, no." Maggie looked down at the tray. "Thank you for the tea." "Maybe next time you could stay longer." Ettie walked her to the front door. "Wait, I think you were going to tell us about Ezekiel feeling threatened by someone. All you told us was about Rita." "That's right. There was more to tell you. Rita said he didn't seem himself for a few weeks before he ended their courtship. I thought he might have felt under threat from someone about something." "Thank you for stopping by, Maggie." Elsa-May waved at her as she left. Then Ettie saw Maggie's horse and buggy down the road, sheltered by a large tree. They hadn't noticed that when they'd gotten out of the taxi. "Bye, I'll see you soon." Ettie watched her leave. "Well, that wasn't very obvious that you wanted her to leave," Ettie said sarcastically as she closed the door. "What? She was sitting in my chair." Elsa-May walked over and sat down in her chair. "At least she kept it warm for me." She let out a sigh and put her feet up. "That's better. And don't forget how much she talks. She might have been here for hours." Ettie stood there staring at her sister.
Don't get too comfortable. We've got work to do.
What work?
We've got to speak to Rita and find out what she knows, of course. If someone had threatened him, then she might know.
Oh, not now, Ettie. It's afternoon. I'm too tired. Can't we do it tomorrow?
Fine, we'll do it first thing tomorrow morning.
Excellent.
Ettie sat back on the couch and relaxed. We can't let Rita know that we know about her secret relationship with Ezekiel, can we?
I don't see we have any other choice but to let her know that we know, Ettie. A man's dead.
I know, Ettie sighed.
Chapter 12. The next morning, they stopped at Ezekiel's house and fed his cats again. Then they pulled up outside Rita's house where she lived with her mother, Vera. Ettie felt the icy cold air upon her cheeks as she stepped out of the taxi. The house was small, and Ettie saw it needed some repairs. Surely Ezekiel would have fixed it for her if they had secretly been courting. Then again, Ezekiel's house wasn't in good repair. Ettie and Elsa-May had already decided in the taxi that it would be best to speak with Rita alone. They didn't want Vera to be upset if any secrets were revealed. They knocked on the door and waited patiently. Elsa-May turned to Ettie. Just speak in a normal voice, not too loud and not too soft. If you speak too loudly, people will get upset. If you talk too softly, they won't be able to hear you. Ettie didn't respond. Elsa-May always had to have something to pick on her about. This week it was the volume of her voice. Rita's mother opened the door while she was putting on her prayer cap. She had long gray hair and wore it in 2 braids fastened against her head. She seemed surprised to see them at her doorstep. "Hello," Vera smiled at them warmly. "Come inside out of the cold. We don't get many visitors." Vera glanced over her shoulder. "Rita, come out and see who it is." Rita walked out of the kitchen and greeted them. "Sorry to come here so early like this, but we wondered if we could have a moment of Rita's time," Ettie asked. "Oh, of course, come sit down in the living room." "Might we speak with Rita alone, Vera? Do you mind?" "Oh, of course you may. I'll keep myself busy in the kitchen." Ettie felt sorry for Rita. She was a pretty young woman with delightfully fair skin that went so well with her strawberry blonde hair. It would have been awful for Rita when Ezekiel told her their relationship was over. It would have ruined her 30th birthday, and the memory of it would probably ruin every birthday thereafter. Elsa-May looked around and saw 2 large vases of flowers. She was about to jokingly ask if Rita had a secret admirer when she realized that she shouldn't ask. "Nice flowers." "Oh, they're from Desmond. He delivers our groceries, and when he heard that a friend of ours died, he was very kind. Desmond owns a grocery store. He often brings us extras." "Very kind indeed," Ettie said, looking over at Elsa-May. "What's this all about?" Rita asked when she saw her 2 guests exchange knowing glances. Ettie looked at Elsa-May and nodded for her to talk first. So she did. "We've come to speak to you about Ezekiel." Rita started to cry. "I thought you might be here about him." She looked down at the rug and then looked up at them again. "I suppose you're here because you found out about Ezekiel and me." "Yes," Elsa-May said. "But we won't say who told us," Ettie added. "I know who told you. It's easy to guess. I don't know how Maggie Overberg finds out everything, but she does." Not everything, Ettie thought, or they'd know who killed Ezekiel. Besides, Maggie had told them that Rita was the very person who had told her she was in a relationship with Ezekiel. Ettie cleared her throat. "The reason we're here is that we need to ask if you know of anyone who wanted him dead." "Or if you know of anyone he might have felt threatened by," Elsa-May asked. Rita wiped away a tear.
I still can't believe he's gone. We could have made it work. We would have been happy. I don't know why he ended things so suddenly."
"Another woman, perhaps?" Elsa-May asked. Ettie dug her in the ribs. Rita shook her head.
"No, Ettie, he said he wanted to be a bachelor. He said I could do better, and then he said that being around him might not be good right now."
Ettie sat up straight.
"It sounds like he didn't necessarily intend to end things forever, but I suppose it is forever now since he's gone."
Elsa-May looked at Ettie and shook her head in disapproval of what she'd just said. "What do you know about Jonah, his nephew?" Elsa-May asked. Rita raised her eyebrows.
"Jonah? Ezekiel complained about Jonah all the time, but he never stopped sending him money. I kept telling Ezekiel he'd have to stop giving in, but he never listened. Then, finally, Ezekiel stopped sending the money, but things didn't improve. Jonah came to visit Ezekiel recently, and it didn't end well."
Elsa-May gasped. "Jonah visited? When?"
Rita nodded. "He left the community years ago, but he only lives 20 minutes away by car."
"Why did he need money all the time?" Elsa-May asked. "Doesn't he have a job?"
"He works for the rail company, but I'm not sure exactly what he does. Ezekiel said he had fallen into a dangerous crowd since leaving for Rumspringa several years ago. Apparently, he owed some bad people money. Ezekiel told me about the confrontation with Jonah recently. He demanded to know the truth about where all the money was going, and then Jonah made his confession. He had a gambling problem."
Elsa-May gasped. "That's not good."
"I know. Ezekiel was so upset. All of his hard-earned money was gone. Ezekiel said he might as well have thrown his money to the wind." Jonah left in a rage.
Ettie made a suggestion.
"I wonder if that's why Ezekiel ended things with you. Maybe he thought he had nothing to offer you since all his money had gone to Jonah. Men worry about things like that."
Before Rita responded, Elsa-May asked, "Did Ezekiel leave anything to Jonah in his will?"
Rita shook her head. "I know nothing about a will. He mentioned nothing to me. Maybe he didn't have one, I'm not sure."
Vera suddenly appeared in the room, putting a pot of tea down in front of them and a plate of sandwiches. "Everything okay here?"
"Yes, Mom, we're fine."
Vera looked at Rita's red face and watery eyes. "Have you been crying?"
"It's okay."
Rita lowered her head.
"What is this about?"
Vera looked at both Ettie and Elsa-May.
"I'll fill you in after, Mom. Just give us a moment, it's okay."
"I'll be in the kitchen if you need me."
Vera turned around and walked out of the room without saying another word. "Rita, were you there the last time Jonah came to visit Ezekiel?"
Ettie asked.
"I wasn't in the house, no. I didn't even see Jonah." "Okay, well, if you think of any other information that may help figure out who might have wanted to harm Ezekiel, please let us know."
"I know there was a man he did some work for who was furious with him." "Lives in a blue house, does he?" Elsa-May asked.
"Yes, how do you know?"
"Someone told us they saw the man yelling at him. Do you know what it was about?"
"Yes, I think so. Ezekiel said the man's son had done some work on the house, and Ezekiel had been called in to fix it. In the end, he couldn't repair it, so he ripped out the old drywall and started again. The man was furious. Ezekiel tried to explain he had to start over, but the man just wouldn't listen. He had him take it all down, and then he called someone else. He didn't pay Ezekiel one dime, and he was upset about that because he'd spent money on materials." "Anything else?" Ettie asked.
Rita shook her head.
"I always hoped we'd get back together eventually, even in a few years. Now that hope is gone." "You've got youth on your side," Ettie told her. "You could meet another man tomorrow." Or perhaps there's one you've overlooked?
Rita sighed. I don't know about that. Ettie and Elsa-May stood. We should go. Vera came back out of the kitchen. You're leaving already? Ettie knew Vera had been listening in to every word. She couldn't blame her. She would have done the very same thing if one of her daughters was involved. Elsa-May nodded. We have a lot more to do today.
And we have a taxi waiting.
Oh, and one more thing. Do you want a kitten? Elsa-May asked.
Do you have Ezekiel's kittens?
Rita asked. Oh, that's right. You would have already met the kittens.
Yes, I wondered where they went. I've been feeding his cats. I thought he must have given the kittens away. You have the mother cat, too? We do, Ettie said.
Elsa-May looked at Ettie and shook her head. We could have left them there, Ettie. And if we've been feeding the rest of them and Rita's been feeding them, no wonder they're looking so fat. Elsa-May looked back at Rita. So, that's a no about a kitten?
Sorry, they remind me too much of Ezekiel. I'm glad they're safe with you two, and we'll find homes for the others.
We're not keeping them, Elsa-May said.
No, Ettie agreed. We're not keeping all of them.
Rita and Vera walked them to the front door. If you're feeding the cats, we'll stop doing it, Elsa-May said, seeing we've got the mother and her kittens at home to feed. Rita agreed, and both Vera and Rita stood at the front door to wave them off. As they walked to the taxi, Ettie whispered,
Jonah could be another suspect.
Yes, we have to find out if he was left anything in the will. If he was, then maybe Jonah wanted to speed up his inheritance so he could gamble with it and toss more money to the wind, Elsa-May said.
Perhaps we should talk to Jonah before we judge him as guilty. And when I say we, I mean you.
I'm merely going by what Rita told me that Ezekiel said. Ettie, I think we should speak with Detective Kelly. We found out a lot more about Ezekiel. We'll have to tell him what we know. Maybe he has some information for us, too. Ettie shook her head.
I don't know.
It's up to you.
Once they were in the taxi, Ettie leaned over and whispered to her sister. One thing bothers me. Ezekiel told Rita it was no good being around him just now. Maybe he knew he was in danger.
Or he was trying to let her down gently. It's called being tactful. Something you could learn about. I can't believe what you said to Rita. Elsa-May turned her head away from her.
What?
Ettie asked. Elsa-May swung back to face her. You said it sounds like he didn't mean he'd leave you forever. Now it is forever because he's dead. Ettie's mouth fell open.
I would never say anything like that.
You said something that meant the same thing. I can't recall the exact words. You should think more before you open your mouth.
Ettie remembered she had said something similar. I didn't mean to upset her. I'll try to think first before I talk.
Don't try, Ettie. Do it.
Well, shall we go to see Detective Kelly?
Ettie asked. If you think we should, then we will.
I do. Now I think about it. I have a feeling he'll have something important to tell us.
Elsa-May scoffed. You and your feelings. Elsa-May told the driver their destination. Ettie said nothing, but couldn't help the smile that broke out on her face. Detective Kelly always had something to tell them, no matter how insignificant. Her sister would soon be proved wrong. Nothing would give Ettie more satisfaction. Chapter 13. Here to see Detective Kelly, I'm assuming? The officer at the front desk asked Ettie and Elsa-May. "Yes, thank you, dear," Elsa-May said. The officer picked up the phone and talked to Kelly. Then he looked up at them. "He'll see you now. I'll take you through." "Don't bother. I'm sure you have more important work to do. We know the way. Come along, Ettie." Before he could say anything else, Elsa-May was striding down the dark gray corridor to Kelly's office. Ettie caught up to her. The officer stood and called out, "Just a minute, ladies, I'll take you." "Unnecessary," Elsa-May called out over her shoulder.
"That's very kind of you, thank you," Ettie told him as she hurried to catch up with Elsa-May. When they reached Kelly's office, his door was closed. Fearing Elsa-May would barge in without knocking, Ettie had to caution her.
"You should knock." Elsa-May turned to her. "I was about to." She knocked, and they heard Kelly tell them to come in. When they opened the door, they saw him on the phone. They sat down and waited for him to finish his phone call. "All right, okay. No, I've got a meeting now. Yes. Thank you. Goodbye." He ended the call and looked at them. "Good afternoon, ladies. What have you got for me?" He leaned forward in his chair, placing his elbows on his desk. Elsa-May spoke before Ettie had a chance. "We found out someone tried to run Ezekiel over in town a few days ago."
"In a truck," Ettie added. "Ezekiel was on the sidewalk minding his own business, and the pickup swerved across the road to knock him down."
"Is that so?" The ladies nodded. "And who told you this?"
"We went to see the bishop, and he filled us in,"
Ettie added. "Who witnessed this?" Kelly asked.
"Bishop Paul."
The detective was quiet for a moment. "Did he get the plate number or a description of the vehicle?"
"He said it was a gray pickup truck, but he was too concerned for Ezekiel's well-being to see anything else."
Kelly rubbed his chin and leaned back in his chair. "Strange. I spoke to the bishop, and he didn't tell me any of this." "Oh, yes. The community can be very secretive."
"That's why you need us on your team," Ettie said, smiling at him.
He looked down his nose at her. "Funny way to put it."
"Actually, to tell the complete truth, the bishop only just remembered it. That's why he didn't tell you when you talked with him. And we have something else." Ettie looked at Elsa-May for her to tell him. "Oh, yes, our friend Maggie told us she saw a man yelling at Ezekiel. We talked to him, but we don't feel he's a good prospect. I mean, suspect." Elsa-May shook her head. "In fact, you should probably forget about him." Detective Kelly frowned at them. "Never go off by yourselves and talk to people you think might have killed someone. I didn't think I'd have to state the obvious. I'll need the contact details for this man, please." He picked up a pen. "If it's not too much trouble." "Of course."
Ettie gave him the address of the blue house.
"We also found out that Ezekiel had a secret lover, poor Rita. He broke up with her a few days before he was killed. It devastated her. Oh, did I mention he ended things on poor Rita's 30th birthday?"
"Ettie, don't call poor Rita his secret lover. It sounds like something untoward was going on. It was a completely innocent courtship." The detective raised his eyebrows. "You two have been busy." Ettie felt pleased with herself that they were making progress. Kelly made some notes and then looked up at them. "Are you saying this friend of yours might have killed him? A woman scorned? Jealousy is a common reason to kill someone. If I can't have you, no one else will." Ettie shook her head.
"We don't think that's right in this case. She wouldn't have done that. It's not in our beliefs to kill."
"Okay, well, you've found out a lot of information. I'm impressed. I'll just make a note about your friend, and I might have to talk to her. How do you spell poor Rita?" What? The friend you told me about, poor Rita.
Ettie put her hand over her mouth and laughed. It's just Rita. We're saying poor Rita because we feel sorry for her.
Kelly's lips turned down at the corners. I thought poor Rita was a foreign name. I'll need Rita's full name and address. Kelly held his head with one hand while he wrote the details they gave him. Well, that's not all yet, Elsa-May said. The detective raised his eyebrows again. Go on. We heard Ezekiel had been giving a lot of money to his nephew over the years. As far as we know, the nephew is the only relative Ezekiel had. When Ezekiel told him he couldn't send him any more money, he showed up at his doorstep. I believe they had words. Now that's interesting. We've contacted Jonah, his nephew. Kelly sat up in his chair. We found a will in Ezekiel's house. Everything was left to Jonah, as you'd expect. That news immediately disturbed Elsa-May. Why would he leave everything to the nephew he was unhappy with?
Sometimes we don't always get along with our family members, but they're still family,
Ettie told her sister. I'm way ahead of you, Mrs. Lutz, and I agree that something's not right. We found plenty of IOU notes in the victim's home from his nephew. We noticed that the handwriting on the will didn't match with the handwriting on the other items that were in Ezekiel's writing, and it looked pretty similar to the IOUs from his nephew. Ettie and Elsa-May looked at each other. His nephew faked the will? Elsa-May asked. I have a hunch that's exactly what happened. We're having the will analyzed by a handwriting specialist. We've already got a sample of the nephew's writing. He leaned back. I think we'll have this wrapped up pretty quickly. There was a knock on the door before an officer opened it and brought Detective Kelly a take-out coffee. He turned to Elsa-May and Ettie. Do either of you want coffee? No, thank you, Elsa-May said. The officer smiled at them before walking out. Suddenly, the detective's phone rang. One moment, please. He held a finger in the air, signaling for them to wait. Detective Kelly. That is good news. Okay, thank you. The detective ended the call and looked at them, smiling. Ezekiel Lister's body has been released.
Oh, Ettie said.
Before we leave, were you able to find out anything? Elsa-May asked. He shook his head. You ladies have done very well. But I think this case is close to being over. Thank you for all your help. As Ettie and Elsa-May left the station, Ettie couldn't shake a funny feeling. She felt uneasy in her gut. Well, that's that. Jonah did it to get the money and faked the will, Elsa-May said.
I'm not so sure, Elsa-May.
Oh, come on, Ettie. Even the detective said the case is pretty much solved.
Pretty much solved isn't solved, and I don't think it was him.
Elsa-May sighed.
We need to find out if he owned a pickup truck. If he doesn't, then I don't believe he is the killer.
Okay, Ettie, whatever you say.
The body is released now, so there will be a funeral soon. We can ask Jonah some questions, Ettie said. If he thinks he's inheriting Ezekiel's farm, he will be at the funeral.
Elsa-May gave a nod. Yes, that's if he isn't arrested first.
We shall see. Ettie climbed into the back seat of a waiting taxi, followed by Elsa-May.
So, Elsa-May said, you had a feeling he had something to tell us, but we were the ones doing the telling.
Ettie leaned over and whispered, He told us Ezekiel's body was released.
Elsa-May shook her head. I'm not sure that counts as information about the case."
And I'm sure it does.
Ettie turned her head and looked out the window. She could feel Elsa-May was thinking up what to say next. In the end, she said nothing at all. Chapter 14. At home that evening, Elsa-May and Ettie were deep in thought. Elsa-May was doing her usual twilight knitting, while Ettie had her feet up on the couch with the kitten curled in her lap.
Wait a minute, Elsa-May.
Elsa-May looked up from her knitting. "I'm waiting." Ettie twisted so she could see her sister more fully.
Hear me out before you tell me the idea is crazy.
Elsa-May scoffed and then gave a little chuckle. "Go on."
Rita and Ezekiel were in love. We know that. What if Desmond, the delivery man, was besotted by Rita and wanted him to herself?
Elsa-May burst out laughing. "You mean wanted her for himself, don't you, Ettie narrowed her eyes.
You know that's what I meant to say. So what do you think?
The delivery man? That's strange. Where did that come from? I feel sorry for the poor man." Elsa-May shrugged her shoulders. "You might be right and you might be wrong. What if Desmond is an elderly married man with a kind heart? That's my guess. The trouble with you is that you think everyone has an ulterior motive for doing good. Some people are kind and do kind things without thinking about what they're going to get out of it."
Follow my thoughts for a moment. Desmond was in love with her, and then he found out she was dating Ezekiel. He got very angry. Maybe he has an anger problem, and maybe he went to see Ezekiel, and they had an argument. Then,
"Oh, Ettie, will you listen to yourself? All you know is that a kind man gave Rita, some flowers and extra groceries. You've made the rest up from your imagination."
call it a hunch.
Elsa-May pressed her lips together and looked down at her knitting. "The only thing I like about you having a hunch is that hunch rhymes with lunch."
Will you stop thinking about food? We've only just eaten. There's only one way to find out if I'm right. She said Desmond owns a grocery store.
"It'll be a waste of time, Ettie. A complete and total waste of time."
Just trust me.
Elsa-May groaned. "I'll go along with you. If I don't, no one else will."
Exactly. Now we know he owns a grocery store, but which one? There are at least a dozen privately owned stores in the area.
Elsa-May looked over the top of her knitting glasses. "That's right. But how many owners would be called Desmond?"
Exactly. All we have to do is find a small grocery store that is owned by a Desmond. That shouldn't be too hard.
"It's a lot of work, and something tells me we'll be going through a lot of shoe leather." Ettie smiled.
Then we better get an early start.
"You mean get an early start tomorrow? Everything would be shut now."
Ettie nodded. Exactly. We'll start tomorrow.
Chapter 15. Ettie looked out the window of the taxi as they drove into town. Elsa-May sat next to her, tapping her foot loudly. Ettie bumped her with her elbow.
Would you stop tapping your foot like that?
Elsa-May stopped doing it. "We're going to have to cover a lot of grocery stores today, and I'm already tired."
Oh, don't be such a complainer, Elsa-May. I'm sure it won't take us long.
Elsa-May crossed her arms in front of her. They had nearly arrived in town when they saw a small grocery store on the side of the road. They told the taxi driver to pull over and wait for them. It was a small store with buckets full of flowers lining the outside of the shop. Above them they saw a sign written in fancy calligraphy which said, "Proprietor Adam Smart." Elsa-May dug Ettie in the ribs. That's not Desmond. Come on, let's go.
Ettie followed her back to the taxi. Then they had the taxi take them to the center of town and leave them there. When they arrived, they got out of the taxi and planned their next move.
Come on, Ettie, let's walk around until we see a store. We'll go this way, then we'll cross the road and walk back.
Ettie was upset that they had let the taxi go. It would have been much easier to be driven. This could take all day. They started walking the streets until they spotted another grocery store. They entered the store and walked up to the front counter. A young woman with curly red hair and crooked glasses greeted them as they approached. "Good day, can I help you with anything?" she asked from behind the cash register.
Yes, dear.
Elsa-May came closer to her. Ettie suddenly realized they didn't have any idea what they'd say to Desmond if they found him. Ettie hoped that Elsa-May would lead the conversation and maybe help her out.
We're looking for Desmond. Is he here at the moment? Elsa-May asked.
The girl straightened her glasses and shook her head. "Sorry, there's no one here by that name." "Oh, so there's no one named Desmond that works here?" Ettie asked. She shook her head again.
Nope, no Desmond. Sorry.
Ettie and Elsa-May looked at each other. They shrugged their shoulders, then turned to walk out the door.
Thank you for your time. Elsa-May and Ettie walked out of the store. That was a tremendous waste of time, Elsa-May grumbled.
"We knew we'd have to do this, and it wouldn't be easy."
Elsa-May placed her hands on her hips, looking up and down the street. Well, which way should we go?
I think we should go this way."
Ettie nodded to her right. If you say right, then I say left.
Ettie shrugged her shoulders. "As you say, we'll go left." Ettie and Elsa-May linked arms as they walked down the street. The town was busy at that time of the day. It was almost lunchtime, and people rushed past them as they went about their business for the day. Ettie shivered as the icy wind blew over them. They walked for about 10 minutes before they spotted another grocery shop on the other side of the road.
Look, Ettie, over there.
Elsa-May pointed across the street toward the grocer. "Good, Elsa-May, let's quickly cross the road now." They waited for a car to pass, then walked across the road. They peered through the glass window and saw a young woman. Elsa-May opened the front door and went to walk inside. Ettie grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Elsa-May let go of the door, slamming it loudly. The young woman inside looked up in surprise at the sudden sound.
Ettie, you're causing a scene. What's the matter?
"Do you realize we have no plan?" Ettie whispered. Elsa-May was frustrated.
And
what are we going to say if Desmond is here?"
Elsa-May thought about it for a moment. I don't know. I'll just say whatever comes into my head.
She opened the door again and walked into the store with Ettie following behind. A young woman was stacking shelves in one of the main aisles. Elsa-May approached her and tapped her on the shoulder.
Excuse me, dear, may we have a moment of your time?
The young woman stood up. "Of course, how can I help?" "We were wondering if Desmond was here." She shook her head. "Sorry, he's not in right now." "Oh, so this is his store?" Ettie asked. The young woman nodded. "Yes, it is." Elsa-May elbowed Ettie, then turned to smile at the girl.
"Is he a good boss?" she asked.
"Yes. Do you have a complaint?" "Oh, we're just wondering." Ettie smiled nervously.
"We're thinking of writing an article in our small newspaper about elderly people who own supermarkets."
The young woman laughed and covered her mouth to hide her shiny metal braces.
"I don't think he'd like to be called elderly, although he is old. He's 38.
Ettie looked at Elsa-May and shrugged her shoulders. "Never mind, dear. I think we made a mistake." Elsa-May grabbed Ettie by the arm as they hastened out of the grocery store. They walked a few stores up, then stopped to talk to each other.
"Ettie, I'm worried. What if your theory was right?" Ettie bit her fingernails. I know. I'm worried, too. What theory? The one about Desmond being besotted with Rita and killing Ezekiel because he saw him as competition. Oh, yes, I thought that's the theory you meant. Wait, we forgot to ask if he's married. You go ask, Ettie. Ettie pointed at herself. Me? Yes, I did it all up until now. Why should I do everything, Ettie took a deep breath. You wait here. We don't want both of us to bombard the worker again. I'll go and ask. Okay, and hurry back. It's freezing out here and I'm ready to go home. Ettie walked back into the grocery store, feeling like a fool. She walked up to the young woman again and tapped her on the shoulder. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We got the wrong information about Desmond before. Perhaps it's his wife who is the elderly one? The young woman smiled. Desmond isn't married. Thank you. Ettie nodded at her politely before turning and walking back outside. She walked up to Elsa-May and shook her head. Desmond isn't married. Elsa-May tapped her chin. Interesting. Do you think we should tell the detective? I'm not sure if it's a big enough lead or not. He might think we're silly thinking that Ezekiel was killed over love. That's true. Perhaps we should wait until we speak to Desmond ourselves, Elsa-May asked. Yeah, I think that's a much better idea. But how do we do that? Are we supposed to wait outside the store until a man who looks like he's 38 walks in? Elsa-May huffed. We don't have all day. Oh, I don't know. Go back into the store and ask the girl when he'll be in. I can't do that. That'll be the third time we would have been in and then out. We haven't even bought anything. Tell her you have a complaint. From what she said, she'll believe it. Ettie shook her head. It's your turn. Elsa-May grunted. I can't believe you. Elsa-May walked back into the store and approached the young woman again. Excuse me. She looked up at her and smiled. I don't mean to be a bother, but we do have a complaint. I didn't want to say it to one of Desmond's employees, since it's a private matter. Do you know when he'll be in? He should be in at any time in the next half hour. He's just finishing his deliveries. Oh, in that case, I'll wait outside, thank you. No problem. Oh, and another thing, we don't know what he looks like, so it would help if we knew what kind of vehicle he'll be driving. He does the deliveries in a gray pickup truck. It's got no writing on it. He had the store's name on it, but he got rid of that months ago. Thank you. Elsa-May hurried outside to join Ettie. When she got outside, she blurted out, It's him. What's him? She said he does deliveries in a gray pickup truck. I'm not waiting around. We have to tell Kelly about this. Ettie grabbed her arm as she was walking away. Just stay and talk with him. No, I'm not. I think he did it. You were right. It's too dangerous. He's already killed Ezekiel. Why would you want to put yourself in harm's way? I suppose you're right. We won't talk with him. They started walking away. What bothers me, though, is the sales assistant thought we had a complaint. Do they get lots of complaints? Ettie asked. It seems so. Just because he has a gray pickup truck and a crush on Rita doesn't make him a killer. Elsa-May stopped in her tracks. He had a motive, Ettie. And he was probably the one who tried to run him down in the street. The bishop saw it, Ettie. The bishop. I'll leave a message for the detective. He's so busy. Good idea. They stopped at the first public phone they came to and made a call to the police station to leave Kelly the message. Chapter 16. It was the morning of Ezekiel's funeral. The viewing was being held at Ezekiel's farmhouse, and Ettie and Elsa-May had arrived early. They'd come there with Elsa-May's grandson, Jeremiah, his wife Ava, their 2 boys, plus a box of kittens. Taking the kittens and leaving the mother cat at home had been Elsa-May's idea. She'd figured that with so many people at the funeral, she could find homes for them. It was an embarrassment to Ettie, like most of the things Elsa-May did. Before they got out of the buggy, Elsa-May got ready to give the children a sales pitch about the kittens. "Children," Elsa-May started, "do you like kittens?" Ettie rolled her eyes and then whispered to her, "You should ask Jeremiah and Ava first." Ava turned around to face them. "Did you say kittens, Elsa-May?" "Yes. Ettie brought them to the funeral. That's what's in the box." Ettie gasped at her sister. Ava looked at the box and frowned. "I thought it was food." "Why did you bring them to a funeral, Aunt Ettie?" Jeremiah asked. Before Ettie could respond, Elsa-May said, "Ettie wants to find homes for them." Ettie sat there open-mouthed. Elsa-May was the one who'd insisted on bringing the kittens. "The boys love cats. We've been talking about getting them one." Ava smiled. "I can't wait to see them." "Well, it just so happens that we're taking care of them, and they are in need of a loving home." Elsa-May smiled at the children's lit-up faces. "Oh, please, Mom, may we please have a kitten?" They looked over at their mother. "You'll have to ask your dad." Jeremiah was listening from the driver's seat. Okay, I guess one little kitten can't hurt." The boys cheered. "You can choose the one you want after the funeral. No more talk about it until then," Jeremiah warned, "or I'll change my mind." Elsa-May turned and smiled at Ettie, who frowned at her in return before she looked out the window. Then Elsa-May said to the children, "If too many people want them, I'll be sure to save one for you." Ettie smiled. That wouldn't be a problem, seeing Elsa-May had practically asked everyone in town and couldn't find one taker. As soon as they walked into the house, Elsa-May opened the box and allowed the kittens to run free. The kittens roamed around the house as more people arrived. Ettie was embarrassed at her sister. Kittens didn't belong at a funeral. They could trip someone up. They could become a hazard. Ettie looked out the window at the cold gray sky. At most funerals they attended, it was rainy, Ettie recalled. Ezekiel lay in his coffin at one end of the living room. Ettie took the opportunity to talk with him since no one was near him. "I'm very sorry if you being near my house and near that ravine had anything to do with your death. Thank you for the kitten." She looked over her shoulder at all the kittens. 3 of them were scared of all the people and managed to find hiding places under the furniture. The remaining 2 played together near the couch. She turned back to Ezekiel in the coffin. "Elsa-May says she doesn't want the kitty, but I'm trying to talk her into it. She's weakening. I can sense it. Anyway, I hope you can hear me from where you are. I guess at my age, I'll be seeing you shortly." Ettie grinned. "Perhaps not as soon as Elsa-May will see you." Ettie chuckled to herself. "Goodbye, my dear friend." Ettie stepped away from the coffin and past the beautiful arrangement of white roses that someone had made. She then nodded hello to a few people and then watched Elsa-May. Elsa-May was speaking to Martha and David, a newlywed couple. When Elsa-May pointed at one of the kittens, Ettie was sure she was trying to get them to take one. They both shook their heads. Then Elsa-May moved on to the next person. Rita sat on the couch across from the coffin, sobbing. By now, many people might have guessed that Rita and Ezekiel had been closer than anyone knew. Vera, her mother, had her arm around her, consoling her. Ettie wondered what Vera made of all of this. She would have thought her daughter was close to marriage, and then the man who was secretly dating her had been murdered shortly after breaking up with her. Ettie suddenly felt thirsty. She started making her way through the crowd toward the kitchen. Rumblings of conversations could be heard as she walked. It's so sad he was so young. Such a tragedy. To think they still haven't found the killer. When Ettie opened the kitchen door, she saw Ezekiel's neighbor, Tom, almost sobbing at the sink. Chapter 17. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Ettie went to turn around. "No, it's okay. Please come in." Tom turned around and wiped a tear from his eye. "I heard you and Elsa-May have been asking questions, helping the police. Have you found out anything yet?" "Ettie." Suddenly Elsa-May flung open the kitchen door. Ettie turned around to face her. The sudden loud interruption frustrated Ettie. "What?" "Martha and David have agreed to take 2 of the kittens," she said excitedly. 2? They said no at first, and then they realized they didn't want 1, they wanted 2. Can you believe it?" "Oh, great." Ettie was unimpressed. This was a funeral, not a cat-giving-away expedition. She made a face at Elsa-May. Which cats are they taking?" "The 2 silver tabbies." "Ah, well." Ettie was relieved that they didn't want her favorite ginger tabby. She added it up in her head. 5 kittens. Jeremiah's children were taking 1, and if Martha and David had decided on 2, then there were only 2 left. "Tom was just asking if they knew who killed him." "Oh," Elsa-May straightened up. "Is that right? Do you know anything, Tom?" "I never thought I'd be attending his funeral." He shook his head in disbelief. "It's always hard to accept when the youngest of us make their way home to God first." "Yes, it seems most odd, but in God we must trust," Elsa-May said. "I hate to do this here, but do you know of anyone that would want to harm Ezekiel? Or anyone he had any issues with?" Tom shook his head. "I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I hadn't spoken to him in a while. He was so busy all the time. We hadn't had the chance to talk in months. Sure, we'd wave and say hello and goodbye, and then there was small talk about the weather when we saw each other at the Sunday meetings. We used to be so much closer than that." "I see," Ettie said, thinking that his relationship with Rita would have caused Ezekiel to see less of his friends. "So, do the police suspect someone yet?" Tom asked. Ettie looked at Elsa-May and shook her head. "Nothing is certain yet. They might have a few suspects." "But we'll be the first to let you know once an arrest is made," Elsa-May said. "As soon as we know." "Thank you. I do not know who would have wanted him gone." Tom blew his nose, then walked out of the kitchen back into the living room. Ettie walked over to the sink and poured herself a glass of water, and then she gulped it. "Ah, that's better." She put the empty glass down on the kitchen sink. "Okay, Ettie, let's get back out there." Elsa-May turned around and walked out into the living room. Then they saw him. "Ettie, look over there. That's him. That's Ezekiel's nephew." Ettie saw the tall, slender man standing over the coffin. He had light hair cut short. His clothes were outlandish for a funeral, a black leather jacket with big silver studs, jeans, and white joggers. Ettie started walking toward him, but Elsa-May grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Now's not the time, Ettie." "You're right." When the viewing ended, everyone lined up outside Ezekiel's house. 4 men carried the coffin on their shoulders past the mourners. They watched as the men put the coffin into the specially made horse-drawn buggy. Elsa-May went inside and gathered up the remaining 3 kittens and put them back in the box. Then, in a row, all the horses and buggies followed the funeral buggy in a procession to the graveyard that they shared with the Mennonites. Once again, Ettie and Elsa-May traveled in Jeremiah's buggy, along with his wife and 2 children. The funeral was somber, and heaviness hung in the air. Ettie and Elsa-May stood at the front of the crowd beside Rita and her mother. Elsa-May spotted Jonah standing a few feet to the side of them. As they were lowering the coffin into the grave, Elsa-May slowly moved closer and closer to him until she was standing beside him. "I'm so sorry for your loss," she whispered. "Oh, thank you." He gave her a smile, then faced forward again. "I heard Ezekiel left everything to you in the will." She noticed him raise his eyebrows. He turned to face her. Hoping she hadn't said too much, she continued speaking to him. "Will you be living in the house now?" He shook his head. "No, I'll be selling." "Do you want to buy the 80 acres of farming land with a house on it?" "No, thank you." "Do you want a kitten or a fully grown cat?" He smiled. "I'll give it a pass. I was joking about the farm. I've already got a buyer lined up." Elsa-May couldn't wait to tell Ettie that information. Who was this buyer, and how had he found him so quickly? She was about to ask who the buyer was when she noticed Detective Kelly standing on the opposite side, far back in the distance, just looking on. When she looked back at Jonah, she saw he had spotted the detective too. Jonah started pulling on the neck of his white t-shirt, as if it were too tight around his neck. Elsa-May turned back and waved at the detective before noticing someone else standing on the other side in the distance. When she squinted, she saw it was the Englisher from the blue house. Elsa-May turned around to see that Ettie was also looking at him. Chapter 18. Now that the coffin was in the ground, one minister stepped forward to say a prayer. Then everyone moved away. The sisters said their goodbyes to everyone before they climbed back into Jeremiah's buggy. As they drove away, Ettie spotted a strange car driving past. Ettie couldn't see the driver, but she noticed it was a man and his head was facing toward Ezekiel's grave. He was way too interested. "Jeremiah, stop for a second," Ettie said. "Quick, has anyone got pen and paper?" "I do." Ava quickly passed her a pen and a notepad while Jeremiah pulled to the side of the road. Ettie wrote the plate number of the white Mercedes. "Good one, Ettie." Elsa-May patted her on the back after giving her rare words of praise. The young boys looked on and said nothing. "Do you think that person is suspicious?" Ava asked. "Not in front of the boys," Jeremiah cautioned. As arranged, they headed to the bishop's house for refreshments and fellowship, along with the rest of the attendees. Elsa-May was worried about the 3 kittens being closed in the box in the buggy. Jeremiah told her they wouldn't be staying long. They entered the bishop's house to see that most of the guests had already arrived. The fireplace was decorated with 2 vases of flowers. It was cold, so Ettie and Elsa-May warmed up by the fireplace. They spotted Bernadette and Abigail sitting down on the couch close by, so Ettie and Elsa-May sat down in the chairs across from them. Bernadette owned a small bakery on the edge of town, and Abigail, her younger sister, worked with her. Elsa-May knew Bernadette was close to Ezekiel and thought this was the perfect opportunity to ask them if they might have seen anything strange lately. "Such a sad day," Bernadette smiled at Ettie and Elsa-May. "I'll miss him. We had grown quite close." "Yes, it was so shocking what happened to him," Ettie said. "I wonder if we may ask you a few questions about Ezekiel?" "Of course," Bernadette replied. "Ask anything you want." "Did you know anyone who would want to harm him, or did you see anything strange lately around his house? I know you live close to him." Bernadette was quiet for a moment as she wiped a tear from her cheek. "Ezekiel and I had grown quite close over the past few years. He would come into the bakery nearly every day to enjoy my pies. We'd sit and drink coffee." Abigail held her hand to comfort her. Bernadette continued, "I thought there might be a chance for us, but it wasn't to be." Ettie guessed Bernadette didn't know about Rita. "We didn't know. We're sorry," Elsa-May said. "Was he acting differently in his last few days?" "The last building job he had upset him. He said it was going to take him 4 weeks, and 2 weeks later, he wasn't working there anymore." "Was that for the man in the blue house?" Elsa-May inquired. "No," Abigail shook her head. "I know the one you mean, and it wasn't there. It was for a wealthy man, Ezekiel told me. He also said that someone had died in the house. I asked Ezekiel some questions about it, and he said he didn't want to talk about it." "That is strange." Ettie looked at Elsa-May. "Who was it for? And where was the job?" Ettie was excited. She finally had a lead. "It was for an Englisher." "Are you sure he wasn't working in the blue house just outside of town?" Ettie asked. Bernadette gave her a strange look and shook her head. "That wasn't the last job he had. He was working in the blue house some weeks ago." "I see. So what were you saying about this house where someone had died?" "Ezekiel met the owner of the house in my bakery. He was a regular customer, but I don't know his name. He often came into the shop with his wife to buy cakes. The man and Ezekiel got talking, and he found out Ezekiel was a builder. Ezekiel told me he lived in a delightful house, the nicest he'd ever seen. He lives in the expensive part of town. After the fallout with Ezekiel, the man hasn't been back since, and neither has his wife." "Tell them the rest," Bernadette's sister said. Bernadette nodded at her sister's remark. Then she looked at both Ettie and Elsa-May. "I'm not sure, but I wonder if it was the wife who died. I probably asked Ezekiel too much because he stopped coming to the bakery. I bumped into Ezekiel outside the bank and I said something about not seeing him around. He said he'd been sick and didn't have an appetite, but he looked perfectly healthy to me." "Interesting. Thank you, Bernadette. We will look into what you've told us." Ettie put the pieces together in her head. They already knew Ezekiel had become wary, locking his doors. Now he was also not eating. Something must have been troubling him. Or was the not eating thing a lie so he wouldn't have to answer Bernadette's questions? Or perhaps so he could spend more time with Rita? "Do you want a kitten?" Elsa-May asked Abigail. "2 have gone and I have 3 left." "No, thank you." Bernadette shook her head. "But I had a talk with Rita." Ettie held her breath. She'd found out about Ezekiel and Rita. Ettie didn't like anyone being upset. Bernadette continued. "She told me about Ezekiel's cats, and we agreed we'd take half each. He had 6 full-grown cats." "Including the kittens?" Elsa-May's eyes bugged out. "No, just the cats." "Oh, well, we have the mother cat at our house. I'll bring her to you soon. The kittens are too old to need her anymore." Thank you, Elsa-May, but please take them to Rita's house. I know the 3 I want, and the mother cat isn't one of them." "We'll do that." Ettie looked over at the long table at the back wall. It was filled with an assortment of cakes, cold cuts, and cheeses. Elsa-May followed Ettie's gaze. "We should get a bite to eat, Ettie." "Oh, we probably should." They left Bernadette and Abigail and wandered over to the table. They each picked up a plate and started filling it with food. "That's odd," Ettie said. "Rita said she didn't want a kitten because they'd remind her of Ezekiel, and now she's taking half of his cats." "She's obviously changed her mind. People are entitled to do that. Not bad, eh, Ettie? You didn't want me to bring the kittens. Now we only have to get rid of 3 once Jeremiah's children take one." Elsa-May took a slice of cake and some fresh cheese and bread and arranged them on her plate. Ettie picked up some sugar cookies and they started munching on a muffin. "Don't you mean find homes for 3? Get rid of sounds so awful." Elsa-May chuckled. "Find homes for them, then. And all the grown-up cats have found homes. That's just wunderbar." They stood by the table observing the crowd while they ate. Jonah wasn't there. Ettie knew he would have been invited, but he hadn't bothered to come. They had just finished their food when Jeremiah came over to them. "We're ready to leave now if there's no one else you'd like to speak to." "No, that's fine. We're ready, too." Elsa-May grabbed the last cookie and took a bite. All the way in the horse and buggy, the children were excited about choosing a kitten. Jeremiah said they could choose one when they got back to their great-grandmother's house. He cautioned them not to take the kittens out of the box in the buggy. When they arrived back home, Elsa-May put the box on the ground and the 3 kittens jumped out. "We have these 3 left. Choose any one you want." Ettie was worried they'd choose their kitten, the ginger one. Chapter 19. The kittens started jumping over everything, playing in the living room while the mother cat looked on from her comfortable spot on the couch. The boys sat down on the rug and played with the kittens, while Ettie took Snowy outside for a bathroom break. "Which kitten would you like?" Elsa-May asked them. "Not the ginger one. I think it could be sickly." Elsa-May leaned down and took the ginger one out of her great-grandson's hands and held it. The children each had a kitten in their hands. "I want this one." The eldest held up one kitten. "No, I want this one." The younger one copied with his kitten. "You can only have one," Ava told them. The older boy looked at the kitten, now on Elsa-May's lap. "I want that one. I like the color. It's like the sun." Ettie came back into the room just in time to hear the conversation. Elsa-May stared at her great-grandson. "I'm sorry you can't have this one. I already mentioned that." Elsa-May looked down at the kitten to see it looking sleepy. She stood up and placed the kitten on the dog bed with Snowy. "See, so sickly it needs to sleep a lot." Ettie put her hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing. "What's this?" Ava moved forward and picked up the half-knitted cat coat off Elsa-May's knitting bag. Elsa-May took it from her. "That's just a thing I've been working on." Ettie chuckled to herself. Elsa-May couldn't admit she liked the kitten so much that she was knitting for it. After 15 minutes, the children couldn't agree on which kitten they wanted. Jeremiah had something to say. "Looks like we're now taking 2 kittens." Ava opened her mouth in shock as the boys thanked him. "Are you sure?" Ava asked him. "Too late now," Elsa-May said. "You can't disappoint them. Look how happy they are. I'm fairly certain I can find another box for you so you can carry them in the buggy. I'll need this box to carry the mother cat tomorrow." Elsa-May hurried to the kitchen to find another box. After the young family left with the 2 brown tabby kittens, Elsa-May and Ettie sat down and put their feet up. It had been a long day for them, and they were exhausted.
"Only one kitten left,"
Ettie said, looking over at the kitten asleep next to Snowy. "No hurry." Elsa-May picked up her knitting. "We can find a home for him after I make him his cat pullover." Slowly, Ettie nodded.
"Great plan. He needs a warm covering, seeing he's so sickly."
Elsa-May kept click-clacking her knitting needles together. "Jonah told me he already has a buyer for the farm." Ettie's jaw dropped open.
"Already?"
"Yeah, I was shocked. I mean, that might not mean he killed him. We also saw the Englisher from the blue house at the funeral. Why would he have been there?"
Yes, I was shocked to see that too."
Ettie shrugged her shoulders.
"I want to know who the other Englisher was. Why was he driving past the funeral?"
Ettie tapped her chin. "Tomorrow we'll take the plate number to Detective Kelly and find out who the person is."
"If he'll tell us,"
Ettie added. "Well, he should. We're the ones who saw him."
"And don't forget the other lead we got. A person was murdered at the last place where Ezekiel worked. Could one death be linked to another death?"
Ettie asked. "I was so busy finding homes for the kittens that I nearly forgot that. Bernadette said he was supposed to work there for 4 weeks, but he wasn't working there 2 weeks later. Something must have happened."
"Yeah, someone was murdered. That's what happened."
"Not murdered, Ettie. We know nothing for certain. She said someone died in the house." Ettie nodded.
"We'll have to take what we know so far to Detective Kelly."
"We'll do that first thing tomorrow." After a quick and easy dinner of reheated leftovers, Ettie and Elsa-May sat pondering over who might have killed Ezekiel. "Well," Elsa-May began, "there's not one woman scorned but 2. Bernadette, whose cake shop he frequented, and then there's poor—"
"Rita."
Ettie said.
"Yes, Rita. They probably both expected to marry him, or hoped that he would, and he upset both of them. Who knows what promises he made them, and how bitter they are deep down."
"You think Rita or Bernadette killed him because they were bitter?" Ettie nodded.
"It is possible. He could have misled them both. What do you think?"
I can't see either of them doing it, but that's because I know them. If I didn't and someone was just telling me about them, I'd think it was probable. Don't forget Jonah, the nephew who faked the will."
"That hasn't been proven."
Ettie moved her mouth to one side. "Not yet, but the police know the will wasn't in Ezekiel's handwriting. Who else would have faked the will, Ettie, leaving it to Jonah?"
"You're right, I suppose."
"Always am," Elsa-May nodded.
"Then there's the man in the blue house. We can't forget about him. I wonder—"
"You wonder what?" Elsa-May asked.
"I wonder if the man from the expensive part of town was the same man driving past the funeral."
Elsa-May came to the end of the row, put her knitting in her lap, and stretched out her arms. "We shall soon find out." Chapter 20. The next morning, Ettie and Elsa-May sat at the kitchen table eating breakfast. Elsa-May had woken early and prepared her favorite blackberry baked oatmeal, along with freshly baked lemon and poppy seed bread. Ettie buttered a slice of the bread before taking a large bite out of it.
"You know,"
she said with her mouth half full,
"I know we have to take the plate number to Detective Kelly this morning. But how can we be sure he will tell us the registered owner of the car?"
"Don't eat while you're talking. Don't forget we have to take the mother cat to Rita's today." Ettie swallowed her mouth full.
"Sorry, I had to speak before I forgot what I was going to say."
Elsa-May looked up at her as she finished a mouthful of oatmeal, then placed her spoon down beside her bowl. "I've been thinking the same thing about going to see Kelly." She wiped her mouth with a napkin. "No good keeping on going over and over the same question. We just have to hope he tells us."
If we give him the information we found out yesterday, he may use it to his advantage and solve the case without us."
Elsa-May laughed. "I wouldn't mind a bit. The sooner we find out who killed him, the better. Everyone is nervous with a killer on the loose. It's not about us solving the case." Ettie was quiet when she realized she was getting carried away with herself. Her sister always kept her down to earth.
"I think it was odd that Bernadette didn't know her regular customers' names."
"Yes, that is odd." Ettie drank a mouthful of coffee.
"I wonder how we can find out who Ezekiel was working for."
"Well, maybe if we go back to Ezekiel's house, we can find out more information. He must have had a workbook or something." Elsa-May took a sip of hot tea. Ettie stared at her.
"You have a short memory, Elsa-May. Do you not remember what happened the first time we sneaked into Ezekiel's house?"
"What? We were fine, and we came back with a herd of kittens," Elsa-May said under her breath.
"Look, Elsa-May, I think you're right."
"Naturally. About what?" Ettie continued.
"If we want to find something, we must hurry before Jonah clears everything out of the house. He won't place any value on any of his uncle's items, least of all a workbook or a work diary. We have to hope the police have left some things like that in the house."
Elsa-May crossed her arms in front of her. "Fine, but if we see any other kittens or other animals, we're not taking them. We still haven't found a home for the remaining kitten."
Have you finished knitting the coat for him yet?"
Ettie tried to stop herself from smiling. "I'll have it done later today." Ettie looked at her older sister and smiled. Elsa-May caught her eye. "What? We're not keeping it." Ettie took a deep breath.
"As you say."
Elsa-May gave a nod. "I do say. And I also say we have to take the mother cat over to Vera and Rita's house." Elsa-May walked out of the room. Ettie moved over to get the mother cat.
"We have to say goodbye to you, and we don't even know your name."
The cat was sitting on Elsa-May's chair in the living room. Ettie laughed.
"We better not let Elsa-May see you sitting in her chair."
"What did you say, Ettie?" Elsa-May called out from the kitchen.
"I'm just talking to the mother cat."
She picked it up and took it over to the remaining kitten. It was sitting on the couch, licking his paw. Ettie put the two cats together.
"Say goodbye to your little baby."
She stood back for a moment and let them say their goodbyes. The mother cat licked the baby kitten, and the baby kitten purred. Elsa-May came up behind Ettie with the box. "We should carry her in this. We wouldn't want her to escape before she gets safely to her new home." Ettie lifted the cat and placed her in the box that Elsa-May had fitted out with a fluffy blanket. To Ettie's delight, the cat snuggled down in the box.
"She likes it."
"She does. Now we only have the one cat to find a home for."
"We should give him a name, Elsa-May."
Elsa-May turned around and snarled at her. "No, we're not keeping him if that's what you're getting at."
"I know you say that, but you also know we had a hard enough time finding homes for the other kittens. Do you want him to be out on the streets, cold and lonely?"
Elsa-May placed her hands on her hips. "I know what you're trying to do, Ettie, and it will not work on me." Suddenly, Snowy jumped up on the couch next to the kitten. He started licking him. Ettie pointed at them.
"Could you really take Snowy's best friend away from him?"
Elsa-May rolled her eyes and brushed past her toward the front door. Come on, Ettie, I'm not arguing with you about this any longer. We've got somewhere to be. Ettie patted the kitten and Snowy, then she closed the lid of the box.
Stay there, kitty.
Elsa-May and Ettie walked down the road to the phone, sharing the carrying of the box between them. Once they got into the taxi that they called, neither of them said a word to each other as they traveled to Rita and Vera's house. Ettie kept opening the box and patting the cat. She was sad to be seeing her go, but she was glad she had found her a nice home with Rita. The taxi pulled up in front of Rita's house, and Elsa-May paid the taxi driver. As they walked up the driveway, Ettie nudged Elsa-May's shoulder. "Careful, Ettie, I'll drop the box."
Look!
A gray pickup truck was parked at the end of their driveway.
The bishop said a gray pickup truck tried to run Ezekiel over, Elsa-May.
Elsa-May nodded. "I know, Ettie. Let's be careful about what we say inside. This'll be that Desmond fellow for sure." Ettie swallowed hard. When they reached the door, they looked at each other before knocking. Vera answered the door and looked shocked to see them. "Ettie, Elsa-May, how can I help you today?"
"We're here to drop off the cat,"
Ettie told her. Vera's gaze dropped to the large box in Elsa-May's hands. "It's one of Ezekiel's cats," Elsa-May said.
"The orange mother cat."
"Please come in." She opened the door and gestured for them to follow her into the kitchen. The kitchen smelled of freshly baked cookies. Ettie suddenly felt her mouth water. She couldn't resist warm cookies straight from the oven, or any kind of cookie. A man was at the table sitting next to Rita. Rita jumped up from her chair when she saw them.
"Oh, you brought the cat?"
"We did," Elsa-May nodded. "Where can I put her? She's getting heavy." "I'll take it." Rita took the box from Elsa-May and then placed it on the floor. When she opened the box, the cat jumped out. "Oh, she's gotten so big. You two must have been feeding her well." She stroked the cat. "Mom, would you mind pouring her some water? I'm going to let her roam around the room."
"Sure. Have a seat, both of you. Tea or coffee?"
"Coffee, please," Elsa-May said as she and Ettie turned toward the table.
"Same for me, please,"
Ettie said. As Vera walked over to the kitchen sink, Ettie and Elsa-May sat down at the table across from the man who had yet to say a word.
"Hello,"
Ettie said. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? Ettie, Elsa-May, this is our dear friend Desmond. He owns a grocery store in town." Rita stood and walked back to her chair. Elsa-May looked at Ettie and nudged her knee under the table. She knew Ettie was thinking the same thing. He must have been the one who tried to run Ezekiel over. Was he jealous of him, or was it an honest mistake? He looked and seemed like a nice enough man. However, they both knew from experience that murderers came in many packages. Elsa-May couldn't help but notice a large floral arrangement in the center of the table. She leaned in close to smell them. "These flowers are beautiful." "Yes, thank you. Desmond just brought them over along with these delicious cookies."
"Oh, you sell cookies too, Desmond?"
Ettie asked. "I sell all kinds of things." Rita pushed a large bowl full of freshly baked cookies over towards them. Elsa-May shook her head. "No, thank you." She smiled at Desmond. Ettie grabbed two and placed them on the napkin in front of her.
They smell delicious."
Ettie sniffed one and then took a bite. "Thank you. They were freshly baked this morning." Desmond smiled in their direction. Suddenly, the mother cat made a loud hissing noise from under the table. They looked under the table to see the mother cat sniffing noses with the two other cats from Ezekiel's house.
"That's cats for you. Friendly one minute and then not talking the next."
Elsa-May said. "That's not a reaction reserved only for cats." Ettie nibbled on her cookies, not sure of Elsa-May's remark. It was a dig at her. She was sure of it. Probably because they got on sometimes, and sometimes they didn't talk for hours. Months back, they went for weeks without talking. She was relieved when that was over. It had been hard to divide the chores when you didn't know who was going to do what. They'll warm up to each other, Vera said as she placed the bowl of water down on the floor next to the table. The mother cat walked over and started sipping the water as the other two cats sat, watching her closely. When the mother cat finished drinking the water, Desmond went to pick her up for a pat. The mother cat hissed loudly and scratched his arm before jumping back down to the floor. "Sorry about that," Elsa-May said. Rita jumped up. "Are you okay?" Desmond laughed awkwardly and rubbed his arm. "I have never been that good with animals. It's fine, just a little scratch, that's all." He sat back down. When they were nearly finished with their coffee and cookies, the conversation turned to horses and buggies. Elsa-May mentioned they didn't have a horse and buggy anymore. "How do you get around?" Desmond asked them. "We go by taxi," Ettie told him. "That must get expensive." Ettie shook her head. "Elsa-May worked out that it's a lot more economical for us to do that. It costs far less than keeping a horse." Elsa-May added, "That's because we don't go out every single day. Often people will give us a ride, too. For Ezekiel's funeral, we went with my grandson." Ettie nudged her shoulder. Then Elsa-May realized she shouldn't have brought up Ezekiel's name to Rita. "Oh, I am sorry, Rita." "No need to be, it's okay. You can talk about him." Vera gave a nervous laugh. "I don't know how we got onto the subject of buggies and then funerals." "Thank you for the company and the coffee. I must get going now." Desmond looked over at the sisters. "Do you two need a ride anywhere?" "Oh, thank you, but no, we shall get a taxi," Elsa-May said. "Nonsense, I'm free now. I don't have to be back at the store until closing time. I can take you anywhere. It would be my pleasure." "Thank you, Desmond. That is really kind of you," Rita said as she looked at him, then nodded at Elsa-May and Ettie. "That's so kind of you, Desmond. Please, Ettie, Elsa-May, let him help you out. I'm sure it's not cheap, always paying for taxis everywhere." Elsa-May shrugged her shoulders, not knowing how to get out of the situation. "Okay, thank you." Ettie nudged her under the table before they stood. The mother cat was staring at the other two cats. Ettie picked up the mother cat and gave it one last hug. The cat purred in her arms. "You be a good cat now, and I promise to take good care of your kitty." Elsa-May pressed her lips together as she patted the mother cat on the head. They said their goodbyes and then followed Desmond out the front door towards his pickup truck. As they came closer to the truck, Elsa-May quickly jumped into the back seat and shut the door. Ettie narrowed her eyes at her as she opened the front door and took a seat next to Desmond. "So where to?" he asked. "To the library, please," Ettie said. "The library it is, then." Just as they were moving away, Tom was there in his horse and buggy. Desmond drove past and gave him a wave. "Do you know Tom?" Ettie asked. "That's his name?" "Yes." Desmond slowed his car and looked in the rearview mirror. Both Ettie and Elsa-May turned around to see Tom's horse and buggy heading up the driveway. "Is he a good friend of Vera's or something?" "He's a friend of both of them." "Oh." He sped up. "Rita told us you own a grocery store." Ettie glanced over at him. "Are you talking about today or a different time?" "The reason I ask is that I'd be interested to know if she talked about me when I wasn't there." Elsa-May leaned over from the back seat. "It was the other day. We asked who brought her all the flowers," Elsa-May said. "She likes flowers. My store isn't a big one, but it keeps the food on the table. Desmond said.
"So you must know many people in town, then?"
Ettie asked. Not everyone.
"Do you know the Ascotts?"
Ettie asked. No, don't believe I do.
"Do you know the man in the blue double-story house on Smitherson Street?"
He looked over at Ettie and frowned. Yes, I've done some deliveries there. Does he have a pickup truck, too? Elsa-May asked, leaning over to the front. Ettie couldn't believe what she had said. I think he does. Why all these questions? What's your interest in trucks? Desmond asked. Ettie just likes the sound of her own voice. She's always asking things that make no sense. Ettie sat there in silence. Didn't Elsa-May realize she was the one that asked about the pickup trucks? Ettie had to add,
"My sister is the same."
Desmond laughed at them before pulling up in front of the library. There you go. It was a pleasure to meet you two. He smiled politely at them as they jumped out of his truck. Thank you, Desmond. Have a nice day, Elsa-May said. They waved at him as he pulled away from the curb.
"Why did you have to ask him about the pickup truck, Elsa-May?"
You were hounding him with questions too, Ettie. I could scold you just as much.
"Yes, but my questions weren't so obvious."
Why the library? Elsa-May asked. We never talked about coming here.
"Why the library? I'll tell you why. We couldn't ask him to take us to Ezekiel's house, could we?"
Ah, I see. Now we have to get a taxi there. Ettie nodded.
"Exactly. We just have to find a payphone."
There's one in the library. Ettie pointed.
"There's one right there."
They reached the payphone, and Elsa-May picked up the receiver and dialed the number for the taxi company. She gave them their location before hanging up. They walked to a nearby bench and sat down.
"Oh, well, we didn't get any useful information from Desmond, only that he thinks the man from the blue house on Smitherson Street could own a pickup truck."
Ettie shrugged her shoulders. Well, that's not all. I noticed a pair of muddy boots and a pullover in the back of the truck with dark stains on it. Ettie frowned at her sister.
"So what?"
The ravine is muddy, Ettie.
"Everything is muddy at this time of year. Dark stains could have been anything. Let's just wait for the taxi and forget the last 15 minutes ever happened. No, the last hour. You should let me do the questioning without butting in with silly questions from now on, Elsa-May."
Excuse me. Perhaps I should be the one to ask the questions from now on. You hounded that man with question after question until he became curious why you were asking so many questions. Anyway, if it weren't for me, we wouldn't have found out about the man from the blue house owning a pickup truck. I wonder if it's gray. Ettie rolled her eyes.
"Well, if one of us is asking the questions from now on, the other one should stay quiet."
Yeah, okay, Ettie.
"Interesting that Tom was visiting. I wonder if Tom is fond of Rita."
Suddenly it started pouring rain. They jumped up and ran toward the small payphone booth. They squished themselves inside and closed the door.
"You're squashing me, Elsa-May."
No, you're squashing me. How many cookies did you eat? Ettie pouted. When the taxi finally arrived, they ran out into the rain and jumped inside it. They gave the taxi driver Ezekiel's address, and then they sat in silence until they arrived at Ezekiel's house. Chapter 21. 5 minutes later, they climbed out of the taxi and walked up to Ezekiel's front door. Elsa-May knocked on it, just to be sure no one was inside, before grabbing her handkerchief out of her bag and opening the front door. They entered the living room. Then they walked into the kitchen and noticed the dishes from the viewing the previous day were on the sink, sitting in the dish rack. Elsa-May looked at the kitchen table. The documents were now stacked in one neat pile. She started going through them one by one, but they were the same documents she had seen previously. "I'd say Rita and Vera might have been here tidying up. Ettie, check the trash can. There may be more paperwork in there." Ettie opened the trash can.
It's empty. Someone has come in and cleaned everything. They've taken the trash outside.
Of course, Rita cleaned up after the viewing. Could you imagine Jonah bothering to do it? He just wants to claim his inheritance and go back to wherever he came from.
Let's check the bedroom.
They made their way through Ezekiel's house into his bedroom. His bedroom was small. He had a decent-sized bed in the middle with 2 nightstands, one at either side, and 2 fat pillows that were stacked on the same side. An old wooden wardrobe stood against the opposite wall. "You check the wardrobe, I'll look over here." Elsa-May made her way over to his nightstand while Ettie looked inside his wardrobe. Elsa-May pulled open the drawer. Reading glasses, pens, handkerchiefs, scraps of paper. She picked up the papers and started reading the top one. "Oh, my!" She covered her mouth.
What is it?
Ettie peeped her head around the wardrobe door. "Ezekiel has written about Rita. It says he had to break up with her because he was afraid for her life. It says, 'I wish I didn't see what I saw. Rita is the love of my life, and I don't.' The rest of it is torn off. We need to find the rest of it."
Oh, what does that mean?
Elsa-May gave Ettie a dirty look. "How am I supposed to know what he means beyond what it says?"
Does it say anything else?
Ettie asked. "No, it's just a scrap torn off something else. Why didn't the police find this when they looked through the house? Maybe he writes his thoughts down like you do." Suddenly they heard a vehicle driving down the driveway. They looked out the window and saw a gray pickup truck driving to the house. "Quick, Ettie, someone's here. We'll have to climb out one of the back windows again. I knew this would happen. Go." Elsa-May hurried after Ettie. They used the back door once they saw the truck didn't come all the way around the side. Then they headed for the barn. Once inside, they tried to look out the window, but it was too dirty to get a good view. They saw the truck, and as soon as the door opened, the rain poured down. "I told you something bad would happen if we came here," Elsa-May hissed.
Is it Desmond?
Ettie squinted. Elsa-May watched as someone moved out of the car. He put his coat over his head and ran toward the house.
Can you see who it is?
Ettie asked, wiping the window with her sleeve to clear the fogginess and built-up grime from the dirty window. "No, it's raining too hard. The window is all fogged up. And your big elbow is in the way. I couldn't see a thing. We'll have to wait until he comes out." They watched the house for a few more minutes. Elsa-May realized she still had the scrap of paper crumpled up in her hand. She spread it out, folded it neatly, and then placed it inside the band of her apron. Suddenly she heard the truck. She lifted her head and saw the truck reversing down the driveway. "Oh, Ettie, I missed it. Did you see him?" Ettie looked up.
He's gone already?
I put my head down for 1 second and he was gone. Ettie heaved a sigh.
That's no good. I'm so angry with myself. I was looking for something to clean the window.
Elsa-May sighed. This was a wasted opportunity. Someone went to his house, probably to look for the workbook, the same as us.
Do you think so?
I do.
Well, let's go back and keep looking,
Ettie suggested. Elsa-May pressed her lips together. No, he must have found what he came for. I don't want to risk going in there again. We're not supposed to be there anyway.
Okay, if you feel like that, we won't go back inside.
They waited for a few more minutes to make sure no one was around before opening the barn door. We never should have come here, Elsa-May grumbled as they walked down to the house.
Ettie looked up at the sky. At least it's not raining anymore. And besides, you agreed. If you didn't want to be here, you shouldn't have suggested it.
Very funny, Ettie. We both know who suggested it. Let's just do things properly this time. I'm too old for this. Let's tell Kelly what we know and leave it to him. We said we'd help, and we helped.
Okay, you're right.
They walked to the nearest payphone and called a taxi. Detective Kelly was on his computer when Ettie and Elsa-May were shown into his office. He looked up from his computer and signaled for them to sit down. Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lutz, how are you both? They were still a little damp from the rain. He eyed them suspiciously.
Good, thank you,
Ettie said as they both sat.
We found out some more information, but if we give it to you, we want you to give us your word that you will let us know what you find out.
Ettie crossed her arms. He stared at them for at least a whole minute with his face holding a neutral expression, then gave them a nod. Go on.
Yesterday at the funeral, we saw an Englisher driving by. He looked suspicious. He seemed very interested, but he didn't park or get out of his car.
Elsa-May butted in. I think he was looking at the funeral, not the people there. Okay, do you have any more information? He asked. Like who it was? Yes, we got his plate number. We'd like you to see who owns it. Elsa-May passed him the note with the plate number on it. Kelly looked at it and started tapping away on his computer keyboard. You realize I can't give you this information, don't you? Although he said that, Ettie knew he would tell them if it was anyone they knew.
At the funeral, we also found out that Ezekiel was working for an Englisher from the rich part of town. We heard things didn't go so well, and he didn't finish the job. But Bernadette, our friend who told us, knew nothing else. We have no name or address for you.
Oh, also this note I found. Before Elsa-May could tell him about the note she had found in his nightstand, the detective's phone started ringing. He held his index finger up to them. One moment, please. The detective answered the phone. Ettie looked at Elsa-May and gave her a look that said no. After living with Ettie for so many years, it was easy to read her face. Elsa-May thought for a moment. Oh, she couldn't tell him about the note she had found because the detective wouldn't approve of them snooping in Ezekiel's house. That's what Ettie was trying to tell her. She was glad the phone had saved her from putting her foot in it. Detective Kelly hung up the phone and looked up at them. You'll never believe it.
What?
Ettie asked. Seems your man Ezekiel is a suspect in a murder case. Ironic considering what happened to him. Keep this to yourselves. We just got an anonymous tip that we'll be able to find a murder weapon in Ezekiel Lister's house. That makes no sense, Elsa-May said. They had just been to his house and looked through everything. They hadn't seen a weapon anywhere.
Who was murdered?
Ettie asked. What was the weapon? Elsa-May asked. The murder of Allie Ascot. I'm sorry, I have to go. He grabbed the coat off the back of his chair and left them there. Ettie, Bernadette said someone died at the Ascot house. Might that have been Allie Ascot? She was murdered.
Oh, dear. Is that another woman that Ezekiel was stringing along like he was with Bernadette?
Ettie sat there nibbling at her nails.
I don't think there's anything we can do.
They sat in silence for a moment.
The man in the pickup was there not to look for anything, Elsa-May. He was there to put the murder weapon there.
You could be right. Yes, that's why he was so quick. Suddenly, Ettie had an idea.
Why don't we go to the library and use the computer to search for Allie Ascot and see what comes up? Then we might know who it was who put the weapon in his house. Oh, Elsa-May, we were right there. If it weren't for the rain and Ezekiel's grubby barn window, we would have seen him.
I know, I was just thinking the same thing.
Let's not waste time. Quick, let's go to the library.
Elsa-May eyed the detective's computer. Why walk that far? My feet are already killing me.
Ettie looked at the computer. Oh, should we?
I don't see why not. It's all for a good cause. We're not hurting anything or anyone. Elsa-May walked over and closed the detective's door. She then walked to his computer and sat in his chair. Ettie peered over her shoulder.
We could get into a lot of trouble for this. Why do I say we? You just blame me.
Be quiet. I need to concentrate on what I'm doing. I haven't been on a computer for years, and I'm sure things have changed since then. She opened the first window she saw and typed Allie Ascot into the Google search bar. Elsa-May covered her mouth when she read the headlines. She was murdered. They suspected the husband, but he was cleared. Says here he wasn't home at the time and had a solid alibi.
Elsa-May, look at where they live. Do you know where that street is?
I'm guessing it's in the expensive part of town. Elsa-May closed the window. Let's go, Ettie.
Where?
You've got the address, yeah? Ettie looked down at one of the files on Kelly's desk. She opened it and saw that he'd already questioned Ascot over something. His address was right there in front of her.
Yes.
Then let's go.
You said you didn't want to be involved. It was all too much for you.
That's before we found out about Allie Ascot's murder. Ettie couldn't believe what Elsa-May was saying. As they walked out of the station, Ettie turned to Elsa-May.
What's your plan? We're going to knock on the door and question a killer and a framer? If he killed his wife, he probably hid the weapon in Ezekiel's house to make him look guilty.
Elsa-May nodded. I see what you're saying, but why would he bother to do all that since he'd already been cleared?
Because they haven't found the killer yet. They could easily find out he did it. If they believe it was Ezekiel who murdered Allie Ascot, they'll close the case. The real killer will breathe easy. We are going to sit outside his house and see if his car is familiar.
Wouldn't it be easier to wait for Kelly to run the plate number? Elsa-May asked.
Are you coming or not?
Ettie put her hand up to hail a taxi. Elsa-May followed her into a taxi reluctantly. Chapter 22. The houses were very large in that part of town and very lavish. Luxurious cars were parked on the streets and in driveways of the large homes. Women wearing expensive workout clothes walked dogs that had been groomed to perfection. They pulled up to the house and saw a gray pickup truck parked near the house. Then a car drove into the driveway. They looked at each other.
Another gray truck,
Ettie whispered. I told you every second person in town has one. Excuse me, ladies, do you want me to let you out here? The taxi driver asked. Yes, Elsa-May opened the door. Ettie pulled her back inside and whispered to her.
It's far too dangerous, Elsa-May, she said to the driver. We'll park here for the moment.
Ettie then saw that a car had parked behind them. Suddenly there was a knock on the car window. Elsa-May got out of the taxi. A tall, dark-haired man stood in front of her. Are you lost? He asked. No, we know where we are. Elsa-May nodded toward the house. Do you live here? I do. Do you know Ezekiel Lister? The man seemed shocked at the question. He's dead, isn't he? Funeral was yesterday, or could have been the day before. I've lost track. He nodded. I knew him, did some work for me. Then he left. Oh, why did he leave? He eyed her suspiciously and remained silent. Were you a friend of his? Elsa-May asked. I was certainly not a friend. I was going to buy his land. I gave him a deposit, then he changed his mind, but never gave me back my money. That doesn't sound like Ezekiel. Elsa-May shook her head. Are you calling me a liar? I don't even know who you are. I'm Philip Ascot. And you are?
Ettie got out of the taxi and stepped in front of Elsa-May. She's very sorry to have disturbed you. Very sorry for the inconvenience. We must be on our way now. Ettie pulled Elsa-May toward the car. Elsa-May kept her eyes on the man as she took a step backward to the taxi. Thank you for your time. Ettie smiled at him, then pushed Elsa-May into the taxi. Ettie got in behind her. Elsa-May, why would you do that?
Did you see how guilty he looked? He got all defensive.
That was bad. Now he'll know we're on to him.
We must go back to see the detective now, Elsa-May whispered.
With what information? Ettie asked. Anyway, he's out now.
We will have to tell him what's on that piece of paper,
Ettie whispered. Then he will know we've broken and entered into Ezekiel's house. They won't be able to use that as evidence.
Elsa-May looked out the window. She knew Ettie was right, and it frustrated her.
You really upset that man, Elsa-May.
I know, and that's the reason we shouldn't have come. You insist on saying yes to Detective Kelly when he asks for your help. You'll have to learn to say no to people. Ettie stared at her sister, dumbfounded. Now this was her fault? I'm too tired to go anywhere now. Elsa-May leaned forward and told the driver to turn around and gave him their home address.
Are you all right?
Ettie asked. Just tired. I just need a rest. We'll have to visit the detective tomorrow. Chapter 23. Later that afternoon, Elsa-May sat by the fire, finishing the coat for the kitten. It was taking time because of all the different colored wool she was using. She looked over at Snowy, who was lying on his bed by the fire, cuddled up with the kitten. Ettie was in the kitchen preparing a chicken pot pie stew for dinner. It was end of winter comfort food, and Elsa-May breathed in deeply as she sat. The room smelled of chicken, carrots, winter peas, and fresh herbs. I finally finished the coat, Ettie, Elsa-May hollered. She put her knitting needles down and then picked up the large needle to sew the two sections together. Once she'd done that, she walked over and picked up the sleeping kitten. The kitten purred loudly as she sat back down with it, and then it stretched out its legs. Elsa-May pulled the coat onto the front legs and then fitted it over the kitten's head. There you are, all warm and snug. Don't you just look adorable? Elsa-May then put the kitten back on the floor, and that's when it spotted Elsa-May's roll of wool. The kitten perked up and jumped onto the floor. It started batting around the ball of wool. Ettie walked through the door and spotted the kitten.
Oh, the coat looks wonderful, Elsa-May.
Elsa-May looked happy with herself. I know.
If you were keeping the cat, you wouldn't be able to leave your knitting on the floor, though.
Another good reason not to keep it. Don't worry, we didn't have any problem getting rid of the other kittens. We'll find a nice house for this one and his little coat of many colors. We should call him Joseph. Elsa-May chortled. Ettie rolled her eyes, then sat down next to her.
That wouldn't be a good name for the cat. He doesn't even look like a Joseph.
Elsa-May moved the wool up and away from the kitten. I'll make him a tiny ball of wool of his own, and he can play with it. Elsa-May sat with her tongue between her teeth as she concentrated on making her tiny cat toy. Minutes later, it was finished. There, she tossed it on the floor in front of the kitten. The kitten took delight in batting it around while Snowy looked on. The food smells delicious.
Thank you. It's nearly done. Just needs a few more minutes.
A knock on the door sounded. Ettie stood up and walked to the front door. She opened it to see Detective Kelly standing in front of her wearing a hat. "Good evening, Mrs. Smith. Do you mind if I have a quick word?" Ettie was a little shocked. He never wore a hat, but then again the weather had been unpredictable.
Good evening, Detective. Please come in.
Ettie took the detective's coat and hung it up behind the door. She gestured for him to follow her into the kitchen. She walked past the living room and signaled for Elsa-May to come into the kitchen with them. When Ettie realized the detective wasn't following, she turned around. He was looking over at Snowy.
Don't worry about him. He's exhausted from chasing our new kitten every day.
It's not our kitten, Ettie. We're trying to find a home for it. Well, don't look at me, Kelly said. I don't like pets. They continued into the kitchen. The detective took a seat at the kitchen table and placed his dark gray hat on the table in front of him. Oh, something smells good.
Would you like to eat with us?
He shook his head. Thanks, but the wife is keeping my dinner warm. Nice home-cooked meal? Elsa-May asked. Sadly, no, but she ordered it herself. Ettie gave him a warm smile and hoped he had something to tell them.
Last time we saw you, you were saying something about Ezekiel.
That's right, Mrs. Smith. I'm afraid I don't have good news. He pulled a handkerchief out of his top pocket and dabbed his forehead. It's been a long day.
What you need is something to keep your strength up.
Ettie opened the cake tin and pulled out a slice of fresh orange and poppy seed cake. She cut a slice and then placed it in front of him. Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Coffee?
Yes, please. If I'm having cake, I might as well have coffee, too. The kettle had just finished boiling. Ettie had been drinking tea while cooking. She walked over to the stove and picked up the kettle and made the coffee. Thank you. He gave her a nod when Ettie placed the coffee in front of him. Unfortunately, we found a gun in Ezekiel's closet. Elsa-May's jaw dropped open. No, I don't believe it. The ballistics team is seeing if it was the same gun used in the recent Allie Ascot murder. Ettie sat down beside Elsa-May.
Well, it wasn't there before.
Ettie means there was no gun anywhere in Ezekiel's house. He looked at them both suspiciously. Should I ask how you know that? I heard that the viewing was held there prior to the funeral, so did you go searching the place? Elsa-May's foot touched Ettie's foot under the table, telling her to be quiet. Kelly continued. Our evidence team didn't see it, and they went right through his house. That's how we know it was planted. But the question is, who planted it, and when? Ettie looked at Elsa-May.
I think it's time we came clean.
The detective stared at them blankly. If you know something, you'd better tell me. Ettie took a deep breath.
We went to Ezekiel's house to look for a work diary to find the address of the last place he was working.
And that was the Ascot house, Elsa-May added. Continue, Ettie.
We heard a car and we didn't know who it was, so we hid in the barn. Then we saw...
Elsa-May interrupted again. A gray pickup truck. He shook his head in disappointment at them. I've told you both you shouldn't be doing things like this. How many times have I warned you about putting yourselves in danger? Did you get a look at the driver?
We couldn't see,
Ettie said. That's because it started to rain. The man was in and out quick, though, only stayed for a few minutes before driving off.
Yes, I even searched Ezekiel's closet. I didn't see the gun at all.
Ettie shrugged her shoulders. The detective closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he bit into the cake. "I'll say it again. You two should never have gone there. You put yourselves in danger. I could have you charged with not only breaking and entering, but also for interfering with evidence in an ongoing case." Elsa-May twiddled her thumbs, and Ettie lowered her head. Chapter 24. Ettie took a deep breath.
We are sorry, but we thought you wouldn't tell us about any information you found.
You both know better than this. Allie Ascot was shot, you said? Elsa-May asked. Yes, the gun we found in Ezekiel's house could well be the murder weapon. The person who planted it there could be the murderer. Ettie was relieved he agreed that the gun was put there by someone other than Ezekiel.
Well, it's fairly certain the person who planted the gun drives a gray pickup truck, and it was probably the same vehicle that tried to run over Ezekiel.
Elsa-May thought about telling the detective how they'd gone to Ascot's house and spoken to him, but seeing how he reacted to them going to Ezekiel's house, she thought it best to keep quiet. She looked at Ettie, who gave her a knowing look, as though she was thinking the very same thing.
What about the will?
Ettie asked the detective. He shrugged his shoulders. It came back, but it wasn't Jonah's handwriting, and it also wasn't Ezekiel's. Jonah could have gotten someone else to write it, which is something we are considering. But who? Elsa-May clasped her hands on the table in front of her.
Will you change your mind about staying to eat with us?
Ettie stood up and walked over to the stove to check on dinner. No, thank you, I must be off. The wife is waiting for me at home. I'll go just as soon as I finish the cake and coffee.
Thank you for coming by and keeping us informed.
I said I would. He spooned the rest of the cake into his mouth. Then he drained the remaining coffee. Thank you for that. He stood up from the table. Wait, there's probably something else you should know. Elsa-May pushed herself to her feet. If you don't go mad on us. He frowned at them both. Go on. Elsa-May dug Ettie in the ribs, so she knew she had to tell him.
We didn't go there, meaning to talk with him,
Ettie said. He drew his eyebrows together. Who? Ettie gulped and looked at Elsa-May, so she told him about their interaction with Mr. Ascot and relayed what he'd said about Ezekiel keeping his deposit. Kelly stood there with his hands on his hips. Interesting, very interesting.
And there is a gray pickup truck parked at his house,
Ettie added. Would it be a good idea if you got a sample of his handwriting? Maybe he's in it with Jonah. If Jonah gets the property in the will, he can sell it to Ascot. Kelly asked. Do they even know each other? I'm not sure, but Jonah said he already had a buyer, and then we found out Ascot wanted to buy the farm, so... I see. Looks like we'll need to question Ascot and get a sample of his handwriting. Good work, both of you. He placed his hat back on his head and moved toward the front door. Elsa-May stepped forward and helped him put on his coat. I will let you know about anything else I find, as long as you two promise not to interfere or do anything you shouldn't do. It's a deal, Elsa-May said as she and Ettie walked him to the front door. So you're going to talk to Mr. Ascot? Correct, first thing in the morning. He turned around before he walked out the door. Then he poked his head back in the house. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Do you give me your word you'll be prudent about doing things you know you shouldn't? Kelly asked.
Yes, I do.
The detective gave them both a nod before he walked out the door. Well, that was confusing, Ettie. He said you should be prudent about doing things you shouldn't do. Does that mean he wants you to do them?"
Ettie laughed. "I don't think that's what he meant."
"That's what he said. Oh dear, I forgot to ask if he wants a kitten."
"You've already asked him at least twice now. He told you he doesn't want one."
Ettie and Elsa-May looked over at Snowy and the kitten curled up asleep together in the dog bed. The miniature ball of wool was beside them.
"That is sweet,"
Ettie said.
"We really should give him a name."
"We're not keeping him, Ettie."
"I know, but while we're looking after him, he really should have a name."
Elsa-May waved a hand in the air as she walked away. "Name him whatever you want. You didn't like my suggestion of Joseph. I'm going to serve dinner now. Coming?" Ettie's empty tummy rumbled.
"Wait for me. Why do you think he was wearing a hat?"
Chapter 25. It was 2 days later, a chilly, wintry morning, that Ettie and Elsa-May became concerned that they hadn't heard from Kelly. They had to know what Mr. Ascot had said. They still hadn't found out who was in the white Mercedes at the funeral. It was 8 o'clock when Ettie and Elsa-May sat in the detective's office. He had seemed annoyed they had shown up first thing, before he had got the chance to settle in for the day, but they were eager to find out what he had discovered after speaking with Mr. Ascot. Detective Kelly was busy on his computer and had asked them to wait a moment while he finished what he was doing. Elsa-May twiddled her thumbs and Ettie tapped her foot as they waited patiently. Ettie looked out the small window behind Detective Kelly. The rain fell in sudden bursts, and the wind was very strong. The branches of the large tree outside the window were moving back and forth, scratching against the glass pane. Ettie was getting increasingly impatient. Suddenly, the detective turned off his computer screen and circled his chair to face them. "Sorry about that. I had to confirm all the information I had was correct before speaking with you."
"Not a bother. Did you speak to Mr. Ascot?"
Ettie asked. "I did, and we have made further progress with the case. I have a lot to tell you." He seemed pleased with himself, the way the corners of his lips turned slightly upward. Elsa-May nodded for him to continue. "We took a sample of Ascot's handwriting and matched it to the will." Ettie's jaw dropped open.
"It matched?"
Kelly nodded. "It did." "You were right, Ettie." Elsa-May seemed surprised. "I sent it straight to our handwriting analyst. They were a match. Not only that, the car you saw at the funeral was registered to Philip Ascot." "So I was right. Jonah and Ascot were in it together," Elsa-May said. "Yes, that's correct. We had another talk with Jonah. He admitted he was going to sell the farm to Ascot, who planned to break it up into smaller lots and sell it for housing sites. Ascot's facing up to 2 to 3 years in the county jail, and same with Jonah. They also could owe a fine of up to $10,000. It's a serious thing that they've done." Elsa-May and Ettie looked at each other and shook their heads in disbelief. "Both of them insist they didn't kill Ezekiel or even plan to kill him. They came up with the idea of the will quickly when Ascot learned of Ezekiel's death. He called Jonah and enlisted his permission to plant the will in the house for someone to find," Kelly told them.
"So Jonah and Ascot already knew each other?"
Ettie asked. Kelly nodded. "Precisely. Ezekiel wouldn't sell the place to him, so Ascot looked for another way to get what he wanted. That's when he located the nephew. When faced with the information we had, Ascot admitted he contacted Jonah, hoping that Jonah would talk his uncle into selling. That wasn't to be." "That's dreadful." Elsa-May closed her eyes for a moment. "But that's not all. Among the things we took out of Ezekiel's house on our first visit was a will. The real one. The will stated that if he died before he married Rita, Then the farm would be left to Jonah and Rita equally. If he died after they married, then it would all go to Rita. I dare say if Jonah is convicted of fraud, he won't get a dime. Then the place will go solely to Rita."
Ettie's eyes were open wide in amazement. It delighted her that Ezekiel intended to marry Rita, and he hadn't been stringing her along. She couldn't wait to tell Rita what she'd learned. "Oh, Rita would be so happy to know he thought so highly of her. Can I tell her?"
"Of course you can, because you are named executor of the will."
Ettie's jaw dropped open. She was in shock. She didn't know Ezekiel that well. There were other people who knew him much better. "Me? Why me?"
In the box where the will was found, there was a letter addressed to you.
"To me?" Ettie looked over at Elsa-May, who shrugged her shoulders.
Yes.
When Kelly handed her the envelope, she noticed it was open. Seeing her face, he explained.
We had to open it under the circumstances.
Elsa-May peered over Ettie's shoulder as she pulled out a letter from inside.
Read it out aloud, Ettie. What does it say?
"He's talking about being in danger, and that's why he's writing the will. He wrote that if he's killed, he wants me to find out who did it. He wrote, 'I know you've done this kind of thing before.'"
Nothing else? No leads? Elsa-May asked.
"Not one." Ettie folded the letter back up and put it back in the box. She then pulled out another page which looked like it had a story on it. She read it out loud. "A young man went to work for a powerful king. The king wanted to own everything he saw. He found out what the young man owned and what he desired, and wanted that as well. The queen became angry at the king's greed and plotted to have him banished from the kingdom. When the king learned of the plan, he became angry and struck her. The young man was lurking in the shadows and saw everything. He fled and never talked to the king again. But he knew it wouldn't be the last he heard from him. The young man knew he didn't have long before he too met with the wrath of the king." Ettie put the page down.
What do you make of it?
Detective Kelly asked. Ettie said, "The king is the rich man he worked for. He killed his wife, and Ezekiel saw it. He figured out Ezekiel had witnessed it when he didn't come back to work. Then he killed him so he wouldn't speak about it. So he had two reasons for killing Ezekiel rather than just one."
Elsa-May nodded. I was wondering about that, too.
"Do you mind if we take this with us?" Ettie asked the detective.
Of course, that's a copy. You can take it.
"Thank you, Detective."
And do you have anything to tell me? He asked them both as he interlaced his fingers.
Elsa-May produced the piece of paper they'd found in Ezekiel's drawer about him feeling that Rita might be in danger. He picked it up and read it.
Where did you get this? Ezekiel's place. We have the other half of it, but we can't use this now. It'd be inadmissible. That's why you need to leave things to the professionals. Elsa-May nodded. Sorry. Just keep in your lane, both of you. When you cross the line, you do more harm than good.
"We know. We won't do it again," Ettie said.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a team to brief with my latest news.
Ettie and Elsa-May stood up and walked out of the room. It was still raining, but they couldn't resist visiting their favorite cake shop. Besides, they'd needed to process the shocking information they just learned. They walked arm in arm up the road until they reached the entrance of the shop. Chapter 26. Ettie and Elsa-May walked through the door and up to the glass cabinet that was filled with cakes. Their mouths watered as they looked at the freshly baked carrot cake, chocolate mud cake, cookies, muffins, and pies.
Ettie ordered carrot cake, and Elsa-May ordered a piece of caramel pie, along with 2 cups of coffee. They took their seats at their usual table and waited for their food to arrive. Ettie opened the box and pulled out the story Ezekiel had written and read it over again. She was silent while she read it, then tapped her chin. I wonder if Ascot ever tried to approach Rita. For what purpose? Elsa-May asked. Well, going by the strange poem, or whatever it was, it says what Ezekiel desired. I see where you're going with this. Do you think Rita is keeping something from us? There's only one way to find out. Ettie folded the story and placed it back inside the box. The server came and placed their food and coffee in front of them. Ettie thanked her and took a sip of the hot coffee. We shall visit Rita next. Okay, I feel like we're getting to the bottom of it. Ettie looked up at her. Do you? I feel like we've only just scratched the surface. Elsa-May said, I think Ascot killed his wife and Ezekiel saw it. Maybe he threatened Ezekiel to keep quiet about it. Then he knew he had to kill him because if Ezekiel ended up blabbing, Ascot would end up in prison for life. Ettie shook her head. I don't think so. Why not? Why kill him in the ravine with a rock? He shot his wife. Why wouldn't he just shoot Ezekiel? Nay, Ettie, he can't kill 2 people in the same way. The police would think something connected the killings and start asking him. And you know they can figure out the bullets came out of the same gun. Unless he used a different gun. I see what you're saying. You might be right. More likely than not. Ettie broke off a piece of her cake and popped it into her mouth. This is so moist. I don't know how they can make cakes this good. Me neither. Maybe we could move into this place. Elsa-May chuckled. I could put a little bed in the back room. I could help them a little with the washing up. Ettie laughed along with her. But not the baking. They're doing very well with that. We could eat cakes and pies all day long. And it's peaceful here, too. But it wouldn't be if we moved in with Snowy. And the kitten, Ettie added. No, we would have found a home for him by then. It wouldn't be peaceful if Maggie was here. Elsa-May looked out the window. No Maggie about today. She gave us some very useful information, Elsa-May. I didn't say that she didn't, but she talks a lot, sometimes too much. Ettie couldn't take it any longer. Why don't you just admit you like the kitten? What? Elsa-May set her cake fork down, and her big blue eyes stared at Ettie. Then she blinked twice. You heard me. Ettie was determined for Elsa-May to tell the truth. I don't care for the cat. I told you from the start that we weren't keeping it. Then why did you knit a coat for him that matched Snowy's? It's cold. Why didn't you let Ava's boys have him when one of them said they liked him? Elsa-May picked up her cake fork. Enough with the questions. This is the last one I'll ask. Why did you say they couldn't have that kitten? Elsa-May huffed. Because he's smaller than the others and he could be sickly. You know how tragic it is to lose a pet when you're young. I was saving them from grief, heartache, and pain. Now I wish someone would save me from the pain of having this conversation. Ettie gave up and took a mouthful of coffee. A larger confrontation was brewing. Ettie had grown attached to the kitten, and it would sadden her to lose it. She was determined that they would keep him. Elsa-May liked him too, but would she ever admit it? They spent the rest of the time in silence. Ettie wasn't brave enough to say another word in case she opened her mouth and said too much. Once they finished, they made their way to Rita's house. Vera, her mother, was out front watering the flower pots in front of the house as they walked up the long driveway. Elsa-May leaned down to pick up a small tree branch that had fallen on the driveway. Ettie elbowed her as she passed by her. "Hurry, we're here for a purpose." Elsa-May didn't say a word, and Ettie was first to reach the house. Vera smiled at them. "Back again? Here to speak with Rita, I'm assuming." Vera took off her gardening gloves and placed them on the ground next to a plant she was watering. "We are, thank you, Vera." Ettie couldn't help looking at the plants. There wasn't much point in gardening in this weather. In a couple of weeks, snow would cover everything. Vera would have to pick up the pots and put them under cover if she wanted them to last. Still, she kept her opinion to herself. They followed Vera inside and found Rita ironing clothes in the living room. She looked up as she heard them walking down the hallway. "Ettie, Elsa-May, how are you? Do you have news?" Rita put the iron on the stand and sat down with them. Vera walked in behind them. "Can I listen?" "You can," Ettie said. "We have some big news for you." Rita's eyes were wide open. "What is it?" "It turns out the will that was found in Ezekiel's house was forged. Jonah was working together with the Englisher, Mr. Ascot, that Ezekiel was last working for." "No!" Rita gasped and looked over at her mother. "Did you hear that, Mom?" "I did. That's awful. So does that mean one of them killed him?" Elsa-May shook her head. "It's uncertain yet." "It seems obvious that one of them did," Vera said. Ettie continued. "The detective matched the handwriting on the will to Mr. Ascot's handwriting. There's no doubt about it." Rita got up and swiftly placed 2 cups in front of Elsa-May and Ettie. "Hot tea?" "Whatever you're having," Elsa-May said. "I think you'll need to sit down, Rita. There's more." Rita frowned and sat down. "I have the real will here. Ezekiel named me as the executor, which is quite strange, but that's what he did." Rita sniffed. "It's like he was thinking he'd go soon. He knew he was in danger." "That's what I think. That's why he ended things with you so abruptly." Vera leaned forward. "So what does the will say?" "Yes, talk about the will, Ettie. Tell them what it says." Ettie nodded and looked down at the large envelope in her hand. "I won't read it all out. It states that if he dies before you two are married, everything goes to you and Jonah equally." Rita burst into tears. "Oh, I thought you'd be happy," Elsa-May said. "It goes on to say that after you two married, you were to get everything. So he was intending to marry you, Rita. He didn't mean to end things with you. If he did, I'm sure it was only a temporary thing." Vera rushed to console Rita as she sobbed. "He loved me," Rita said between tears. "I believe so," Ettie said, "and the will proves it." "That's great news that he always loved you." Vera sat down beside Rita and put her arm around her. "Yes, that's great to know. Thank you for finding that out. At least now I know the truth." Rita dried her eyes with the end of her apron. Elsa-May quickly produced a handkerchief and handed it to her. "It's clean." "Thank you." Ettie wanted to ask questions but didn't feel it was the right time. "I'll make us tea," Elsa-May said when the kettle whistled. By the time the tea in the pot had steeped, Rita was looking much calmer. "Thank you for finding all this out. Oh, what will I do with half of a farm? I'll have to talk with Jonah and see what we can work out." "It might be all of a farm if they find Jonah guilty, and he likely will be," Elsa-May said. Vera put her hand to her head. "Guilty of what?" "Forging the will in conspiracy with Mr. Ascot." "Oh, not for killing Ezekiel?" Vera asked. "No, we still don't know who did it." Ettie then looked at Rita.
That's why we need your help.
How can Rita help you? Vera asked. By answering a couple of questions. Elsa-May poured herself a cup of tea while she asked, Did Mr. Ascot ever reach out to you? Rita's face was blank. Ettie explained.
He's the man who forged the will and plotted with Jonah. Ezekiel had worked for him. Ezekiel left in the middle of the job and never went back.
Rita shrugged her shoulders. Why would I know him?
So you've never met him before?
Ettie asked. She shook her head.
Okay, that's all we wanted to know.
Vera said,
Please keep us informed about what's happening. Rita's been through enough.
We will let you know as soon as we find out, Elsa-May added.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Vera rubbed Rita's back. Then a tear trickled down Rita's cheek, and she said, Wait, I think there are some things you should know.
No, Rita.
Yes, Mom, I have to tell them. Chapter 27. I have to tell them, Mom. It's time. Rita took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and swallowed hard before she continued. Around a year ago, I was housekeeping for Mrs. Ascot. I witnessed terrible fights between her and her husband. It was dreadful. Ettie and Elsa-May stared at her in disbelief. Why hadn't she told them?
And?
Ettie asked. Rita burst into tears. I'm sorry I said nothing earlier, but Mom didn't want me to get involved. Vera nodded.
I was only trying to protect her as any mother would.
Elsa-May nodded at her sympathetically. Ettie looked over at her confused. And, Vera added, she was too upset and insecure. She's too upset to speak just now, so I'll tell you the entire story.
Please do.
Ettie leaned forward. Elsa-May grabbed another handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to Rita. Thank you. She took the handkerchief and dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Vera began. Rita was cleaning the ensuite off from their bedroom. Allie was in the bedroom packing a suitcase. Allie had told Rita she was going away for a while alone. Mr. Ascot burst through the door and struck her to the ground. He didn't know Rita was in the bathroom. She was too scared to say anything, so she hid in the shower until he was gone. When she heard his car leave, she rushed out to check on Allie. She was unconscious on the floor, and that's when Rita called an ambulance. Ettie's mouth dropped open. She looked over at Elsa-May, who looked just as shocked as she was. Rita interrupted her mother's telling of the story. When she came home from the hospital, I urged her to leave him. Next time she might get killed. Rita covered her mouth as she tried to hold back the tears. Mr. Ascot overheard what I said and yelled at me to get out. I was so afraid. I left and never went back. Now I feel bad about that, too, because I found out that he killed her. I'm sure he killed her. I don't know why he's not been charged with her murder, Vera added. Rita started crying again. Vera put her arms around her and pulled her in close, hugging her tight. It's okay, shh. Vera stroked Rita's back as she cried in her arms. Ettie and Elsa-May couldn't help but feel sad for her.
We're so sorry to put you through this, Rita,
Ettie said.
Thank you for telling us the truth. It will help us figure out what happened to Ezekiel.
Ettie reached out her hand and placed it on Rita's. Rita looked up at them. Thank you, Ettie, Elsa-May. It means everything to know he really loved me. We won't stop until we find out who did this to him. Elsa-May placed her hand on top of Ettie's. which was covering Rita's. The mother cat jumped into Elsa-May's lap, giving her a fright. "Oh, hello."
"It's the mother of our kitten," Ettie said. "She recognizes you."
Ettie told Rita and Vera.
"She liked to put her kittens in Elsa-May's closet."
"Oh, she likes to sleep in Mom's closet." Elsa-May patted the cat, then looked up at Ettie. "It's not our kitten, Ettie."
"Whose is it?"
Vera asked. "Have you found a home for it?" Ettie stood up.
"Will you look at the time? Come along, Elsa-May. We should be getting home."
"Thank you for coming. I feel so much better now," Rita said.
"Well, we thank you for finally telling us the truth, Rita."
Vera then insisted on hitching the buggy and driving them home. When Ettie and Elsa-May opened their door, Snowy ran to greet them, followed by the kitten. Ettie could tell Elsa-May was growing fond of the kitten, so a few more days should seal the deal. After Elsa-May took Snowy outside for a bathroom break, they sat down in front of the fire with cups of hot tea before they started dinner. "Ettie, it wonders me that they didn't arrest Ascot. He had a history of violence. Why do they think he didn't do it?" Ettie shrugged her shoulders.
"I'm not sure. We probably have to ask Detective Kelly. It's odd that Rita would keep that information from us, don't you think? They'd know Ascot was violent to his wife, and it wonders me that he wasn't charged for her murder." Vera didn't want Rita to get involved, but how many other people would this man have hurt? The kitten was now getting comfortable with Snowy on the dog bed in front of the fireplace. "He must have an alibi for the time of the murder. Anyway, we have to concentrate on Ezekiel and why he was killed, although one killing might lead to the other." "I can't stop thinking about Rita."
Ettie put her feet up and leant back on the couch. "Me neither." Elsa-May sipped her freshly brewed tea.
"I have a horrible feeling about Mr. Ascot."
"Me too."
"I'm thinking there may be more than one person who is the culprit in this case."
"Yes, me too," Elsa-May agreed. Ettie looked up at her.
"Really?"
"Yes." Ettie sat up and took a mouthful of tea and then set her cup down on the table in front of her.
"Let's think about who might have killed him. We've got both Jonah and Mr. Ascot. Jonah wanted money and Mr. Ascot wanted the farm. Either of them could have done it. Then there is Desmond. He could have killed Ezekiel to make the way clear so he could have Rita for himself.
Then there's the man from the blue house. He wasn't happy with Ezekiel's workmanship."
Ettie sighed. "It's like a puzzle and there are pieces missing. We have to find those pieces. We need more information."
"Tomorrow is going to be a big day."
"That's one thing we can agree on, Elsa-May."
Elsa-May chuckled. "At long last." Chapter 28. Ettie opened her eyes and rolled over in bed. The sun was shining brightly through her window as the birds chirped loudly outside. She stretched out her arms in front of her and yawned as she sat up. Ezekiel's friend, Tom, came to her mind. She recalled every word he'd said at the funeral when she'd come across him in the kitchen. He'd made a point of telling her he had seen nothing, and he hadn't spoken to Ezekiel in some time. Now it struck her as odd that he had felt the need to tell her that information. Maybe he knew something, or he was hiding something. Ettie reached over to her bedside table and picked up her glass of water and drank the whole thing quickly. She moved her legs out of bed and, while sitting, pulled on her robe. From the clattering coming from the kitchen, she knew Elsa-May was already awake. Minutes later, Ettie stood at the kitchen door listening to Elsa-May crooning a hymn while cooking breakfast. Ettie noticed the kitten was cradled in one arm while she cooked, with her other hand. She tiptoed into the kitchen and sat down at the table. Elsa-May turned around when she heard her pull out the chair from under the table. "Oh, you gave me a fright. How many times have I told you not to sneak up on me like that?" She quickly placed the kitten on the floor, and it ran out of the room.
I see you are enjoying Murphy's company.
Elsa-May stopped cooking and turned around to face her. "Murphy? Who is Murphy?"
It's what I've named the kitten, seeing as you refuse to help give him a name.
"Oh, Ettie," she shook her head as she turned back to face the saucepan. "I don't know how many times I have to tell you something before you believe it. Also, I don't like that name for the kitten. He doesn't look like a Murphy."
Okay, Elsa-May, whatever you say. What are you cooking, anyway?
Blackberry oatmeal.
Oh, no strawberries?
"No, we have none left." She took the saucepan off the stove and poured the oatmeal into the bowls beside her. She picked them up and walked over to the table, placing one down for herself and one in front of Ettie.
Oh, that's a shame about the strawberries. Shame we can't grow them ourselves.
"We could if we weren't so busy going around town asking people questions." Elsa-May sat down across from her. She picked up her cutlery and placed a large spoonful of oatmeal into her mouth. Snowy ran over and sat by the table, hoping they would drop food or be generous enough to give him some. Elsa-May broke off a piece of her toast she had prepared earlier and threw it over to him. He caught it in the air and gulped it before looking at them again.
I was thinking about Tom this morning.
Ettie put her spoon in her bowl and mixed the oatmeal and berries around. "What about him?" Elsa-May asked, with her mouth half full.
He seemed suspicious.
"That's not what you thought the other day."
I know. But now that I'm thinking about it, I never actually questioned him. He was quick to let me know he hadn't spoken to Ezekiel and didn't know anything.
Elsa-May thought for a moment. That's true, I guess, if you say so."
I'd like to question him again.
"I don't know, Ettie. He seemed pretty upset at the funeral."
Exactly. Maybe he knows something we don't. I think we should speak with him again. I have a feeling we should.
"Okay, Ettie, we shall visit him today. Will that keep you happy?"
Yes, for the moment.
Suddenly the kitten jumped up onto a chair and sprang onto the table. Elsa-May gasped as she leaned back in her chair. She managed to grab the kitten as he was heading for her bowl. "Oh, this won't do. Shoo, kitten, shoo!" She picked up the kitten and placed it on the floor.
Have you fed him today?
Ettie asked. "Not yet."
Ettie shook her head. He's hungry. We should get proper cat food for him today.
"Oatmeal will have to do. He seems to like it." Ettie looked on disapproving as Elsa-May held a spoon for the kitten to lick.
Come on, Elsa-May. We have to leave soon if we are to visit Tom this morning and do all the other things we have to do today.
All right. Stop rushing me. There's plenty of time. Can I at least eat?"
Of course.
Ettie put down her spoon and folded her arms in front of her, waiting for Elsa-May to finish her breakfast. Then she washed up, while still waiting. When they were both finally dressed and ready to go, they said goodbye to Snowy and the kitten who were chasing each other around the house. Then they grabbed their coats before walking out of the front door. The day was warmer than usual, and they didn't need their big coats after all. They held them in their arms as they made their way down the street towards the payphone. When the taxi finally arrived, they gave the driver Tom's address. He lived close by, and it was only a short drive until they pulled up outside his house. They knocked on his front door and waited a few moments for him to answer. He opened the door and Ettie read something on his face. Was it shock or something more like dread? She couldn't quite tell. Elsa-May, Ettie, what a surprise.
Hello, Tom. May we have a moment of your time?
Ettie asked. I'm sorry. He shook his head as he buttoned the top button of his shirt. I'm sick at the moment and haven't had time to clean the house or anything. It's okay, Elsa-May said. We can talk here. Okay. He looked at them strangely before clearing his throat.
I suspected something was amiss when we saw you at the funeral the other day. Ettie started. Is there anything else you know about Ezekiel that you would like to share with us?
Tom scratched his neck as if he were uncomfortable. He bit his lip and said nothing. Well, Elsa-May asked. Okay, I admit it. I didn't tell you what I know. Ettie looked at Elsa-May as if to say, I told you so, before looking back at Tom.
Go on,
Ettie urged. Ezekiel confided in me. He didn't mention any names, just that he knew about a murder, a woman that was murdered where he was working. He said he had heard the woman's husband on the phone asking a friend to say he was with him on a certain date and time. Ezekiel figured out the man must have killed his wife if he was asking for someone to cover for him. Oh dear, that is bad news. Elsa-May covered her mouth.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Ettie was slightly agitated that he would keep such a big thing from her if his intentions were pure. I was scared. The man realized Ezekiel had overheard, so he tried to convince Ezekiel that he had no alibi. But he didn't kill his wife anyway. Ezekiel said he didn't believe him at first because he'd heard him argue with his wife. But then the man convinced him. Tom stopped and looked towards the ground. He believed him at the time, but later he wasn't so sure.
So are you saying that this man killed Ezekiel to keep him quiet?
Ettie asked. I wondered about that. He rubbed his chin. I feel so much better that I've been able to tell you that. I've been keeping it inside this whole time. I guess I said nothing because Ezekiel's gone and it won't bring him back. Tell us about Rita, Elsa-May said. His eyes opened wide. What about her? Why did Ezekiel end things with her? He looked away.
Did you know about the two of them?
Ettie asked. He nodded. I did, but I didn't know that you knew.
You underestimate us.
Ettie was disappointed.
We don't think you had anything to do with the murder if that's what you're worried about.
He shook his head. To be honest, I'm scared of the Englisher Ezekiel was working for. I think he killed his wife, and I think he would kill again. I should have come forward. Ettie looked at Elsa-May. That confirmed what they'd been hearing.
Thank you for being truthful with us this time. Is there anything else you would like to tell us?
He shook his head again. That's all the information I have, truthfully.
What about Rita?
Ettie pressed. What about her?
Did you two have any sort of special relationship?
Ettie asked. Elsa-May elbowed her in the ribs. Oh, Ettie. Tom looked offended. Of course not. Ezekiel was my friend. I'm sorry, Tom, but we have to ask these questions. She didn't mean any offense, Elsa-May said. No, it's okay, I understand. He calmed down before he continued. There was nothing going on between Rita and me. I was more than happy for them both. It makes me so sad to think of how things ended between them.
Yes, it is a shame.
Ettie looked him up and down once more. Could he be in love with Rita, and he'd gotten rid of the opposition? Maybe Rita had more than two men in love with her. Well, thank you for your time. Elsa-May turned to walk down the path toward the road. Hold on a minute. He walked out of his front door toward them. It's quite a walk to the payphone. Let me give you a ride back home."
"That would be most welcome, thank you, Tom."
Ettie smiled at him as he walked outside, closing the door behind him. When they pulled up out the front of their house, they got out of the horse and buggy.
"Thank you, Tom."
Ettie gave him a wave. Elsa-May turned around to face him. "One more thing," she said. "Yes?" Tom asked. "Would you like a kitten?" He laughed before shaking his head. "No, thanks." Ettie put her hands on her hips. She was shocked. She thought Elsa-May was liking the kitty. She even let the kitty lick one of their spoons. Once inside, Snowy jumped up and down at their feet, and the kitten walked in circles around them, brushing up against their legs. They sat down in the living room, and the kitten jumped up into Elsa-May's lap. He curled up into a ball and started purring loudly. She petted the cat as she relaxed. She could feel Ettie watching her. She knew what she was thinking and didn't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing how fond she had become of the kitten.
"Do you think Tom killed Ezekiel to make way for himself?"
Ettie asked. "I don't think so."
"Well, you agreed that Desmond, the supermarket man, killed him to make way for himself."
"I know, but we know Tom." Elsa-May sighed. "This leaves us just where we started, going around in circles." Just at that moment, they heard the postman's whistle. Chapter 29. "Ettie, the postman."
"You think he killed Ezekiel? He must have been pretending to be sick. He could have just arrived home and got into his pajamas when we knocked on the door. But why did he do it?"
Elsa-May frowned. "I wasn't thinking he killed him. I'm just saying that we have mail."
"Well, if he didn't kill him, I wonder if he might have seen anything strange at Ezekiel's house in the days before he was killed. I think we need to have a talk with him."
Elsa-May put the kitten down and hurried out the front door, hoping to catch the mailman. She realized she should have put her coat on as her teeth chattered. She looked up and saw the mailman cycling off fast. Ettie followed behind her and laughed. She put her arms in her big coat as she came up behind her. "Oh, he mustn't have seen me. I was going to ask about our soup dish."
"Why? You know he threw it away."
"I know, and I wanted him to feel bad about it."
"Elsa-May, we were going to ask if he'd seen any strange goings-on around Ezekiel's house."
"Yeah, I was going to ask him that. A person can ask someone more than one question." Ettie walked past Elsa-May and reached her hand into the mailbox.
"It's just a catalog. We didn't even ask for it. Is he going to do this to us now?"
"Do what?" Elsa-May asked.
"Put things in our box that we don't want. Then we have to go to the trouble of disposing of it."
"They put it in everyone's letter box. It's called junk mail, Ettie. Ever heard of that?" She brushed past her and walked towards the trash can.
"I'll toss it in the trash."
"No, Ettie, I can use it to line the litter tray for our temporary kitten." Elsa-May walked over and plucked the pages out of Ettie's hands. While Elsa-May walked back inside, Ettie looked over at the postal carrier just in time to see him glancing over his shoulder at them. Then he turned back around and pedaled away even faster. She shook her head and turned to walk back inside.
"Hello, Ettie."
Ettie stopped and turned around when she heard her name. Ava was walking toward her. Elsa-May must have seen her from within the house because she came running out. "Ava, you haven't come to return the kittens, have you?" Ava laughed. "No, the boys loved them. We're very happy with them, and I think they're happy with us, too." "That is good news. It's hard enough getting Ettie to stop complaining about the one kitten we've got left. Please come inside." Ettie stood there open-mouthed as Elsa-May and Ava walked past her through to the house. Then Ettie walked inside and found them in the kitchen. Ava was seated at the table while Elsa-May was putting the kettle on the stove. "Would you like some hot tea or coffee?" Ava crossed her legs. "Coffee, thank you." Ettie got busy getting out the cups and then put cookies onto a plate. The kettle started to whistle on the stove. Once they were seated with their drinks and cookies, Elsa-May asked, "Are you just visiting, or is there another reason you've come?" Ava swallowed hard. "I've come by because Jeremiah mentioned something to me, and you know he's not one for gossip. If he didn't know it was true, heard and saw it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have told me." "Is this about Ezekiel?" Elsa-May grabbed a cookie and bit into it. "Yes." Ava hesitated, as if she were nervous to say anything. "Go on," Ettie said. Ava jumped as if something had bitten her leg. She looked under the table to see the ginger kitty walking away. She laughed and picked up the kitten before sitting down again. "You gave me a fright, little kitty." "His name's Murphy," Ettie said. "Oh, no, that won't do. I don't like that name at all." Elsa-May pressed her lips together. "Even though he's temporary, he must have a better name than that. I'll think up something better, Ettie." Ettie looked at her. "I'll have to like it as well." "Of course." Elsa-May picked up her cup and took a sip of her coffee. "So, Ava, what did Jeremiah say?" "He told me he saw Ezekiel talking to a man outside a supermarket." "And?" Ettie asked. "Not really talking, more like arguing." "About what? Did he hear?" Ettie leaned forward. "Yes, he said Ezekiel was accusing the man of continually following Rita. Then Jeremiah saw how upset Rita was at the funeral, and he wondered what was going on between Ezekiel and Rita." Elsa-May looked at Ettie, then put her coffee down in front of her. "Rita and Ezekiel were in a relationship," Elsa-May said. Ava gasped. "Oh my, I didn't know that for certain. I heard a rumor. Rita must feel so awful." "Oh, Ettie, you might have been right. That man might have killed Ezekiel to make way for himself, especially if Ezekiel had confronted him." Ava was shocked. "Was the man's name Desmond?" Ettie asked Ava. "I'm not sure, but they were arguing outside the supermarket on the corner of High Street." "That's the one," Elsa-May said. "It's Desmond's store. Oh, Ettie, call Detective Kelly now and tell him about those muddy boots I saw in his car and the stained pullover." "Muddy boots?" Ava asked. "The man who owns the grocery store on High is Desmond. I'm not sure of his last name. Long story short, he gave us a ride in his truck the other day, and I saw muddy boots and a stained piece of clothing in the back near where I was." "Nay, Elsa-May, don't be silly. Every second person in this town would have muddy boots." Elsa-May pouted. "But there was mud in the ravine because it had been raining. If you'd thought of it, then we'd be talking to Kelly right now. Just because I say it, you think it's not important." Ettie ignored Elsa-May's whining. "I do think we should talk with Desmond, though." "That sounds mighty dangerous," Elsa-May replied. Ava bit her fingernails as she sat on the edge of her chair. "I'll drive you there if that's what you want to do, Ettie. I don't have to be back until after lunch. A friend is looking after the boys." "What do you think, Elsa-May?" "You know what I think." She took another sip of tea. Chapter 30. On their way into town, Ettie sat next to Elsa-May in the back of Ava's buggy. There was a strong breeze that swept through the buggy window. Elsa-May had to keep holding onto her cup and adjusting it so it wouldn't fly off her head. "Ava, how are the children getting along with the kittens?" Ettie asked. "Are they loving them?" "We all love them. They keep us entertained for hours. And how are you two enjoying having another animal in the house other than Snowy?" Eddie's mouth curved upward into a smile. "Snowy has really come out of his shell, and he's not lonely whenever we're out. You could say that they've become best friends." Elsa-May narrowed her eyes at Ettie, who looked out her window, deliberately trying to avoid making eye contact with her.
Oh, that's great to hear. Animals really do bring so much joy into our lives, Ava said. Ettie nodded. Yes, they do, don't they? So do you have any other leads as yet, or is it just this Desmond man? Ava asked. We have a few ideas. There are the two men Ezekiel worked for recently. Neither man was content with him. Then there's his nephew who faked the will and didn't waste time doing it. Elsa-May had a few ideas that Bernadette and Rita were both upset with him because she thought he was stringing them along.
I don't think that now, Elsa-May told Rita. Ettie's just trying to make me look foolish.
I'll just keep quiet next time, Ettie said.
That would be a pleasant change. Elsa-May held on to her cup strings. When they pulled up out the front of the grocery store, Ettie and Elsa-May climbed down out of the buggy. I'll wait here for you, Ava said from the front seat of the buggy.
Thank you, Ava. We won't be long, Ettie said.
Then Ettie turned to Elsa-May.
Ava asked me a question, and all I was doing was answering it.
Well, we both wondered if Rita had anything to do with it, and we both quickly dismissed the idea. Then we thought about Bernadette, and we quickly dismissed that too. As Ettie and Elsa-May walked into the store, they saw Desmond behind the counter, talking to one of his younger staff members. It was the young woman they'd spoken with the other day. Hello, Desmond. Elsa-May walked through the door, letting go of it as she entered. The door slammed into Ettie, who was following behind her. Ettie gasped. Be careful. Elsa-May glanced over her shoulder and kept walking over to Desmond. Desmond ran his hands through his messy hair and pulled at his collar. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked terrible. His shirt was stained, and he hadn't shaved in days. He looked as if he hadn't slept in weeks. Hello, ladies. I met you at Rita and Vera's house.
That's right.
How can I help you today? He asked. Ettie observed he seemed nervous. We've got a few questions we'd like to ask you about Rita and Ezekiel, if you could spare a few moments of your time, Elsa-May asked. He looked over at his employee, who was staring at both of the elderly ladies. Sure. He turned to the young lady and asked her to restock some shelves at the back of the store. He waited until his employee was in the far aisle before looking back at them both. So, what would you like to ask me about Rita? He spoke in a low voice. How close are you with Rita? Elsa-May asked. I guess you could say we're pretty close. She's become a good friend. Ettie was a little taken aback at her sister's bold approach. He didn't react badly, so Ettie kept it going.
And why do you take her flowers and food every week?
Ettie asked. I get along with her and her mother, and they need some help from time to time. The least I can do is help them out. I've done well in life, and sometimes people need a hand up. That's what I prefer to call it, rather than a handout. Ettie looked at Elsa-May. Elsa-May said, then what part of helping her do you call it when you're following her? He lowered his head as his gaze darted about. I'm not sure what you mean. Elsa-May hadn't worded her question very well, which was unusual for her. Ettie had to help her out.
We've heard that you're continuously following her.
Desmond stood up straight and moved his shoulders back, puffing out his chest. Who said that?
We'd rather not say.
Is Rita all right? He asked. She's fine, Elsa-May nodded. He tilted his head to one side. Exactly what are you trying to find out?
Did you know Ezekiel Lister?
Ettie asked. Yes, I had heard of him, but I never really spoke to him. Was he a friend of yours, too? I know he was a friend of Rita's and her mother. I suppose you knew him if he was in your community. Elsa-May took a step closer to him and raised her voice slightly. You never spoke to Ezekiel, ever? No, he shook his head. Ettie and Elsa-May looked at each other, and then Elsa-May said, We were told you had a heated argument with him out the front of this very store." He looked shocked and shook his head. "No, that's a lie. I've never even spoken to the man. Who's been telling you these things?"
Do we need to confirm with your employee? Ettie turned around and looked towards the young woman in the back, who was probably eavesdropping. Ettie caught her eye and she looked away and continued stocking the shelves. Desmond stood still, staring at them both. Elsa-May noticed sweat was now beading on his forehead.
"I don't know who's been filling your head with these lies, but if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work."
He turned away from them. Where were you at the time of Ezekiel's death? Ettie asked. He spun around to face them.
"How am I supposed to know? I don't even know when the man died."
He shrugged his shoulders before tugging at his collar again.
"I'm sorry I can't help you, but you better go back and tell this person I'm aware that they're lying about me. None of it's true, none of it. I never knew this man. I knew of him because he was a friend of Rita's, but that's all."
Elsa-May was upset with the man for lying. Perhaps he was the murderer.
"That's enough questions for today, Ettie."
She turned back around to face Desmond.
"Thank you for your time. We didn't mean to upset you."
She smiled at him before she turned around to walk out of the store, gripping Ettie's arm.
"No harm done,"
he called after them. Ettie ripped her arm out of Elsa-May's grip and refused to move. Wait a minute. Desmond stopped still. I'm not buying it. Maybe we should tell the detective what we know. Ettie crossed her arms in front of her. Desmond looked at the two of them and then glanced over at his employee.
"Okay, I admit it. There is something I need to get off my chest, but it's not what you think. You'll understand when I tell you everything."
Ettie looked at Elsa-May and raised her eyebrows as if to say, I told you so. Desmond called out to his employee.
"Sarah, you can go on an early break now. Take as long as you want."
Sarah stood up and wasted no time moving out the front door.
"Please, if you two would follow me into my office, we can talk in private."
But there's no one in the store. Elsa-May looked around the shop.
"Who will serve the customers?" "I think I can do without customers for 5 minutes."
He turned the open side around to say closed.
"My office is in the back."
They followed him. Ettie was slightly nervous because there was no one around, but Elsa-May was with her, so she didn't feel so bad. When they came to a door, he opened it.
"After you," he said.
Ettie walked in first, followed by Elsa-May. There was food everywhere on both sides of the office. Then Ettie noticed there was no desk or even any chairs. At the same time, she noticed how cold it was. Ettie spun around to face Desmond. This doesn't look like an office to me. Before they knew what was happening, Desmond pushed them further into the room, and then he rushed out of the room and locked the door behind him. Elsa-May rushed to the door and banged on it.
"Let us out." "I don't think so,"
he said from behind the door.
"Don't bother yelling. No one will hear you. I'll be back later when I decide what to do with you."
They looked around and realized they were in a cold food storage room. Elsa-May crossed her arms and frowned at Ettie. Say nothing, Ettie said.
"Say nothing? Every second person in town has muddy boots as well as the murderer. That's what you said. Now we'll be murdered too. He's only put us in here to die, or he'll come back and kill us. What if he turns up the temperature? We'll get frostbite, and then we'll die of hypothermia."
Elsa-May rubbed her arms as though she was already freezing. I think you mean turns down the temperature. Elsa-May's bottom lip started wobbling.
"I thought I'd die of old age. Not here like this."
Ettie walked 5 paces to the end of the room. Look on the bright side. We have food. We won't starve to death. She picked up an apple and handed it to Elsa-May. Elsa-May shook her head. Ettie kept walking around.
finding all kinds of things to eat while Elsa-May sat on the floor.
There are many things here that we normally don't buy because they're too expensive. Under the circumstances, I don't think we'd be expected to pay for them.
Ettie started unwrapping an expensive box of bonbons. She slid down to sit on the floor and ate them one by one. After a while, Elsa-May sobbed. "What's going to happen to us?"
Oh, calm down, Elsa-May. Here, have one of these. They'll make you feel better. Do you know how much these cost?
"Yes, I've seen the prices. Now tell me this, Ettie, what good will it do for us to eat if we're only going to die?"
What else is there to do?
"You pushed him too hard, Ettie."
Me? You were the one who said you didn't believe him and you were going to the police. Well, at least we know who's guilty.
"Lot of good it'll do us now. We can't even tell the detective now." Elsa-May moved closer to Ettie and ate a bonbon. "We were right. He was so jealous of Ezekiel that he killed him so he could have Rita all to himself."
I don't think so. Yes, he killed him, but why would he think Rita would leave her mother and leave the community just to be with him?
"Maybe he was willing to take that chance. I hope we find out when he comes back." Elsa-May lowered her head. "If he comes back. He'll be coming back to kill us."
Well, we must be quick with our questions.
Elsa-May sighed in exasperation. Ettie patted her sister on her shoulder.
Don't worry. Have you forgotten we've got Ava waiting for us? She'll come looking for us.
"But what if he kills her too? Jeremiah will be a widower, raising those 2 boys all by himself." Ettie sighed.
Oh, dear, I didn't even think of that. Who will look after Snowy and who will look after our new kitten? We better start praying.
"Don't worry, between your talking and your loud chomping, I haven't stopped." Ettie looked over at her sister.
If we ever get out of here,
"Yes."
can we keep the kitten?
Ettie popped another bonbon into her mouth. "If we get out of here alive, we can gladly keep the kitten." Ettie's face beamed.
Wunderbar. Then we'll have to come up with a good name for him.
"Less talking, Ettie, and more praying."
Okay.
Chapter 31. Ava was waiting anxiously in front of the store for Ettie and Elsa-May to come back out. She tapped her foot and bit her nails while she waited. It had been a while longer than she had expected it would take, so she leaned over to look out the far window. She could see inside the store, right through to the counter, but couldn't see anyone inside. Suddenly she saw Desmond coming from the back room and striding toward the front door. He walked out, locking the door behind him. Ava stared at the storefront in disbelief. What was going on? Where were Ettie and Elsa-May? Once the man was out of sight, Ava headed to the shop and banged on the glass door. There was no response. There was a payphone right in front of the store, so she called the detective and told him Ettie and Elsa-May went into the store and never came out. Detective Kelly told her to stay where she was, and he'd be right there with backup. She waited a short time before he drove up to the store with sirens blaring. He pulled up right outside the shop, and along with 5 uniformed officers, he ran to the front door. Ava got out. "They went in and never came out," she repeated what she'd told him on the phone. "I was watching the whole time." "Stand back, Ava." Kelly then nodded to the officers, and they kicked at the doors until the lock broke and the doors swung open. "Wait here," he said as he ran inside the store. He ran down every aisle, calling out their names as he went. He couldn't believe they had gotten themselves into another hair-raising situation, but he wasn't surprised. They were both too stubborn to listen to him. Where were they? He panicked as he ran through the store, scanning every aisle. Maybe it had been a bad idea to ask for their help in this case. He felt guilty for a moment. Finally, he came to the back of the store and found the door to the walk-in refrigerator. He tried to open the door, but it was locked. He knocked on it loudly. "Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Lutz? Detective, is that you?" Elsa-May dropped the pile of food in her hands, pushed herself to her feet, and hurried toward the door. "Stand back, I'm going to kick the door in," Kelly yelled out. Ettie rushed over to Elsa-May, pulling and dragging her to the far right corner of the room. "See, I told you there was nothing to worry about," Ettie said, trying to grin with her teeth chattering from the cold. There was a loud thud as the detective tried to kick the door in. By now, Elsa-May and Ettie were freezing. "It's no use, Ettie. He can't get in. We're about to freeze to death." Ettie snuggled into Elsa-May. She sure was warm. "Oh, Elsa-May, that will not happen. Where's your faith? The detective is on the other side of the door. Of course he's going to get us out." "You're right. Maybe if we give him some words of encouragement." There was another loud thud on the door. "You can do it, detective," Ettie yelled. "We believe in you." Elsa-May tried to yell, but she was too cold and her voice didn't carry at all. Suddenly, the detective burst through the door and fell to the floor. The uniformed officers behind him rushed to help him up. Once he was on his feet, he shrugged off the helping hands. "Are you both okay?" Elsa-May nodded. "Yes, we are, detective. See, Elsa-May. All he needed was a little encouragement." The detective narrowed his eyes and placed his hands on his hips. "Why am I not surprised to be rescuing you two from here? How many times have I told you to stay out of trouble? How many times have I told you to come to me first if you suspect someone?" He escorted them out of the refrigeration room. "Someone get blankets and the paramedics." "We're sorry, detective," Ettie said. "We don't need paramedics." Elsa-May shook her head. The detective held them by their arms, walking them outside slowly. Ava ran and opened the door for them when they reached the front of the store. "I was so worried." Ava threw her arms around them both and hugged them tightly. They heard the detective on his radio calling to find out how far away the ambulance was. "That won't be necessary," Ettie called out to him. "Nonsense. You need to be checked over." An officer handed Kelly blankets, and Kelly wrapped them around the two ladies. "Get in my car and I'll put the heater on to warm you up. You too, Ava." Ava got into the front seat, and Ettie and Elsa-May sat in the back. "What happened in there?" Ava asked just as Kelly slid into the driver's seat. "Ettie scared the man, and he locked us in his walk-in refrigerator." Elsa-May tugged the blanket tighter around herself as she looked at Ettie. "I did not. We were just asking him some questions. Then he told us he had a confession that he wanted to make in his office in the back." "What made you suspect him in the first place?" the detective asked. Shouldn't you put out an APB on him?" Elsa-May asked. "It's already done." Ettie burst out laughing. "APB? How would you know what that is?" "I know it's something when you want to find someone," Elsa-May stammered. "All points bulletin," Kelly said. "I'm way ahead of you, Mrs. Lutz. It's already been in place ever since I heard from Ava." "Well, thank you, Ava. If you hadn't been with us, we might have died," Ettie said. "It was my fault." Ava looked away. "It wasn't your fault, Ava," Ettie said. "Yes, it was. I'm so sorry this has happened to you. I should have kept my big mouth shut about that man's argument with Ezekiel." "Nonsense!" Ettie reached over and put her hand on top of hers. Suddenly, the ambulance pulled up behind them. The detective jumped out and signaled for them to come to the car. One paramedic went to Elsa-May's side, and the other went to Ettie. They continued their conversation as the paramedics took their vitals. "We already suspected him anyway." Elsa-May turned to face the detective. He gave us a ride home the other day, and I saw muddy boots and stained clothing in the back of his pickup truck." The detective raised his eyebrows. "He gave you a ride home?"
"That's not accurate."
Ettie went to continue, but the detective interrupted. "Pickup truck? You got into a pickup truck when you know one tried to run Ezekiel over?" Chapter 32. Ettie nodded.
"He asked if we wanted a ride, and we did. We thought we might get some more information from him."
"And we did," added Elsa-May. The paramedics interrupted. The older man tending to Ettie told her they both needed some rest, fluids, and to keep warm. If anything changed, they were to call 911. Kelly thanked them, and then the paramedics left. Elsa-May leaned over to Ettie and whispered, "I said we didn't need medical help." Kelly overheard her. "It was a precaution." Ettie shook her head at her sister.
"You think I talk loudly?"
"You do, and sometimes you're too loud." Ava sensed the detective's frustration. "I can take them home now." "Not until I organize someone to stay outside their house until we apprehend this man. If he drove them home, that means he knows where they live." Ava nodded. "Okay."
"No,"
Ettie said.
"I tried to say it before. He didn't take us home. He left us at the library."
"Still, it's probably not hard for him to find out where you live." They waited until the detective made some calls. Then Elsa-May started. "She wouldn't listen to me, Detective Kelly. You should have heard the way she hounded Desmond. I tried to stop her, but she's so stubborn. I knew it was a bad idea to go into the back room, but she wouldn't take no for an answer." Elsa-May's face was bright red.
"Oh, like you're so innocent, Elsa-May."
Ettie huffed and crossed her arms in front of her. "You've both had a nasty shock. Just calm down and talk about this tomorrow," Ava suggested. "By the time you get them home, Ava, a car will be outside their door." "Thank you, we'll feel safe." Elsa-May managed to smile. The detective stared at them without smiling until someone called him on his cell phone. "Hello? Great news." He ended the call and turned back around to face them. "Desmond has been picked up and he's in custody. I'll get a search warrant for his house, his store, and his truck. I'll collect the contents of his truck and have them tested for any blood. In the meantime, I'll take them home, Ava." "Okay. I'll check on you two tomorrow." "Thank you, Ava. Say hello to Jeremiah," Elsa-May said as Ava got out of the car.
"I will."
The detective moved onto the road and took off toward Ettie and Elsa-May's house. He scolded them the entire way home. "Do you two realize how bad things could have gone if Ava wasn't there?"
"Yes, Detective,"
Ettie said. Elsa-May glared at Ettie. The detective looked back at them in his rearview mirror. He knew he was wasting his breath on them. When they arrived at their house, the detective walked them inside and started the fire for them. Snowy kept jumping up on him, trying to lick him as he kneeled by the fireplace.
"Snowy, that's enough. Come here."
Ettie leaned forward and patted her knee, signaling for Snowy to jump up on her. Snowy ran over and leaped into her lap. A second later, the kitten jumped up onto Elsa-May's lap.
"The kitten has become very fond of you, Elsa-May."
"Nonsense, it's just because I sit closest to the fireplace. He likes the warmth," she said as she patted his small head. The detective stood and then turned to face them both. He leaned over and brushed bark and wood chips off his hands over the fireplace. "There, the fire should keep going for a few hours. Are you sure you're both okay?" "Yes, we've got a meal ready that we can heat. Thank you for rescuing us," Elsa-May said. Snowy sat up in Ettie's lap and started wagging his tail at the detective.
"Yes, thank you, Detective. You saved our lives." Well, with all due respect, I don't want to do it again. I never would have had to save your lives if you'd have listened to me from the start. Yes, we know we're sorry. Elsa-May looked at Ettie, who was smiling up at the detective, not saying anything. She nudged her with her foot.
Oh, yes, we're very sorry. It won't happen again. I'll keep better control of my older sister.
Elsa-May rolled her eyes. Sorry about her.
Ettie pouted while she continued patting Snowy as the detective walked toward the door.
Anything you need, you make sure you call me. You know the number, Kelly said. One more thing, Elsa-May yelled out. The detective poked his head back inside the room. Yes, I'm going to the station now, and I will let you know exactly what we find out from Desmond. Call me tomorrow morning. He went to walk out again. Thank you, but I was going to ask if you wanted a kitten. So do you? She held up the kitten. The kitten meowed and squirmed in her hands. Kelly glared at her. I already told you no.
Elsa-May,
Ettie snarled at her. Goodbye, ladies. Stay out of trouble if that's possible.
We will,
Ettie called out before she looked at Elsa-May and frowned. What? Elsa-May asked.
You know what, Elsa-May. You've grown fond of that kitten, and you know it.
Forget about the kitten. Why do you always have to say I'm the older sister?
You are.
Elsa-May wriggled in her chair. I know that, but it's a waste of words, and what does it matter at our age who's a couple of years older? Ettie giggled.
More than a couple.
Stop it, you're being ridiculous right now. Ettie shook her head. Her sister was the ridiculous one. Why couldn't she just admit that she liked the kitten?
Quit being so stubborn and just accept the fact that the kitty is part of our family now.
No, I haven't decided about it yet, and I won't let you rush me into it. Ettie knew she had the upper hand right now because Elsa-May had said that they'd keep the kitten if they got out of the cold room alive. But saying that now would make Elsa-May look for any excuse to go back on that. She'd have to tread carefully. The kitten jumped down from her lap and ran out of the room. Ettie followed with her eyes and then looked back at Elsa-May.
Now you've done it.
What? Elsa-May asked.
You've gone and upset the poor little thing.
Ettie stood up and hurried out of the room to chase the kitten. Elsa-May relaxed into her chair and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and then said a prayer out loud. Heavenly Father, thank you for keeping us protected. Please help Ettie to not be so reckless. Please help us find out for sure who killed Ezekiel if it wasn't Desmond, so Ezekiel can rest in peace. Ettie put on the tea kettle, ignoring her sister's prayer about her being reckless. She'd said it out aloud deliberately. The paramedics had said they needed fluid, so a nice cup of hot tea would do the job, and then she'd heat leftovers for the evening meal. Chapter 33. When Elsa-May woke the next day, she realized she was still sitting in her recliner chair. The coals from the fire were red and hot, still emanating warmth throughout the room. The sun had risen and was shining through the see-through curtains of the living room windows. She put her hand up in front of her to block the warm sun that was glaring in her eyes. She went to move and then looked down at her lap and realized the kitten was fast asleep on her. Oh my, she said out loud as she sat up in her chair and looked at the clock on the wall. She heard Ettie banging around in the kitchen, so she stood up. The kitten leaped off her lap and ran into the kitchen. Elsa-May was still half asleep as she slowly fumbled her way through the kitchen door. Ettie was preparing breakfast as she looked over and noticed her older sister wobbling through the door and couldn't help but laugh.
Elsa-May, why are you wearing the same thing you wore yesterday? And why is your cup half off your head like that?
She giggled to herself as she continued mixing the food in the saucepan. Elsa-May walked over and sat down at the kitchen table.
She crossed her arms in front of her and snarled at Ettie. "Because you didn't wake me up when I fell asleep in the chair. I've gone and slept in it all night." Ettie burst out laughing.
"And you didn't wake up once? Oh, Elsa-May, how could you sleep in that uncomfortable recliner chair all night?"
She continued to giggle at her. Yeah, laugh it up. Why wouldn't you wake me up? My back is killing me now." She rubbed her lower back as she continued to glare at Ettie.
"Oh, Elsa-May."
She turned off the stove and poured the blueberry oatmeal into 2 bowls.
"If you saw how cute you and our new kitten looked all snuggled up and cozy by the fire, you wouldn't have woken you either."
Ettie put down the saucepan and carried the bowls to the table. She placed Elsa-May's food down in front of her before sitting down across from her with her own bowl in her hand. Elsa-May looked down at the dish of food. She ate a large spoonful and thought it had never tasted so good.
"The detective said to call him this morning,"
Ettie said. Elsa-May opened her eyes and looked at her. "I can't believe Desmond tried to kill us. We could have been dead right now."
Ettie shook her head. "It wasn't our time to go."
"It could have been."
"It wasn't. He might not have meant to kill us."
"Ettie, no one locks someone in a cold storage room if you're not going to come back and kill them." Ettie rubbed her nose and looked down at her oatmeal.
"I've never heard of that rule before."
"It's logical. Do you think he was going to come back and let us out and apologize for pushing us into that room and then locking the door? No, he was going to come back with some kind of weapon and do away with both of us."
"Well, there's only one way to find out the truth about what happened. Let's eat, then call the detective. I'll make us some toast after this. I'm dying to know if he pleaded guilty."
Just don't use that word.
"What word?"
Dying. Not after us nearly being killed." Elsa-May ate another mouthful of oatmeal. They ate the rest of their breakfast in silence. Snowy was begging at the end of the table as usual, so Elsa-May threw him a crust of toast. The kitten ran over and sniffed it, but Snowy ate it up fast. Elsa-May felt sorry for the kitty, so she broke off a small piece and hand-fed it to him. She could see Ettie staring at her out of the corner of her eye. "Not a word," she said as she sat back up straight and ate the rest of her food. When they reached the phone down the road in the shanty, they called the detective's number. They both squished themselves together and held the phone in the middle so they could both hear him. They'd taken Snowy with them, and Elsa-May held his leash. The detective cleared his throat. "Hello." "Detective," they both said at the same time. "Hello, ladies."
"Did he do it?"
Ettie asked. Hold on. How are you both feeling?" he asked. "We're fine. What did you find out?" Elsa-May replied. The detective sighed. "He's proclaiming he's innocent." Ettie gasped. "He denies trying to run Ezekiel down in the street, and he is adamant that he didn't kill him."
"Did you ask him why he tried to kill us?"
Ettie asked. "He said he was scared and that you were asking too many questions." Elsa-May narrowed her eyes and shook her head at Ettie. It made little sense. The detective continued as he heard nothing but silence from their end. "We're testing the mud on the boots to see if it matches the ravine, and the stains on his shirt to see if they are blood. I will let you know as soon as I find out the results."
"Thank you,"
Ettie said. "Stay out of trouble. And I mean it. We're close to solving this case now, and I need you both alive." Ettie and Elsa-May were surprised that he said he was close. "Okay, we will, thank you." Elsa-May pulled the receiver from Ettie and hung up the phone.
"The detective admitted he needed our help, Elsa-May."
He said he needs us alive. I'm not sure that's what he meant." Ettie grinned.
I think that's what he meant. You know what he's like. He will not say it outright. I also already knew that you were the reason Desmond locked us up in his refrigerator. You scared the poor man with your questions. You didn't even know if he was guilty or not.
Well, actions speak louder than words. I think he is guilty. Elsa-May crossed her arms in front of her.
You know you're only saying that now because you know you made an error in judgment.
Ettie knew she was right. Her sister shouldn't have gone so hard on him, but he was sweating and he had looked guilty. Perhaps next time her sister should wait and talk to her before telling the detective that they would help him. She didn't want to admit it, but being locked up in the refrigeration room had given her a fright.
So, what do we do now? Ettie tapped her chin. Perhaps we should visit Rita and tell her what's happening.
Elsa-May raised her eyebrows. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Chapter 34. Rita greeted them at the front door, then took them to sit with Vera and herself in the living room. Vera had poured them all tea as Rita sat chatting with them until they were both in the room. Vera sat next to Rita, and Elsa-May and Ettie sat on the armchairs across from them.
So we come with news,
Ettie started. Rita sat forward in her chair and placed her cup of tea down in front of her on the coffee table. Go on, she nodded for her to continue.
We found out some interesting information about Desmond,
Ettie began. Elsa-May continued. Someone saw him arguing with Ezekiel out the front of Desmond's store. Vera gasped. She looked shocked. Rita covered her mouth and leaned back in her chair. We went to question Desmond, and he locked us in his walk-in refrigerator, Elsa-May said.
He left us there to freeze to death,
Ettie added dramatically. Rita gasped and covered her mouth again. Vera appeared shaken. Ettie looked at Rita.
Why didn't you tell us that Desmond was following you and that it scared you?
Rita bit her bottom lip. What? Vera sat forward and turned to face Rita. Desmond was following you? What's going on? Why didn't you tell me? Rita cried. I'm sorry. I didn't want to worry you. You know how overprotective you are. Ezekiel said he'd fix it. You should have told me. I could have. Vera's face went bright red. She was angry. There was nothing you could have done. I told Ezekiel. He said he'd fix it, Rita repeated. Vera looked annoyed. Just how protective are you, Vera? You must have been very upset with Ezekiel when he broke your daughter's heart, Elsa-May observed. Of course I was upset. What do you mean? Elsa-May shrugged her shoulders. Just asking the question. Elsa-May, I don't like your tone. Why are you singling me out? Ettie looked at Elsa-May. Why had Vera gotten so defensive all of a sudden? This set alarm bells off in Ettie's mind. She knew asking Desmond where he was at the time of Ezekiel's death had set him off, but she couldn't shake this gut feeling. She didn't know how to stop herself, so Ettie just blurted out.
Where were you at the time of Ezekiel's death?
Vera was shocked. She stared at them, not answering. Rita looked over at her. Mom? Suddenly Vera broke down. Okay. She looked over at Rita. I'm sorry, Rita. I can't keep this inside any longer. What? Rita was confused. She sat up in her chair to face her mother as Vera sobbed. I followed Ezekiel only to talk to him. I followed him and saw him put a box outside your front door, Ettie and Elsa-May. He then stepped back and blew a whistle. Then when he got further, nearly back to his horse and buggy, I called out to him. He stopped, and I talked with him about what he'd done to Rita. Mom, I told you not to interfere. Ettie put her hand out to silence Rita.
Go on, Vera.
I stepped closer to him and he fell down. He rolled all the way to the bottom of the ravine. When he stopped rolling, he wasn't moving. I was scared, so I ran all the way back to where I'd parked my horse and buggy.
Rita's mouth dropped open. She covered her mouth and slid away from her mother on the couch.
I didn't mean to kill him.
She sat there sobbing while Rita looked on in shock.
I don't think you killed him, Vera. They said he was hit in the head with a rock, twice, Elsa-May pointed out.
That's right. We even asked if he could have died from the fall, and they said no. They are always right, Ettie said.
Vera looked up. It wasn't my fault. I didn't kill him. Just as much as it's Eddie's fault for trying to trick me with the kitten.
Elsa-May glared at Ettie. Ettie looked over and frowned back at her. This had nothing to do with the kitten. Then Ettie recalled that Ezekiel wouldn't have been near the ravine if he hadn't been delivering the kitten. Rita wiped the tears from her face. But you said Desmond said he didn't kill him, so who did? Ettie and Elsa-May were shocked at what Vera had confessed. They decided they needed to speak to the detective straight away. The pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, and the findings were shocking to both of them. Never would they have suspected the murderer to be a person in their own community, especially not anyone they knew personally. What if the coroner was wrong and the fall had killed him? Would that make Vera a murderer? Chapter 35. Ettie decided to take Vera and Rita to talk with the detective. Rita hitched the buggy, and the four of them went to town to see Detective Kelly. Once they were seated in his office in front of him, Ettie began. Vera has something she wants to tell you. Vera repeated everything she had told Ettie and Elsa-May.
I thank you for offering this information. I assure you that a fall did not kill him.
I didn't kill him? Vera asked. Kelly shook his head.
No.
Are you sure?
I believe in science. Science tells us he was hit over the head with a rock and that he definitely wasn't killed from a fall. Even a fall onto a rock from a great height. I don't know how they know these things, but they do. The fall didn't kill him. Rest assured.
Are we any closer, Detective? Elsa-May asked.
Yes, every piece of information leads us close to the killer. The killer must have found him at the bottom of the ravine.
Or could have been following him, or in fact, following someone who was following him. I do have an idea, Ettie said. Kelly looked at her.
Go on.
We learned Desmond had a habit of following Rita. What if he thought he was following Rita and it was really Vera?
Vera gasped. I remember I was wearing Rita's brown coat that day. It is much warmer than mine, and it was a chilly morning.
And I'm the one who usually leaves the house. You normally stay home, Rita said.
So wait, Elsa-May said. You were following Ezekiel to talk with him, and Desmond was following you?
The detective was silent for a moment. Then he said,
I think we need to talk with Desmond again.
Ettie looked at the brown coat Rita was wearing. Take Vera with you and put her in Rita's brown coat. He'll guess someone knows something. It's clear now he came across Ezekiel who was knocked out, and he thought he'd finish off the job.
You have to be right, Mrs. Smith. Given Vera's confession just now, that's the only thing that fits. Now we just have to get him to admit it. Come with me, please, Vera, and put on your daughter's coat.
Rita took off her brown coat and passed it to her mother. Vera took off her black coat and pulled on the heavy brown one. Then Kelly pressed a button and asked for interview room 1 to be set up and for Desmond Clemens to be brought in. Then Kelly and Vera started walking out the door. Can I come too? Ettie asked.
Kelly frowned. I think not. Ettie and I were nearly killed trying to get information. That's why it's best he doesn't see you. I'll allow you to observe from the next room. There's a two-way mirror. You'll be able to see and hear everything that's going on.
Okay.
Ettie was thrilled about that. They followed Kelly down the hallway. Kelly opened a door and led Elsa-May, Ettie, and Rita into a room. They made themselves comfortable, and then they watched Detective Kelly and Vera go into the other room. Kelly and Vera sat and waited. Then Desmond was brought in. He was handcuffed, and he was surprised to see Vera. He sat in front of them and said nothing. Kelly leaned forward. I think it's time for the truth, Desmond. That morning that Ezekiel was killed, you were following Rita. He stared at Kelly and then looked at Vera. Why is she here? Just answer the question. We know the answer, but things will go easier for you if you cooperate. He shook his head and looked down. Yes, I was following Rita. I barely knew the man who died. He came to the store once, and that's all. You admit you were following her? Kelly asked again. I do. Only you weren't following Rita. It was Vera who'd borrowed Rita's coat. The same coat she's wearing now. He put his hands on his head and looked down. Is that right? Vera nodded. It is. I was following Ezekiel that day. We argued and he fell back. Desmond shook his head. I didn't mean to do it. Didn't mean to do what? Kelly asked. I killed him, all right. I didn't mean to. Why don't we start at the beginning? Kelly leaned back. I just wanted to get Rita alone to tell her how much she meant to me. I wondered why she was following Ezekiel from a distance, but I followed too. Then I saw her catch up with him and they argued. I hid behind a tree to keep out of sight. I couldn't hear what they were saying. I was too far away. Go on. Vera, pushed him and he fell backward. I didn't push him. I stepped close to him and he fell back. Desmond shrugged. It could have happened that way, I guess. I was a distance away. 1 minute he was there, and the next minute he was at the bottom of the ravine. I saw her stare down at him, and then she ran away. I ran after her, and then I saw him lying there still. I thought she killed him. I didn't want her to get into trouble. He got choked up. Go on, Kelly urged. I scrambled down to the bottom. Then I had an idea. I was going to drag him to the bushes so no one would see him. I'd go back when it was dark and bury him. When I started dragging him by his legs, he came to. He was stunned and groggy and didn't know where he was. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Rita would get into trouble if he blabbed about what she did. I picked up a rock and hit him on the head. He lowered his head. It all happened so quickly. Then I hit him again just to make sure. I started dragging him again by the feet, but I heard someone coming. So I ran into the undergrowth. They must have seen him because I heard a scream. I ran back to my truck. You didn't go back? Kelly asked. No, I'm sorry. I never meant for this to happen. Like you never meant to push two old ladies into a freezer? Kelly asked. It was a walk-in refrigerator. It wasn't a freezer. I only did it because I needed time to think about what to do. I knew they knew something. I was just trying to protect Rita. That's how it started. I did not know it was Vera. Did you also try to run Ezekiel down outside the post office a few weeks ago? Kelly asked. No, never. He shook his head. In the other room, Ettie and Elsa-May looked at one another. Ettie whispered. It must have been the rich man. It could have been anyone, Ettie, Elsa-May whispered back. Rita sat there sniffling. What's wrong? Ettie asked. Everyone's in trouble because they were trying to protect me. Your mother's not in trouble. Rita looked up. Isn't she? I don't think so. It was an accident. She never meant to hurt him. The three of them looked back through the two-way mirror. The detective was now arresting Desmond for Ezekiel's murder. You were right all along, Ettie, Elsa-May said. It seems so. Ettie turned to Rita. Tell Detective Kelly everything you know about Allie Ascot and her husband, Philip Ascot. Okay, I will. It was 5 o'clock when they eventually left the police station. Detective Kelly was very interested in what Rita told him from her days of being a housekeeper for the Ascot couple. Kelly said he'd double-check on Philip Ascot's alibi for when his wife was murdered. Chapter 36. The next day, Ettie and Elsa-May woke up worried about Rita. She looked so shaken when they drove us home, Elsa-May said over breakfast. I know. She was white in the face. We should make them a pie and take it over to them, Ettie suggested. Okay, as long as it doesn't end up in the trash like our soup we made the postman. Come to think of it, we never found out why he didn't want to stop and talk with us. I'm not sure, but we're not going to his place to ask him that question. Elsa-May pouted. I wasn't even going to suggest it. Good. Elsa-May and Ettie walked into Rita and Vera's house. They were a little surprised to see Tom there. He was sitting in their kitchen, while both Rita and Vera fussed over him like a couple of old hens. Tom smiled when he saw the two older ladies. Then Ettie saw that Rita and Tom exchanged a secret smile. What's going on? Elsa-May asked, her brow furrowed. I'll get you some coffee, Rita said, hurrying off to the stove. It's hard to keep a secret in a small town, Vera said. Why are you here, Tom? Elsa-May asked. Ettie was shocked at her rudeness and nudged her. Elsa-May chuckled. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, but we came here because we were worried about Rita. She was upset from yesterday. And we brought an apple pie, Ettie added. Thank you, that's kind of you. Vera took the pie from them. Elsa-May stared at Tom. Tom got up and went over near Rita. He picked up a newspaper and went back and handed it to Elsa-May. I brought this over to show Rita. Oh, you won't believe it, Vera told them. Elsa-May looked down her nose. What's this? Just look at the front page, Tom said. While Elsa-May squinted without her glasses, Ettie saw that the arrest of Philip Ascot was front-page news. Kelly had arrested him for his wife's murder. Elsa-May, last night Kelly arrested Philip Ascot. I knew it. I think we all knew it, Vera said. Rita was so upset at the way Allie was treated. Rita lowered her head and started sobbing. Tom rushed over to her and put his hand on her back. It's all right, he's been arrested. He won't be able to hurt anyone again. I'm just sad. She was such a lovely person. Maybe if I'd stayed working there. No. He turned her around to face him. You did what was right. Remember, everything works together for good. Rita looked at Ettie and Elsa-May. Thank you for encouraging me to talk about what that man did. When I heard about her murder, I thought the police might come here and ask me what I knew about him from when I worked there, but no one ever did. Vera said, Why don't we all move out to the living room where it's more comfortable? If there's a cat on the chair, just push it off. Tom smiled. There are a lot of cats around here. Once they were all sitting in the living room, Tom took a sip of his tea. You know, I was thinking that we should do something to thank the sisters here for their help. You don't need to do anything, Elsa-May said. We didn't do anything, Ettie told them. Tom leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. The point is, you did what you had to do, and you did it for the right reasons. You wanted to help. That's all any of us can do in this life. Yes, I suppose that's true, Elsa-May said. Tom leaned back and sipped his tea, looking very comfortable indeed. He was so different from the man who was sobbing about Ezekiel's death. Ettie wanted to know more about Tom's feelings for Rita. Vera, I wonder if I might have sugar in my tea. Elsa-May frowned. I saw you put 2 sugars in it already when we were in the kitchen. Ettie glared at her sister. You know I have a sweet tooth, and right now I feel in need of a little more. That's no problem, Ettie, Vera said, taking the cup from her. Elsa-May, you might go into the kitchen with Rita and get that recipe for cinnamon cookies. You're always scoffing them down when they're at the meal after the meetings. You're right. Elsa-May grinned at Rita. Shall we? Rita looked a little surprised. Sure. She leaned forward and put her cup and saucer on the table. Then Ettie was alone with Tom. She was glad Elsa-May had taken the hint. She'd keep them in the kitchen for a while. Now the questions could begin. Tom, what is going on between you and Rita? What do you mean? He said in a light tone. I think you know what I mean. I don't. You're in love with her, Ettie said. No, Tom said. I'm not. You are. All right, Tom sighed. Yes, I am. Tom looked off into the distance. But I don't think she wants me. She has no interest. Ask her, Ettie said. It's best to be honest. Let me ask you something, Ettie. Do you think it's possible for a man to be loyal to one woman and yet choose to love another? Tom asked. I don't think men are like animals. They can choose who they love, Ettie said. But of course, only one woman. Tom shook his head. I mean, if a man falls for 2 women, how does he decide which one to marry? I guess it depends on how he feels about the 2 of them, Ettie said. Yeah, I guess it does. Tom nodded. But what do you mean? Ettie asked, growing increasingly confused by the conversation. What do you mean by falling for 2 women? He shook his head. I thought Rita and I had something going a while back. Ah, so you were talking about Rita liking 2 men? He nodded. She liked me, I know she did, but she chose Ezekiel and not me. Now, if she chooses me, it'll only be because Ezekiel is gone. Ettie didn't know what to say. She knew exactly how he felt. As I said, ask her. If someone loves you, don't question it. Take it as a gift from God. We have so few years on earth. Don't go looking for things in life and love that aren't perfect. I see where you're coming from, Ettie. I won't see it as being her second choice. Her love will be a gift, and every good and perfect gift comes from God. Ettie grinned. I couldn't have said it better myself. She leaned over and patted his shoulder. Just then, Elsa-May and everyone else came back into the room. Here we are, Ettie. I've put 4 sugars in your tea, just like you wanted. Elsa-May set the cup down in front of her sister. Thank you. Ettie knew she wouldn't be able to drink it now. It'd be far too sweet. She looked around for a potted plant she could tip it into when no one was looking. And Vera and Rita were kind enough to write the cookie recipe for me. I can't wait to try it." Elsa-May grinned. "Did it need both of them to write it out?" Tom asked. Elsa-May nodded. "It did. Vera read it out, and Rita wrote it down for me." After another hour spent at Vera and Rita's house, Tom drove Ettie and Elsa-May home. As Ettie pushed the door of their house open, she told Elsa-May what Tom had said to her. "That's surprising." Elsa-May sat in her chair, and the kitten immediately jumped into her lap, carrying the small ball of wool in his mouth. Ettie laughed when she saw it. "Oh, look at him. He's right at home." Elsa-May shook her head. "This is not good." "What?" Ettie sat on the couch. "You forced me into a corner with this cat." "You mean we're keeping it?" Ettie asked. "We'll have to because he thinks this is his home and Snowy seems happy. Also, I said if we got out of that refrigerator room alive that we'd keep the kitten." Ettie chuckled. "I'm pleased about that." Ettie wasn't going to ask any more questions. It appeared they were keeping the kitten, but somehow it seemed Elsa-May was blaming her. That was typical of Elsa-May. At least they were keeping the kitten. "Now we have to think of a good name." Elsa-May stroked the kitten. "What would you like to be called, little kitty?" "It's a hard decision." "No, it's not," Elsa-May said. "The answer will come to us. Let's name him after the next person who knocks on our door." "Seriously?" Ettie asked. "Yeah, why not?" Elsa-May looked pleased with herself. "Because we don't know who's coming to our door. They could have a really awful name." "Or a really good one," Elsa-May grinned. "That's what makes it exciting." "I might not like the name." "You'll get used to it. Do you want us to keep the cat or not?" Ettie nodded. "I do." Chapter 37. Later that night, when they were washing up the dishes after an enormous meal, there was a knock at the door. They both looked at one another. "Here goes, Ettie. We're about to find out the name of our kitten." "I'm right behind you." Elsa-May wiped her hands and then headed to the front door. She opened it to see Detective Kelly. She swung around and said to Ettie, "It's Kelly." "Oh, okay, that's not a bad name. Although it could get confusing." Kelly frowned. "I'm sorry?" "Don't mind her. Come in." Elsa-May opened the door further and stepped back to allow him inside. "I've got some news." He walked over and sat down, and Ettie and Elsa-May sat too. "We saw the headlines this morning. They arrested Ascot for killing his wife," Ettie said. "Yes, it turns out he bribed a friend to say he was with him, thus giving him an alibi. As soon as we turned up again at the friend's house, the friend confessed, leaving Ascot with no alibi. Then we matched his prints to ones we found in Ezekiel's house after that gun was planted. Couple that with his history of violence against his wife, and we have a good case against him." "Thank you for letting us know. You solved 2 murders and not just one." "I have to say I couldn't have done it without your help. So thank you. That's why I've come to tell you in person." Elsa-May shook her head. "We still don't know who tried to run Ezekiel down." "We might never know. It could have been a student driver not knowing how to steer. It could have been anyone." "I think it was Ascot," Ettie said. "He was giving Ezekiel a warning." "You could be right, Mrs. Smith. It does sound logical, given what Ezekiel revealed to the bishop about the secrets he was keeping. We don't have the resources to question everyone in town who owns a gray pickup truck." Right at that moment, the kitten jumped into his lap. He stood up in fright. Then he sneezed, sending the kitten scampering under the couch. "I'm allergic." "So sorry." Kelly walked toward the door. "You haven't found a home for it yet?" "We're keeping him now." "And we're naming him after you." From now on, he'll be known as Kelly." A smile lit up Kelly's face. "Really? You named him after me?" Elsa-May and Ettie exchanged a smile.
"We sure did."
He put his hand to his heart. "Thank you, I'm honored. I truly am." Then he sneezed again. "I should go." Elsa-May and Ettie stood at the door and watched him leave. As he drove away, Ettie said,
"Now I feel bad. He thought we named him Kelly after him especially."
"We did."
Ettie stared at her sister. "What do you mean?"
"Who else was going to come to our door?" Elsa-May asked.
"Anyone."
Elsa-May went back to her chair and sat down.
"Why don't you just admit that you didn't deliberately name him Kelly because that's what you said?"
"A name's just a name, don't worry about it. We could call him by Kelly's first name, but we'd have to remember what it is." Elsa-May laughed.
Ettie tapped her chin. "I did know it once, but I can't remember."
"Kelly's a good name. Besides, we've already told the detective, and he was delighted. I've never seen his face glow like that before."
Ettie chuckled when she recalled the detective's face.
And then Elsa-May laughed along with her. Chapter 38. 3 weeks later, Ettie and Elsa-May sat in their living room. Elsa-May knitted and Ettie was writing in her book of thoughts. Snowy was in his dog bed, wagging his tail while the kitten was pouncing on his tail trying to catch it. "What are you writing in that book, Ettie? Dare I ask?" Ettie looked up. Why couldn't she just get a moment of peace?
"Do you really want to know?"
"That's why I asked."
"I'm writing about fairness. Is it right that we expect everything in life to be fair? If it was, then everyone would have everything go right for them all the time. Life's not like that."
"Is that what you've written? You're just looking at me and your mouth is moving. You're not reading it. Read it out to me," Elsa-May said.
"You're not supposed to interrupt a writer when she's writing. It's bad for the process."
"I'm just kidding. I don't mean to interrupt you, and I'm not at all interested in what you're writing. I just wanted to know if you were writing about what an amazing sister you have."
"I said I'm writing about fairness, didn't I? The point is, life isn't fair. It's full of unfairness. Do you think that it's fair that some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths and others aren't?"
Ettie asked. "I'm not sure," Elsa-May said as she continued knitting.
"It's not fair, is it? It would be better if everyone had equal opportunities in life. Some people are born into nice homes, and some people are born into slums and have to sleep on the streets when they're newborn until they're old enough to sleep on the floor."
Elsa-May grinned. "I'm not sure I agree with you about streets and floors, Ettie. It's not that bad. Not all poor people sleep on the streets. Don't exaggerate. Anyway, you weren't born in a street. You were born at home, delivered by the midwife, old Ruth Nyler. She's dead now."
"You don't understand what I mean. There's no justice in the world. Some people get lucky and others don't. And they don't get lucky because they deserve it."
"It's all a God's plan. You sound like you don't agree with God, and that's dangerous territory." Elsa-May shook her head.
"I'm just thinking."
"Less thinking and more believing. That's my thoughts on what you just said. Write that down in your book." Ettie breathed out heavily.
"I'm not saying something's right or wrong. It just is. When I have something important to think that you will agree with, I'll write it down and then read it to you. If I don't agree with you, you always think I'm wrong. Can't both of us be right in our own way?"
"The trouble with you, Ettie." At that moment, a knock on their door saved them.
"I'll get it."
Ettie got up. When she opened the door, she was surprised to see Tom and Rita standing there smiling. When she looked down, she saw they were holding hands.
"Do come in."
Rita giggled like a girl, which was fitting because she looked 10 years younger. Tom had never seemed so happy either. Elsa-May saw them and immediately stuffed her knitting into the bag by her feet. Come in, come in. Oh, it's so nice to have visitors. What brings you both here? Ettie, make us some coffee.
"No, please don't go to any trouble. We just came here to tell you our news.
We wanted you two to be the first to know."
"Well, please have a seat,"
Ettie said as they sat down. Tom and Rita smiled at each other, and then Rita said, "Tom asked me to marry him. We were sitting on the porch after dinner, the sun going down, the crickets starting up. He took my hand, and he told me how he feels about me. Then I asked her to marry me." Rita continued the story. I couldn't speak. I just nodded, tears spilling down my face. He took me in his arms, and Tom placed his hand over Rita's. "There's probably no need to tell them everything." Rita laughed. Then I knew everything was going to be all right. I was going to be his wife. I was going to live with him, and I was going to be a farmer's wife. I was going to be happy. "I made Jonah an offer for his half of the farm, and he accepted it," Tom said. "So we will live on Ezekiel's farm when we're married. Do you think that will be weird?" Elsa-May shook her head. "Nay, I don't. I think it's perfect. He was a good friend to both of you." Rita and Tom looked at each other. Rita smiled, but it was a sad smile, and she blinked away tears. "We both miss Ezekiel so much." Elsa-May nodded. "I know you do, Rita. We also miss our friends who have gone home, but they're still with us. They're still with us in our hearts, in our memories, and in the things we do."
"You're right. I suppose Vera knows your joyful news?"
Ettie asked. Rita nodded. "Oh, yes, she does. She'll be coming to live with us once we fix the house up. We're thinking of building an extra little apartment onto the house that will be just for her." "I'm sure she's delighted with that. When is the happy day?" Elsa-May asked. "In December. It's a while away, but then we'll have time to get the house ready to move into." Tom nodded. "Do we remodel and add on to the existing house, or just build a new house on the other side of the property?" Ettie smiled.
"So many choices. I am sure you will make the right one. We are happy for you both."
"Thank you," Rita said. "Tom, we should go." Tom and Rita got up to leave Ettie and Elsa-May's house. "I'm glad that you came to share your news with us," Elsa-May said to Tom and Rita. Rita and Tom walked to the door first, and Ettie squeezed in front of them and opened the door. Once they were outside, Ettie said,
"You both give me hope that good things do happen for good people. Maybe it's not about luck or fairness."
Tom and Rita smiled at each other. "Thank you, Ettie," Tom said before he took Rita's hand. Together they walked to the waiting horse and buggy. Elsa-May and Ettie watched at the door until the buggy was out of sight. "That's something to write in your diary, Ettie." Ettie huffed.
"I keep telling you it's not a diary."
Elsa-May went back to her chair and pulled out her knitting. "What a nice outcome for both of them." Ettie sat down on the couch.
"I'm so pleased for them."
Ettie looked down at her thoughts book.
"So, what were you saying was the trouble with me?"
Elsa-May looked over the top of her knitting glasses. "I never said anything of the kind."
"You did, just before Rita and Tom knocked on the door."
"Oh, that."
"Yeah, that,"
Ettie said. Then Elsa-May resumed knitting. I might get my own book and write in it all the things I'm grateful for. You'd be on the first page."
Ettie waited for Elsa-May to add something else, something not so nice. "Really?" Ettie asked. "And would you say something kind about me?"
"Yeah, of course."
"That's the nicest thing you've ever said, Elsa-May."
"I think you're the best younger sister and older sister ever had."
Ettie sat there smiling.
"And you'll be even better if you make me another cup of hot tea."
Elsa-May let go of one side of the knitting to raise her empty cup. Ettie smiled and looked over at the kitten curled up in the dog bed with Snowy. It was a good day all around. She'd gotten her way about the kitten, and Tom and Rita were getting married. "Sure, I'll fetch you another cup."
"Very good, and when you get back, maybe you can read me something from your diary."
"It's not a diary." Elsa-May waved her hand in the air.
"Whatever you want to call it."
"There's a part in it about you."
Elsa-May laughed. "I can't wait to hear it. Something nice, I hope."
"Of course. How could it not be nice? But I'm sorry you're not going to hear it. My thoughts are just for me." While Ettie was in the kitchen, Elsa-May moved over and picked up Ettie's book. She was going to have some fun with Ettie. She turned to a fresh page and wrote as though she were Ettie about how grateful she was to have Elsa-May, her dear sister, living with her. Next time Ettie looked at the book, she'd think she wrote it. Elsa-May chuckled to herself. It was fun teasing Ettie. When Elsa-May was done writing, she replaced the book just where Ettie had left it and then hurried back to her chair. Elsa-May picked up her knitting and looked over at the kitten that she'd always intended to keep. She'd fallen in love with him the moment he'd poked his little orange head out of the basket. She had just wanted to tease Ettie for a bit, and it had provided her hours of amusement. This has been Amish Mishaps and Murder, written by Samantha Price and narrated by Sarah Morsi. Copyright 2022. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha